Part II, Chapter 18 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part II, Chapter 18. Meanwhile in Antium, Petronius gained almost daily victories over the courtiers vying with him for Caesar's favor. The influence of Tigellinus had utterly declined. In Rome, when it seemed desirable to put out of the way such men as seemed dangerous, to confiscate their estates, to settle public affairs, to prepare spectacles that astonished alike by their splendor and their barbaric taste, or generally to satisfy the monstrous caprices of Caesar, Tigellinus, crafty and resourceful, seemed absolutely indispensable. In Antium, however, among the palaces overlooking the Azure Sea, Caesar led a Hellenic life. From morn until night poems were read, their metrical structure was discussed, their subtlest graces dilated upon. Music and the theatre, in short all which Grecian genius had invented for the adornment of life, found ready appreciation. Petronius, more cultured than Tigellinus or the other courtiers, witty, eloquent, full of the most delicate tastes and feelings, could not help attaining preeminence. Caesar sought his society, consulted him in all things, and accepted his advice when he was composing. His friendship was greater than it had ever been. To the courtiers it appeared that the triumph of Petronius was permanently assured. Even those who had hitherto looked askance at the exquisite Epicurean now surrounded him and sued for his favor. More than one was in his inner soul, pleased at the victory of a man who had always had a definite opinion, who accepted with a skeptical smile the flatteries of his whilom enemies, but who, either through indolence or a natural refinement, was not revengeful and did not use his power to the damage of others. There were moments when he might have ruined Tigellinus. He preferred to laugh at him, and to expose his lack of education and culture. The Senate in Rome took breath again. For a month and a half no sentence of death had been pronounced. True, both in Rome and in Antium, tales were whispered of the refinement of debauchery to which Caesar and his new favorite had attained. Nevertheless, all preferred to be ruled by a refined Caesar than by one bestialized at the hands of a Tigellinus. Tigellinus himself lost his head. He hesitated whether or not to throw up his hands. For Caesar repeatedly asserted that in all the Roman court there were but two true Hellenes, two souls that understood each other, himself and Petronius. The astonishing adroitness of the latter confirmed every one in the opinion that his influence would outlast all others. No one could explain how Caesar could live without him. With whom should he speak of poesy, of music, of racing? In whose eyes could he look to find if his own creations were indeed perfect? Petronius, indifferent as ever, seemed to attach no weight to his position. As ever he was deliberate, indolent, witty, and skeptical. Often he produced upon others the impression of one who jested at them, at himself, at Caesar, at all the world. At times he even durst criticize Nero to his face, and even when those around him deemed that he had gone too far and was preparing for himself certain destruction, he knew how to turn the criticism so that it resulted in his own gain. People marveled at his cleverness. They began to think that there was no difficulty from which he could not triumphantly extricate himself. A week after Vinicius's return to Rome, Caesar read to a small audience a passage from his Troyad. When he had finished and the cries of admiration had ceased, Petronius, in answer to a glance of Caesar, said: "Bad verses, fit only to be cast into the flames." The hearts of all present stood still with terror. Never since his childhood had Nero heard such a sentence from the lips of anyone. The face of Tigellinus alone glowed with delight. But Vinicius grew pale. He feared that Petronius, who had never been overcome with wine, was now at last intoxicated. Nero, in a honeyed voice, tremulous none the less with deeply wounded vanity, inquired: "What fault did thou find with them?" Petronius did not quail. "Do not believe them," he cried, pointing to those around him. "They know nothing. Thou askest me what fault I find in thy verse. If thou wishest the truth, I will tell thee. They would be good for Virgil, for Ovid, even for Homer, but not for thee. Thou art not free to write such verse. The conflagration thou describest does not blaze enough. Hearken not to the flatterers of Lucan. Had he written the verses, I should own their genius. In thy case it is different. Knowest thou why? Thou art greater than these. From one so richly dowered by the gods much more is demanded. But thou art indolent. Thou preferest rather to sleep after dinner than to sit thyself down to arduous labor. Thou hast it in thee to create a work above all that the world has yet seen. So I tell thee to thy face, write a better poem." He spoke with a lightsome air as of one who mingled banter with chiding. Caesar's eyes clouded over with a mist of delight. "The gods gave me a little talent," he said, "but they have given me also something still better, a true critic and a true friend, who alone knows how to tell me the truth to my face." He stretched out his fat hand, overgrown with rusty hair, to a gold candlestick plundered from the temple of Delphi, as if to burn the verses. Petronius snatched them away from him before the flames had touched the papyrus. "Nay, nay," said he, "even as they are, they belong to humanity. Let me have them." "Then allow me to send them to thee in a cylinder of my own invention," answered Nero, embracing Petronius. "True," he continued after a moment, "thou art right. My conflagration does not burn enough, but I deemed it sufficient if I could merely equal Homer. A certain diffidence and self-distrust have always stood in my way. Thou hast opened my eyes. Knowest thou why it is as thou sayest? When a sculptor determines upon creating the statue of a god he seeks a model, but I had no model. Never have I seen a burning city. Hence my description lacks verity." "Then I will tell thee that only a great artist could appreciate the fact." Nero meditated a moment, then he spoke. "Answer me one question, Petronius. Art thou sorry that Troy was burned?" "Am I sorry? By the lame husband of Venus, not in the least. I will tell thee why. Troy would not have been burned if Prometheus had not given fire to man, nor the Greeks made war upon Priam. Had there been no fire, Aeschylus would not have written his Prometheus, just as Homer without war would not have written his Iliad. I prefer the existence of Prometheus and the Iliad to the preservation of a small, and probably unclean city, in the midst of which some paltry magistrate might now be sitting and annoying thee by his disputes with the local council." "That is what we call rational talk," replied Caesar. "For poetry and art it is allowable, nay, it is necessary to sacrifice everything. Happy the Achaeans who gave a subject to the Iliad, happy Priam who witnessed the destruction of his native city. As to me, I have never seen a burning city." A moment of silence followed. Tigellinus was the first to break it. "Nay, Caesar, I have spoken. Say but the word and I will burn Antium. Or if thou wouldst take compassion on these villas and palaces, I will order the vessels in Ostia to be burned, or will build a wooden city for thee beneath the Alban hills, into which thou thyself may cast the fire. Is such thy wish?" Nero cast upon him a glance of withering contempt. "Am I to gaze on burning woodsheds?" he asked. "Thy reason is failing thee, Tigellinus. Moreover, I see that thou settest no great store by my talent, or my Troyad, if thou thinkest any sacrifice were too great for it." Tigellinus drew back abashed. Nero, as if wishing to change the conversation, added: "Summer is at hand. How all Rome must smell at present! Yet we must return for the summer games." "Oh, Caesar," put in Tigellinus, "when thou dost dismiss the Augustales, allow me to remain for a while with thee." An hour later Vinicius was on his way home with Petronius from Caesar's villa. "I had a moment's fright on thy account," said the younger man. "I thought that thou wast drunk and had irretrievably ruined thyself. Remember that thou art playing with death." "'Tis my arena," said Petronius lightly. "I enjoy the feeling that I am the best gladiator there. See what the end was. My influence has only increased the more. He will send me his verses in a cylinder which I wager is as rich in value as it is barbarous in taste. I shall order my doctor to keep laxatives in it. I have a second reason. Tigellinus, witnessing my success, will doubtless attempt to imitate me. I can imagine what will happen when he attempts a jest. 'Twill be as if a Pyrenean bear were to dance a tight rope. I shall laugh like Democritus. If I willed it I might easily ruin Tigellinus, and succeed him as the praetorian prefect. Then Bronzebeard himself would be in my clutches. But I am indolent. I prefer my present life, even with the verses of Caesar." "What adroitness to turn criticism into flattery. But tell me, are those verses so bad? I do not claim to be a judge in such matters." "Not worse than many others. Lucan has more talent in his little finger. Yet Bronzebeard is not entirely lacking. He has, first, a great love for poetry and music. 2 days from now we shall call upon him to listen to his verses in honor of Aphrodite, which he will finish to day or to morrow. There will be only a small audience, myself, thyself, Tullius Senecio, and young Nerva. As to the verses, it is not true, as I once said, that I use them after feasting for the same purpose to which Vitellius devotes flamingo feathers. They are sometimes eloquent. The words of Hecuba are impressive. She complains of the pains of childbirth. Nero found apt enough expressions perchance, because he himself painfully brings forth every verse. Sometimes I pity him. By Pollux, how strange a mixture he is! Caligula was insane, but he was not such a ridiculous creature." "Who can foretell whither Bronzebeard's madness will lead?" asked Vinitius. "No living man. Things may happen whose very remembrance may for entire centuries make the hair stand on men's heads. That is just what interests me. Though I am frequently bored, even as Jupiter Ammon in the desert, yet I believe under any other Caesar I should have been still more bored. Thy Jewish friend is eloquent, I acknowledge that. If his religion triumphs, then our gods must take serious thought lest they be retired on the shelf. Of course, if Caesar were a Christian, we should all feel more secure, but thy prophet of Tarsus, in reasoning with me, failed to understand that in this very insecurity lies for me the charm of life. He who never plays dice will never lose his property. Nevertheless, men play dice. There is in it some strange delight and oblivion. I have known knights and the sons of senators who have been glad to become gladiators. Thou tellest me I play with life. 'Tis true enough. But I do it because it diverts me. Your Christian virtues would bore me as much in a day as the discourses of Seneca. That is why the eloquence of Paul went to waste. He ought to understand that men such as I can never accept his creed. With thee 'tis different. A man of thy disposition might hate the very name of Christian like the plague, or might become one himself. Yawningly I recognize the truth of their arguments. We do mad things. We are hurrying to the verge of an abyss. An unknown something signals to us from the future. Something is breaking under our feet. Something is dying around us. So be it. But we at least shall be able to die. In the meantime we have no desire to add a burden to life, or to experience death before it arrives. Life exists for itself alone, not for death. "Nevertheless, I pity thee, Petronius." "Do not pity me more than I myself pity. Formerly it was thy wont to enjoy thyself among us. While campaigning in Armenia, thou wert ever longing for Rome." "And now also I long for Rome." "Yea, for thou art in love with a Christian virgin dwelling in the Trans Tiber. I do not marvel at this, nor do I reproach thee. Rather I marvel that in spite of a creed which thou hast described as a sea of happiness, and in spite of that love which will soon be crowned, melancholy appears to oppress thee. Pomponia Graecina is always serious, and thou, since thou becamest a Christian, hast ceased to smile. So tell me not that it is a joyous creed. From Rome thou hast returned more despondent than ever. If this be the Christian manner of loving, by the yellow curls of Bacchus, I for one will not follow your example." "Let me explain," replied Vinicius. "I swear to thee, not by the curls of Bacchus, but by the soul of my father, that never in days of yore did I experience even a foretaste of the happiness in which I live at present. Nevertheless, I feel an endless longing, and what is even stranger, when I am away from Lygia I have a foreboding that some danger is hanging over her. What it may be and whence it may come, I know not, but I feel it in advance just as one feels the coming storm. In 2 days I shall strive to obtain for thee permission to leave Antium for as long a time as it may please thee. Poppaea is a little more tranquil, and so far as I can see, no peril threatens either thee or Lygia from that quarter." "Yet to day she asked me what I had been doing in Rome, yet my absence was a secret." "Perchance she gave orders to have thy steps dogged by spies. But even she must reckon with me in future." "Paul," resumed Vinitius, "has told me that God sometimes sends warnings, but forbids the belief in omens, so I struggle against this feeling, but cannot entirely master it. I will relieve the burden of my heart by telling thee what happened. Lygia and I sitting side by side on a night as bright as this, laid our plans for the future. I cannot tell thee how calm and happy we were. Suddenly the lions began to roar. 'Tis no uncommon sound in Rome, but since that moment I have had no rest. It seemed to me that there was a menace in it, a presage of misfortune. Thou knowest I do not readily yield to fear, but that sound filled all the night with terror. It came so strangely and unexpectedly, that those roars still resound in my ear, and constant uneasiness possesses my heart, as though Lygia needed my assistance against something terrible, even against those very lions. I am in torture. Therefore obtain permission for me to leave, otherwise I will go without it. I cannot remain here. I repeat it, I cannot." Petronius laughed. "Not yet," he said, "has it come to the point of throwing men of consular dignity or their wives to the lions in the arenas. Any other death may be in store for thee, but not that. Of course they may not have been lions, for the German bulls roar no more gently. For my part I make a mock of omens and prognostics. Last night was warm, and I saw stars falling like rain. More than one man would have grown uneasy at such a sight, but I thought to myself, if my star be among them, at least I shall not lack company." He stopped short. After a moment's thought he added: "Look you, if your Christ rose from the dead, he will be able to protect you both from death." "He can indeed," answered Vinitius, gazing upward at the star strewn vault of heaven. End of Part 2, Chapter 18. Part 2, Chapter 19 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 2, Chapter 19. Nero played and sang a hymn in honor of the Lady of Cyprus. Words and music had been composed by himself. He was in good voice that day. He felt that his music really charmed the hearers. This feeling added power to the sounds he produced. His soul thrilling in unison gave him the appearance of an inspired one. He paled from genuine emotion. For perhaps the first time in his life he turned a deaf ear to the praises of his audience. He sat for a time with his hands leaning on the lyre and his head bowed. Then suddenly arising, he said: "I am weary. I need fresh air. Tune my lyre in the meanwhile." He wrapped a silk kerchief around his throat. Turning to Petronius and Vinicius, who were sitting in the corner of the hall, he said: "Come ye with me. Give me thy hand, Vinicius, for I am weary. Petronius and I will converse of music." They went out together on the terrace with its alabaster pavement strewn with crocuses.
"'Tis easier to breathe here," said Nero. "My soul is filled with emotion and melancholy. Although I see that with the song which I have just sung to you as a test, I can make my appearance before the public and gain a triumph such as has not fallen to the lot of any other Roman." "Thou canst appear here, in Rome and in Achaea. With all my heart and all my soul, I admire thee, oh thou divine one," replied Petronius. "I know it. Thou art too indolent to constrain thyself to flattery. And thou art as sincere as Tullius Senecio, but thou hast more comprehension than he. Tell me, what is thy opinion of music?"
"When I listen to a poem, when I gaze upon a chariot driven by thee in the circus, or on a beautiful statue, temple, or picture, I feel that I embrace the whole in my own mind, and that my admiration comprises all that those things can give. But when I listen to music, especially thine, oh divine one, newer beauties and newer delights open up before me. I run after them and grasp them, but ere I can absorb them, still newer delights flow in upon me like waves of the sea, rolling on from infinity. So I say to thee, that music is like the sea. We stand on one shore, and see boundless space before us, but the other shore is invisible."
"Ah, what a judge thou art!"
said Nero. For a while they walked in silence, save for the crocus leaves crunched under their feet.
"Thou hast expressed my thoughts," said Nero at last. "I have always said that in all Rome none can understand me save thee alone. I think of music as thou dost. When I play and sing I see things that I knew not existed in my own dominions or in the whole world. Lo, I am Caesar and the world belongs to me. I am omnipotent. But music reveals to me new kingdoms, new mountains, new seas, new delights, all heretofore unknown to me. I cannot even name them nor make them intelligible. I only feel them. I feel the presence of the gods. I feel Olympus is here. Some unearthly wind blows upon me. I see as in a mist some infinite splendor, calm and clear as sunrise. The infinite appeals to me. I will say to thee," here Nero's voice trembled with genuine emotion, "that I, a Caesar and a god, feel myself to be a mere speck of dust. Canst thou believe me?"
"Yea, only a true artist can feel his insignificance in the presence of art."
"This is a night of sincerity, so I spread out to thee my soul as to a friend. I will speak on. Dost thou imagine that I am blind, that I am bereft of reason? Dost thou think that I ignore the fact that on the very walls of Rome are written insults against me, that they call me the murderer of my mother and of my wife, that they look upon me as a ferocious tyrant, for that Tigellinus gained from me a few sentences of death against my enemies? Yea, my beloved, they hold me to be a tyrant and I know it. They have imputed to me such hideous cruelty that sometimes I ask myself whether I am indeed a monster. But these people fail to understand that a man's deeds may be cruel, yet he himself may not be cruel. Ah, no one will believe, even thou, my beloved, mayest not believe, that, at times when music lulls my soul, I feel myself as innocent as a child in the cradle. By the stars that shine above us, I swear that I am speaking only the truth. Men know not how much of goodness lies in this heart, nor what treasures I can perceive there when music opens the door."
Petronius had no doubt that for the moment Nero was speaking sincerely, and that music might lay bare to the light the nobler faculties of his soul hidden under the mountains of egotism, debauchery, and crime. "It is necessary," he said, "to know thee as intimately as I do. Rome has never been able to appraise thee rightly." Caesar leaned more heavily on the arm of Vinicius, as if sinking beneath the burden of injustice.
"Tigellinus," he said, "has told me that in the Senate it is whispered that Diodorus and Terpnos play the lyre better than I do. They would deny me even this. Now tell me the truth, thou who speakest only the truth, do they play better than I, or only as well?" "Not in the least. Thy touch is surer and has greater power. An artist is apparent in thee, in them only skilful artisans, nay, more. After hearing their music, one better understands what thou art." "If that be so, let them live. They will never guess what a service thou hast just rendered them. Of course, if I had sentenced them I should have found others to take their place." "And the people would have said that for the sake of music thou hast destroyed music in the state. Do not kill art for art's sake, oh divine one!" "How much dost thou differ from Tigellinus," replied Nero. "But see, I am an artist before everything, so long as music opens out to me new spaces which I have not yet divined, regions which are not under my rule, joys and delights which I had not known, I cannot live an ordinary life. Music reveals to me the extraordinary, and I seek it with all the powers with which the gods have dowered me. At times it appears to me that to reach those Olympian heights I must accomplish something that no man has yet accomplished. In good and in evil I must excel all humanity. I know, too, that the people suspect me of insanity, but I am not insane. I am only seeking. If I commit folly, it is from weariness and impatience at my own failure. I am seeking. Dost thou understand me? I wish to be greater than man, for in this way alone can I be greatest as an artist." He lowered his voice so that Vinitius should not hear him, and approaching his lips to the ear of Petronius, he whispered: "Knowest thou that it was chiefly for this that I sentenced my mother and my wife to death? At the gates of the unknown world I wished to lay the greatest sacrifice of which man is capable. Then I thought something would happen, something that would open the doors behind which I could perceive the unknown. Let it be something marvelous or terrible beyond human conception, be it only great and uncommon. But the sacrifice was insufficient to open the door of the Empyrean. Something still greater is necessary. Let it be as the fates will."
"What is thy intention?"
"Thou wilt see, and sooner than thou dost imagine. Meantime, know thou this: there are two Neros, one the Nero known to the world, the other an artist known only to thee, who, if he is as pitiless as death or as full of folly as Bacchus, is so only because he is stifled by the shallowness and the commonplace of life. Fain would I extirpate them, even with fire or iron. Oh, how base this world will be when I cease to exist! No man, not even thou, my beloved, has yet divined what an artist I am, but that is the very source of all my sufferings, and I say to thee in all truth that my soul sometimes grows as melancholy as those cypresses that loom up darkly before us. It is hard for a man to bear simultaneously the burden of the highest authority and of the highest talent." "I sympathize with thee, oh Caesar, with all my heart, and with me are the earth and the sea, not to mention Vinitius, who deifies thee in his soul." "I have always loved him," said Nero, "though he serves Mars and not the Muses."
"He serves Venus before all," replied Petronius. Then the resolve came upon him to straighten out at one blow the affair of his sister's son, and to annihilate all the dangers that threatened him. "He is enamored as Troilus was with Cressida. Grant, oh Lord, that he return to Rome, for here he will wither. Knowest thou that the Lygian hostage whom thou didst give him is found again? Vinitius, in setting out for Antium, consigned her to the care of one Linus. I did not mention this to thee, for thou wert composing thy hymn, and that is the all important thing. Vinitius would have made her his mistress, but when he found her to be as virtuous as Lucretia, he fell in love with her very virtue, and now wishes to marry her. She is the daughter of a king, and will bring no dishonor upon him. But he, like a true soldier, sighs and languishes, awaiting the permission of his emperor."
"An emperor does not select wives for his soldiers. Why therefore does he await my permission?"
"Lord, I have told thee that he adores thee."
then the more certain may he be of my permission. 'Tis a beautiful maiden, but too narrow in the hips. Augusta Poppaea made complaint of her before me that she had cast an evil eye on our child in the gardens of the Palatine. But I said to Tigellinus that deities do not succumb to the evil eye. Remember, O divine one, how Vinicius grew confused before thee, and how thou thyself did exclaim, 'I have him.' I remember." He turned to Vinicius. "Dost thou love her as Petronius says?" "Lord, I love her," replied Vinicius. "Then I command thee to go straight to Rome to morrow to marry her. Appear not before me without the wedding ring." "From my heart and my soul I thank thee, O Lord." "Oh, how good it is," cried Caesar, "to make men happy. I would do nothing else all the rest of my life." "Grant one favor more, O divinity," said Petronius. "Announce thy will in the presence of the Augusta. Vinicius would not dare to wed a woman whom the Augusta did not favor, but thou, O Lord, wilt with one word dispel her prejudices, if thou declare that thou hast commanded this." "Good," said Caesar. "I can deny nothing to thee and to Vinicius." He turned towards the villa. They followed him, their hearts beating with triumphant joy. Vinicius could hardly constrain himself from embracing Petronius at the thought that now all obstacles had been overcome. In the great hall of the villa, young Nerva and Tullius Senecio conversed with the Augusta. Terpnos and Diodorus tuned their lyres. Nero, entering, took his seat in a chair inlaid with tortoise shell. He whispered something in the ear of a Grecian lad standing beside him. The lad disappeared, and soon returned with a golden casket. Nero opened it, and taking out a necklace of large opals, exclaimed: "Here are gems worthy of the evening." "The dawn glitters in them," said Poppaea, deeming that the necklace was intended for her. Caesar dangled the necklace in the air. At last he said: "Vinitius, thou wilt present this necklace from me to the young Lygian maiden, whom I command thee to marry." Poppaea's eyes, glittering with wrath and amazement, passed from Caesar to Vinicius, and finally rested on Petronius. But the latter, leaning carelessly on the arm of a chair, passed his hand up and down the fingerboard of the harp, as though wishing to familiarize himself with its shape. Vinicius, after thanking Caesar, approached Petronius and said: "How can I ever repay thee for what thou hast done to day?" "Sacrifice a pair of swans to Euterpe," said Petronius, "praise Caesar's songs, and make a mock of omens. I hope that the roaring of lions will not further disturb thy sleep, nor that of thy lily." "No," was Vinicius's answer. "Now I am entirely at ease." "May fortune favor you. But now pay attention. Caesar is again taking up the lyre. Hold thy breath, listen, shed tears." And in fact, at that moment, Caesar grasped the lyre and lifted up his eyes. All conversation ceased. Men stood as if petrified. Terpnos and Diodorus, who were to accompany Caesar, looked on, gazing now at each other, now at Caesar's lips, waiting for the first notes. Suddenly in the vestibule arose a tumult and alarm. From behind the curtain Tacon, Caesar's freedman, and the consul Lecanius burst upon the scene. Caesar knitted his brows angrily. "Forgive me, O divine Emperor," said the panting Tacon. "Rome is on fire! The greater part of the city is in flames!" At this news all leaped to their feet. Nero laid down the lyre and cried: "Oh gods! I shall see a burning city, and shall finish my Troyad." He turned to the consul. "If I set out at once," he asked, "shall I be in time to see the conflagration?" "Lord," replied the pallid faced consul, "a sea of fire floats over the city. Smoke suffocates the citizens, the people faint or throw themselves madly into the fire. Rome is perishing, oh Lord!" There was a moment of silence, broken by a cry from Vinicius. "Woe is me! Oh unhappy one!" And the young man, casting aside his toga, clad only in a single tunic, rushed out of the palace. Nero lifted his hands towards heaven and cried: "Woe to thee, holy city of Priam!" End of Part 2, Chapter 19. Part 2, Chapter 20 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milewski. Part 2, Chapter 20. Vinicius had just time to bid a few slaves follow him. Then he sprang on his horse. He galloped through the deserted streets of Antium in the direction of Laurentum. The awful news had thrown him into a state bordering on insanity. His brain was in a whirl. He felt only that the black spectre of misfortune was sitting beside him on his horse, shouting in his ears, "Rome is burning!" and lashing himself and his horse to the utmost possible speed. With his head bent on the horse's neck he rode blindly on, in his single tunic, taking no note of the obstacles that might stand in his path. It was a calm and starry night. The horse and its rider loomed like phantoms in the moonlight. The Idumean stallion, lowering its ears and stretching out its neck, flew like an arrow past the motionless cypresses and the white villas hidden amongst them. The trampling of hoofs on the flagstones roused the dogs here and there. Some chased, barking after the apparition. Others, startled by its suddenness, bayed their dismay to the moon. The slaves, following behind Vinicius on slower horses, soon fell far in the rear. When he had whirled like a tempest through sleeping Laurentum, he turned towards Ardea, in which as in Aricium, Bovillae, and Ustrinum, he had kept relays of horses from the time of his arrival at Antium, so as to cover the distance between that city and Rome in the shortest possible time. Remembering these relays he did not hesitate to tax his horse's strength to the utmost. Beyond Ardea to the northeast it seemed to him that a rosy reflection was mounting in the sky. It might be the dawn, for the hour was late, and in July day broke early. But a cry of fury and despair broke from him as he recognized that it might be the glare of the conflagration. The words of Lecanius rang in his ears, "The city is a sea of flames," and for a time he felt the menace of madness in his brain, for he had lost all hope of saving Lygia, or even of reaching the city before it became a heap of ashes. His thoughts outspeeded the onrush of his horse and flew before him like a flock of dark birds, monstrous and despairing. He knew not indeed in which quarter of the city the flames had started, but he took it for granted that the Trans Tiber, with its store of houses, lumber yards, and wooden sheds, would become the first victim to the flames. Fires were not infrequent in Rome. Rioting and looting were their usual accompaniments, especially in the quarters inhabited by the poor and the semi-barbarous. What therefore might not occur in the Trans Tiber, a hotbed for the rabble which flooded into Rome from all sides? The thought of Ursus and of his extraordinary strength flashed into the mind of Vinicius. But what could one man do, even though he were a Titan, against the overwhelming force of a fire? The fear of an uprising of the slaves was a spectre that had overshadowed Rome for years. From lip to lip had passed the report that hundreds of thousands of these people still cherished the dreams that they had inherited from the time of Spartacus, still waited for the first opportune moment to take up arms against their conquerors and against Rome. And now the moment had come. Even now battle and slaughter as well as fire might be raging in the city. The pretorians themselves, at the command of Caesar, might have hurled themselves against it with murderous intent. At that thought the hair rose on his head from fear. He recalled the tales of burning cities so persistently repeated at Caesar's court, and Caesar's plaints that he was constrained to describe a burning city without ever having seen one, and his contemptuous retort when Tigellinus offered to burn up Antium, or an artificial wooden city, and finally his invectives against Rome and against the pestilent alleys of the Suburra. Yes, Caesar had ordered the burning of Rome. He alone could give such an order, as Tigellinus alone could carry it out. And if Rome were burning at Caesar's command, who could say whether the populace would not be put to the sword at his command? The monster was fully capable of such a deed. Conflagration, a revolt of the slaves, a slaughter of the citizens. What a hideous chaos! What an unloosening of popular fury and of the forces of destruction! And Lygia was in the midst of it all. The groans of Vinicius, mingled with the snorting and wheezing of the horse, which, scaling the hill towards Aricium, was expending its last breath. Who could rescue her from the burning city? Who could save her? Vinicius, almost lying upon the horse, thrust his fingers into his hair, ready to bite the horse's neck in his agony. Just then a horseman, riding like a hurricane from the opposite direction, shouted as he passed: "Rome is perishing!" The ears of Vinitius caught but one more word: "Gods!" The rest was lost in the clattering of hoofs, but that word sobered him. "Gods!" He raised his head and stretching out his hands toward the star strewn heavens, ejaculated: "I call not to ye whose temples are burning, but to Thee. Thou hast known suffering. Thou alone art merciful. Thou alone canst understand human suffering. Thou didst come into the world to teach mercy to man. Show mercy now. If Thou art such as Peter and Paul describe, rescue my Lygia. Take her in Thy hands and carry her out of the flames. Thou canst do it. Restore her to me and I will give Thee my blood. If Thou wilt not do this for my sake, do it for hers. She believes in Thee, she loves Thee. Thou promisest life and happiness after death, but happiness after death will endure, and not yet is she willing to die. Take her in Thy hands and carry her out of Rome. Thou canst do it. Is it possible that Thou wilt not?" He paused, for he felt that further prayer might change into menace. He was afraid of offending God at the very moment when he most needed His pity and mercy. The very possibility terrified him. To banish all rebellious ideas, he once more applied the whip to his horse, all the more eagerly that the white walls of Aricium, marking one half the journey to Rome, were now shining before him, lit by the rays of the moon. A moment later he had passed in full speed the temple of Mercury, which stood in the grove before the city. It was evident that news of the disaster had already reached here, for there was strange excitement before the gates. In passing, Vinitius noticed throngs of men on the steps and between the columns, bearing torches and imploring the protection of the deity. The road was no longer deserted and free, as it had been beyond Ardea. Though the crowds were hastening to the grove through the byways, none the less the main road was filled with a multitude who gave way before the hurrying horseman. Voices were borne to him from the city. Vinitius burst through like a hurricane, trampling upon the people who stood in his way. Shouts went up from all sides. "Rome is burning! The city is on fire! Ye gods, save Rome!" The horse stumbled and fell, but, reined back by the strong hand of the rider, it sat up on its haunches in front of the tavern where Vinitius had another steed in relay. Slaves awaited their master's commands before the tavern, and at his bidding hastened to bring on a fresh horse. Vinitius, seeing a detachment of 10 of the pretorian cavalry, evidently bearing news from the city to Antium, sprang towards them with eager questioning. "What part of the city is on fire?" "Who art thou?" asked the leader. "Vinitius, a military tribune, an Augustale. Answer me on thy head." "Master, the fire broke out by the Circus Maximus. When we were sent out the centre of the city was already in flames." "And the Trans Tiber?" "The flames have not yet reached there, but with irresistible force it is attacking the newer quarters. People are perishing from heat and smoke, and no rescue is possible." A fresh horse was now led out. Vinitius jumped upon it and hurried along. He directed his course towards Albanum, leaving Alba Longa and her beautiful lake on his right. The road from Aricium now led up the hill, which shut out the horizon from sight, as well as Albanum, situated on the other side. Vinitius was aware that when he reached the summit he would see not only Bovila and Ostranium, where a fresh relay of horses were awaiting him, but Rome itself. For beyond Albanum, on both sides of the Appian Way, extended the low Campania, along which ran only the arcades of the aqueducts, so that the city would no longer be hidden from sight. "From the summit I shall see the flames," he said to himself. Again he applied the whip. Before he reached the top, however, he felt the wind in his face, and the odor of smoke in his nostrils. Suddenly a golden gleam lit up the hilltop before him. "'Tis the reflection of the fire," he thought. The night had already paled. The dawn had deepened into daybreak. On all the near mountains shone golden and rosy gleams which might come either from the conflagration or from the rising sun. When at last he reached the summit, a terrible spectacle burst upon his sight. The entire lowland was covered with smoke, as if a gigantic cloud overlay the earth. It engulfed the towns, the aqueducts, the villas, the trees, and beyond this ghastly mass of gray loomed the burning city. The fire did not take on the aspect of a column of fire, as it does when a single great building is burning, but rather that of a long belt resembling the dawn. Above that belt rose waveringly a billow of smoke, black in some spots, rosy in others, blood colored in others, writhing like a snake which first draws back and then shoots upward. The monstrous billow seemed at times to cover even that belt of fire, so that it narrowed itself into a tape line, but at times it lightened it up from beneath, and its lower convolutions changed into waves of flame. Both the belt and the tape line extended from one side of the horizon to the other, shutting it out at times as a belt of forests might shut it out. The Sabine hills were utterly lost to view. Vinitius's first thought was that not only the city but the whole world was on fire, and that no human being could be rescued from this ocean of flame and smoke. The wind now blew still stronger from the fire, spreading the smell of burning matter, and the mist which had begun to envelop even the nearest objects. Daylight had come bright and clear. The sun lit up the crests of the hills around the Alban lake, but its golden rays shone with a pale and sickly red through the mist. Nearing Albanum, Vinitius rode into smoke still denser and more impenetrable. The town itself was completely engulfed. The terrified citizens crowded into the streets. It was awesome to think what Rome must be like when in Albanum it was almost impossible to breathe. Fresh despair seized upon Vinitius. Fear raised the hair on his head. He sought to comfort himself as best he could. "'Tis impossible," he thought, "that the whole city can be in flames. The wind, blowing from the north, drives the smoke hitherwards. There is none on the other side. The Trans Tiber, divided by the river, may be entirely safe. In any case Ursus has but to take Lygia through the Janiculum gate to save both. Equally impossible is it that the whole population should perish, and that the world ruling city should be swept away with all its inhabitants. In cities that have been stormed, when slaughter and fire are doing their worst, some few of the inhabitants always escape. Why then should Lygia perish? May God protect her, He who conquered death himself." Again he began to pray, and, according to the custom in which he had been reared, he made vows to Christ of offerings and sacrifices. When he had passed Albanum where most of the inhabitants swarmed on roofs and trees for a better view of the conflagration, his unrest in a measure subsided. It flashed across his mind that Lygia was protected not merely by Ursus and Linus, but by Peter the Apostle. This was an added solace. Peter, to him, was a mysterious and almost supernatural being. From the time that he had first heard him in Ostranium, a strange feeling had possessed him. Of this he had written to Lygia when in Antium. Paul's every word he believed was true and would be proved true. The closer his acquaintance had grown with the Apostle during his sickness, the more this impression had deepened, until at last it had become unshakable faith. So since Peter had blessed his love and promised Lygia to him, Lygia could not perish in the flames. The city might burn, but not a spark would fall upon her garments. Under the spell of sleeplessness, of his mad riding and wild emotions, Vinitius now felt a strange exaltation. Everything seemed possible in this mood. Peter would make the sign of the cross over the flames, would part them with a word, and he and they would pass through unhurt. Moreover, the future was known to Peter. Doubtless he had foreseen the calamity, and had warned the Christians and led them forth from the city. Lygia, whom he loved as his own child, could not fail to be among the saved. A firmer hope invaded his heart. Were they fleeing from the city, he might find them in Bovilae or meet them on the way. At any moment the beloved face might emerge from the smoke which was spreading still wider over the whole Campania. This seemed the more probable since now he began to meet still more people who, leaving the city, had sought the Albanian mountains in order to escape from the fire and the smoke. Ere yet he had reached Ostranium, he was compelled to slacken his pace, because of the obstructions in the way. There were pedestrians laden with goods, horses with packs, mules and chariots laden with household effects, and litters in which slaves conveyed the richer citizens. Ostranium was so crowded by the fugitives from Rome that he found it difficult to pass through them. On the Forum, under the columns of the temple, and in the streets were vast swarms. Here and there rose tents wherein whole families had sought shelter. Others camped under the open sky, shouting invocations to the gods or cursing fate. In the general panic it was difficult to obtain any information. The men whom Vinitius addressed either made no reply, or cried out with fright crazed eyes that the city and the world were perishing. Every moment brought fresh crowds of men, women, and children from the direction of Rome. These increased the uproar. Some who had lost their dear ones in the crowds were desperately searching for them. Others fought for a camping place. Crowds of savage herdsmen from the Campania rushed onwards to the town, urged by curiosity or the hope of plunder, made possible by the confusion. Already had the slaves and gladiators begun to plunder the houses and villas in the town, fighting with the soldiers who had been summoned to the defense of the citizens. From Junius, a senator, whom Vinitius found at the tavern, surrounded by a crowd of Batavian slaves, he obtained the first consecutive story of the conflagration. The fire, it seemed, had begun where the Circus Maximus bordered upon the Palatine and the Celian Hills, but had spread out with overwhelming velocity, until it had conquered the entire centre of the city. Never since the conquest of Brennus had such a disaster befallen the city. "The entire circus," said Junius, "has gone up in flames, together with the adjacent stores and houses. The Aventine and the Celian Hill are on fire. The flames from the Palatine have reached the Carinae." And Junius, who possessed a magnificent palace on the Carinae, groaned aloud. Vinitius shook him by the shoulder. "I also have a house on the Carinae," he said, "but when everything is perishing, let that perish too." Then he recalled the advice he had given to Lygia to go to the house of the Auli, and fearing that she might have followed it, he asked: "How about the patrician quarter?" "'Tis in flames," replied Junius. "And the Trans Tiber?" Junius cast on him a look of amazement. "Why shouldst thou care for the Trans Tiber?" he asked, pressing his aching temples with his hands. "The Trans Tiber is more important to me than the whole of Rome," exclaimed Vinitius, furiously. "Thou canst reach it only through the Portuan road, for the heat on the Aventine would suffocate thee. The Trans Tiber? I know not. The flames had not yet reached it when I left. Whether they have reached it now, the gods alone can tell." Junius hesitated for a while, then continued in a low voice: "I know that thou wilt not betray me, so I will say to thee that this is no common fire. We were not allowed to save the circus. I heard for myself. When the surrounding houses began to burn, thousands of voices shouted, 'Death to the rescuers!' Men ran through the city and threw burning torches into the houses. Therefore the people grow unruly and clamor that the city is burning by Caesar's decree. I will say no more. Woe to the city, woe to us all, and woe to me! What is happening there no tongue can say. Men are perishing in the flames or slaying one another in the confusion. 'Tis the end of Rome." And again he fell to wailing, "Woe to the city, and woe to all of us!" Vinitius leaped on his horse and hastened on by the Appian Way. He now found that his difficulty was to force a passage through the torrent of men and vehicles pouring out from the city. That city extended before him as on an outstretched palm, enclosed in a monstrous conflagration. From the sea of fire and smoke darted an awful heat. The clamors of human beings could not drown the hissing and the roaring of the flames. End of Part 2, Chapter 20. Part 2, Chapter 21 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 2, Chapter 21. As Vinitius drew nearer, he saw that it was more easy to reach Rome than to get inside of the walls. He could scarcely force a way through the Appian Road because of the struggling multitudes. In the Temple of Mars, situated just at the Appian Gate, the throng broke through the doors to find shelter for the night. In the cemeteries the larger tombs had all been seized after severe fighting, often accompanied with bloodshed. The disorder in Ostranium gave but a mild foretaste of what was happening under the walls of the city itself. All regard for authority, for rank, for family ties, for differences of classes, had ceased to exist. Slaves were seen cudgeling citizens. Gladiators, intoxicated with the wine they had plundered in the emporium, gathered in large crowds, and with wild cries ran through the square, chasing the people, trampling upon them, robbing them. A number of barbarians exposed for sale in the city had fled from the booths of their vendors. The conflagration and destruction of the city were for them the end of slavery and the hour of vengeance. While the citizens who had lost all their property in the fire were lifting supplicating hands to the gods, these slaves, with howls of joy, fell upon them, dispersed the crowds, tore the clothing from the shoulders of the people, and carried off the younger women. Slaves who had served long years in Rome, tramps with no clothing save woolen rags on their loins, terrible figures from the alleys who were rarely seen on the streets in daytime, and whose very existence would have been unsuspected, joined in these acts of violence. Among them were Asians, Africans, Greeks, Thracians, Germans, and Britons, shouting in all the languages of the earth, wild and dissolute, maddened with the thought that the hour had come when they could repay themselves for years of suffering and misery. Amid that awful crowd, in the glare of the sun and of the fire, glittered the helmets of the pretorians, whose protection was sought by the more peaceful citizens, and who were forced into frequent hand-to-hand conflicts with the bestialized hordes. Vinicius had seen many cities stormed, but never had he witnessed a spectacle where despair, fear, pain, groans, barbaric joy, madness, rage, and license had mingled together in so monstrous a chaos. Above this weltering, maddened, human crowd, roared the fire, blazing on the hilltops of the greatest city in the world, scattering confusion over it with its fiery breath, and enveloping it in smoke, which shut out the blue of the heaven. The young Tribune, putting forth his utmost strength, risking his life at every moment, at last gained the Appian Gate. He found, however, that he could not reach the city through the quarter of the Porta Capena, because of the crowd and of the heat which beyond the gate made the whole air tremble. At that time the bridge at the Trigenia Gate, opposite to the Temple of Bona Dea, had not been built. To cross the Tiber, one had to force his way to the Sublicius Bridge, or, in other words, to pass around the Aventine, through a part of the city which was now one sea of flames. This was impossible. Vinicius saw that he must return towards Ostranium, turn from the Appian Way, cross the river below the city, and reach the Via Portuensis, which led directly to the Trans Tiber. This was no easy task, on account of the still greater uproar on the Appian Way. He could only cut a passage with his sword, but he was unarmed. He had left Antium from Caesar's villa at the first news of the fire. At the Fountain of Mercury, however, he recognized a centurion of the pretorians, who, at the head of a few score of men, was defending the approaches to the grounds of the temple. Vinicius ordered him to ride behind him. Recognizing a Tribune and an Augustale, the centurion dared not disobey. Vinicius himself took command of the detachment. Forgetting for the moment Paul's precept of love for one's neighbor, he cut and slashed through the crowd with murderous effect. Curses and stones were hurled at him as he pressed onward to the less obstructed spots. His advance was slow. The people would not yield, but with angry oaths reviled Caesar and the pretorians. In some places the crowd assumed the defensive. Vinicius's ears were assailed by accusations that Nero had set fire to the city. Open threats of death to Caesar and to Poppaea were uttered. Shouts of "Mountebank!" "Actor!" "Matricide!" came from all sides. Some cried that he ought to be dragged down to the Tiber, others that Rome had shown enough forbearance. These threats might at any moment merge into open riot. Only a leader was needed. Meanwhile the mob's rage turned in despair against the pretorians, who could not extricate themselves from the crowd, because the road was obstructed by huge piles of goods rescued from the conflagration, cases and barrels of provisions, the more costly furniture and utensils, children's cradles, beds, wagons, and litters. Here and there hand-to-hand conflicts broke out. At last the pretorians vanquished the unarmed mob and hurled them back. Overcoming all obstacles along the Latin, Numician, Ardean, Lavinian, and Ostian roads, passing on the way gardens, villas, temples, and cemeteries, Vinicius reached the village called Vicus Alexandri. Here he crossed the Tiber. There was more space now and less smoke, but there was no lack of fugitives even here. From them he learned that only a few alleys of the Trans Tiber had been invaded by the fire, but that in these nothing could escape. Burning torches had been purposely hurled into the houses which their bearers allowed no one to extinguish, for they shouted that they were acting under orders. The young Tribune had no doubt that it was Caesar who had given the orders, and the vengeance clamored for by the crowds seemed to him right and just. What worse had ever been done by Mithridates or the most fiendish enemies of Rome? The measure was more than filled. Nero's madness had grown too monstrous. The security of human life was impossible while he lived. Vinicius believed that Nero's hour had struck, that the falling ruins of the city should overwhelm the mountebank and all his crimes. A man brave enough to place himself at the head of that desperate mob might bring this about at once. Daring thoughts crowded upon Vinicius. Suppose he should be that man. His family, which up to recent times had counted a series of consuls, was renowned in Rome. The mob needed but a man. Nay, once before, because of a death sentence inflicted upon the 400 slaves of the prefect Pedanius, Rome had barely escaped riot and civil war. What might not happen today in the face of that terrible disaster, surpassing all disasters inflicted upon Rome for 8 centuries? Whoever summoned the Quirites to arms, thought Vinicius, would certainly overthrow Nero and clothe himself with the purple. Why should he not do so? Not one of the Augustales was stronger, bolder, or younger. True, Nero commanded 30 legions stationed on the frontiers of the empire, but would not these very legions and their commander rise at the news of the burning of Rome and of its temple? Then he, Vinicius, might become Caesar. Whispers were current among the Augustales that a soothsayer had predicted that Otho would wear the purple. Was he Otho's inferior? Christ himself might help him with his divine power. Perhaps this very inspiration came from him. Would it were so, said Vinicius to himself. He would avenge himself on Nero for the peril to which Lygia had been thrown, and for his own sufferings. He would introduce the reign of justice and truth, would spread the creed of Christ from the Euphrates to the mist-enveloped coasts of Britain and would clothe Lygia in purple and make her the mistress of the earth. These thoughts, bursting in his head like sparks from a burning house, died like sparks. The first thing to do was to rescue Lygia. He could now view the conflagration from close quarters. New fear seized him. In face of that sea of fire and smoke, in face of the terrible reality, the hope that Peter the Apostle would save Lygia died away in his heart. Despair fell upon him once more when he reached the Via Portuensis, which led straight to the Trans Tiber. Not till he arrived at the gate did he recover himself. Here he learned again, what the fugitives had already told him, that the greater part of the quarter had not yet been reached by the flames, though in some few places they had already crossed the river. Nevertheless, the Trans Tiber was full of smoke and fleeing crowds. The streets were more impassable than ever, because the people, having more time, bore out and rescued more of their property. The main street was choked up. Around the Naumachia great piles were stacked. The narrower alleys, choked with denser smoke, were entirely inaccessible. The inhabitants were fleeing by thousands. Terrible sights met his eyes. More than once 2 human columns, flowing from opposite directions, and meeting in a narrow passage, crushed together and fought to the death. Members of the same family lost one another in the tumult. Mothers called despairingly for their children. Vinicius shuddered at the thought of what might be going on nearer to the fire. Amid the noise and the confusion, it was difficult to ask questions or to hear the replies. Rolling across the river came new billows of smoke, so black and heavy that they followed one another along the ground, covering houses, people, everything with the darkness of night. And then again the wind from the conflagration would disperse them, and Vinicius would move further towards the alley where stood the house of Linus. The sultry warmth of July, increased by the heat from the burning quarters, became unbearable. Eyes smarted from the smoke, breath failed in human breasts. Even the inhabitants who, hoping that the flames would not cross the river, remained in their houses, now began to leave them. Every hour the crowd augmented. The pretorians following Vinicius lagged behind. Someone in the crowd wounded his horse with a hammer. It threw up its bloody head, reared and refused further obedience. His rich tunic betrayed the Augustale. Shouts arose of "Death to Nero and his incendiaries!" 'Twas a moment of fearful peril, for hundreds of hands were raised against Vinicius, but his affrighted horse carried him away, trampling the crowds on all sides. And now came a new billow of black smoke, filling the street with darkness. Vinicius, seeing that further progress was impossible, leaped to the ground and continued his flight afoot, gliding by the walls and anon waiting till the pursuing crowd had passed him. He said to himself that his efforts were all in vain. Lygia might already be out of the city, might already have saved herself by flight. Easier were it to find a pin on the seashore than her in this tumult and chaos. Even at the price of his life, however, he determined to reach the house of Linus. At times he stopped and rubbed his eyes. With a piece torn from his tunic he covered his nose and his lips, and ran on. As he neared the river the heat grew more intense. Knowing that the fire had begun at the Circus Maximus, his first thought was that the heat came from its burning debris, or from the ox market, or from Velabrum. Their proximity to the circus would make them all a ready prey to the flames. But now he could hardly stand the heat. A fugitive, an old man on crutches, the last whom Vinicius noticed, shouted as he passed: "Go thou not to the bridge of Cestius!" In truth, further self-deception was impossible. At the turn towards the Jewish quarter, where stood the house of Linus, the young Tribune saw fire shooting from clouds of smoke. Not only was the island burning, but the Trans Tiber also, or at least the further end of the alley in which Lygia lived. And now he recalled that the house of Linus stood in the middle of a garden. Between the garden and the Tiber was an open clearing. This thought comforted him. The fire would be halted at the clearing. He ran on, though every blast of wind now enveloped him not merely in smoke, but thousands of sparks which might reach the other end of the alley and cut off his retreat. At last, through the smoky curtain he caught sight of the cypresses in the garden of Linus. The houses beyond the clearing were burning like piles of wood, but the little island of Linus stood as yet untouched. Vinicius cast his grateful eyes to heaven and leaped forward, though the very air was burning. The door was shut, he pushed it open and rushed in. Not a soul was in the garden. The house seemed equally deserted. "They may have fainted from the smoke and the heat," thought Vinicius, and he began to call, "Lygia! Lygia!" Silence was his only reply. In that silence naught could be heard save the roar of the distant conflagration. "Lygia!" Suddenly his ears were struck by the ominous sounds which once before he had heard in this garden. The menagerie on the neighboring island, near the temple of Aesculapius, had evidently caught fire. Here lions and beasts of all kinds roared out their affright. Vinicius shivered from head to foot. For a second time, when all his thoughts were occupied with Lygia, these awful voices had sounded in his ears, as a presage of misfortune, as a strange omen of future woe. The impression was only momentary. The roar of the fire, more terrible than that of the beasts, forced him to turn his thoughts elsewhere. Lygia had not yet answered his calls, but she might have swooned away in the threatened building or have been overcome by the smoke. Vinicius rushed inside. The little hall was empty and dark with smoke. Feeling for the doors which led to the sleeping room he perceived the light of a torch, and springing thither saw a sanctuary where, instead of heathen statues, was a cross. Beneath the cross burned the torch. The first thought of the young convert was that the cross had sent him the torch to aid him in his search. He seized it and looked around for the sleeping rooms. Finding one, he lifted the curtain and peeped in. The room was empty. Vinicius, however, was certain that he had discovered Lygia's bedchamber, because her garments hung along the wall on nails, and on the bed lay a capitium, a close garment worn by women next to the skin. Vinicius grasped the garment and pressed it to his lips. Then, throwing it over his shoulder, he continued his search. The house was small, so that in a short time he went through every room and even descended into the cellar. Search as he would, he found no one. It was only too evident that Lygia, Linus, and Ursus, with other inhabitants of the quarter, had sought safety in flight.
"I must look for them in the crowds, beyond the gates of the city," thought Vinitius. It had not greatly surprised him that he had not met them on the Portuensis road, for they might have gone out from the Trans Tiber from the opposite side, in the direction of the Vatican Hill. In any case they had escaped destruction from the fire. Vinitius was greatly relieved. He appreciated, it is true, the terrible dangers that they had escaped, but the thought of the superhuman strength of Ursus was a comfort to him. "I must flee from here," he said to himself, "across the gardens of Domitius into the gardens of Agrippina. I will surely find them there. I need not fear the smoke there, because the wind is blowing from the Sabine Hill." The pressing moment had now come when he was forced to think of his own safety. Waves of flame were coming nearer and nearer from the destruction of the island, and clouds of smoke almost entirely enveloped the alley. The torch which had lighted his way was extinguished by a gust of wind. Rushing into the street, Vinitius ran at full speed towards the Via Portuensis in the direction which he had come. The flames seemed to pursue him with their fiery breath, now enveloping him in fresh clouds of smoke, now pouring sparks upon him, which fell on his hair, neck, and clothing. His tunic began to burn in spots, but he paid no attention to this and rushed on lest the smoke would suffocate him. His mouth was choked with soot, his throat and lungs seemed on fire. The blood rushed to his head. At times everything about him seemed red, even the smoke itself. He thought, "This is a living fire. Mayhap it is better I should throw myself down and perish." His efforts exhausted him more and more. His head, neck, and shoulders streamed with perspiration, which scalded him like boiling water. Had it not been for Lygia's name, which he repeated mentally, and for her garment, which he had bound across his mouth, he would have fallen to the ground. A few moments later he could no longer recognize the streets through which he ran. Gradually he lost consciousness, remembering only that he must rush onward, for in the open field Lygia was awaiting him, whom Peter the Apostle had promised to him. Suddenly he was seized by a strange conviction, half feverish, like a vision before death, that he must see her, wed her, and then expire. On and on he ran, staggering like a drunken man from one side of the street to the other. Suddenly a change came over the terrible conflagration sweeping over the city. Places which had been merely smoldering burst forth into one great sea of flame. The wind no longer bore smoke along with it. The smoke which had already accumulated vanished in a mad eddy of heated air. But now came myriads of sparks, so that it seemed to Vinitius as if he were running through a cloud of fire. However, he could see ahead of him clearer than before, and just as he was ready to fall with exhaustion he beheld the end of the street. This sight gave him new courage and strength. Passing the corner he found himself in the street which led to the Via Portuensis and the Coditan field. The sparks ceased to pursue him. He knew that if he could reach the Via Portuensis he would be safe, even if he fell in a faint. At the end of the street he saw a cloud which veiled the exit. "If that is smoke," thought he, "I cannot pass through it." He gathered up all his strength and rushed onward. As he ran he threw away his tunic, which had caught fire from the sparks, and was burning like the shirt of Nessus, and he ran onward naked save for the garment wound about his head and over his mouth. As he approached the cloud he perceived that what he had taken for smoke was only dust, from the midst of which came the sound of human voices and cries. "The mob is pillaging the houses," said Vinitius to himself, but he ran in the direction of the voices. In any case people were there who might give him help. In this hope he shouted for help at the top of his voice, but this was his last effort. Lurid lights danced before his eyes, the breath left his lungs, strength failed him, and he fell. He was overheard, however, or rather some people saw him. Two men ran to his assistance with gourds full of water. Vinitius, exhausted though he was, had not lost consciousness. He seized a gourd with both hands and eagerly drank its contents. "Thanks," said he. "Please help me to my feet. I can walk on unaided." The other workmen poured water on his head. Then the two raised him from the ground and carried him to their fellows, who immediately surrounded him and questioned him as to whether he had suffered any serious hurt. Their solicitude astonished Vinitius. "Good people, who are you?"
"We are pulling down the buildings so that the fire may not reach the Via Portuensis," answered one of the toilers. "You aided me when I had fallen. I thank you." "We are not allowed to refuse help," answered a chorus of voices. Vinitius, who all the morning had seen brutal crowds plundering and murdering, now looked more attentively at the faces around him and said: "May Christ reward you." "Praised be his name!" exclaimed a chorus of voices. "What of Linus?" inquired Vinitius. But he was unable to finish the question or hear the answer, for he fainted from emotion and from his fearful exertion. He came to himself only in the Coditan field, in a garden, surrounded by a crowd of men and women. The first words which he uttered were: "Where is Linus?" There was a pause, and then a voice known to Vinitius said: "He went out by the Nomentan gate 2 days ago. Peace be with thee, O King of Persia." Vinitius raised himself to a sitting posture and beheld Chilo before him. "Thy house, O Lord," said the Greek, "must have been destroyed, for the Carinae are in flames, but thou wilt always be as rich as Midas. What a misfortune! The Christians, O son of Serapis, long ago foretold that fire would destroy the city, but Linus, with the daughter of Jove, is in Ostranium. Oh, what a disaster to this city!" Vinitius grew faint again. "Hast thou seen them?" he asked. "I saw them, O Lord. Praise be to Christ and all the gods, that I can repay thy favors with good news. But, Osiris, I will repay thee more, I swear by this burning Rome." The shades of evening had fallen, but it was light as day in the garden, for the conflagration had increased. It seemed now that not more sections of the city were burning, but that the entire city was enveloped in flames. The heavens were red as far as the eye could see, and a red light closed down upon the world. End of Part 2, Chapter 21. Part 3, Chapter 1 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 3, Chapter 1. The flames of the burning city illuminated the sky as far as the eye could reach. The full moon, rising behind the hills, took on the hue of molten brass, from the glare which pervaded the atmosphere, and seemed to be staring with bewildered wonder at the perishing conqueror of the world. Rose-colored stars glittered in the rosy deeps of the firmament. But reversing the conditions of the normal night, the earth was brighter than the sky. Rome, like a gigantic funeral pyre, lit up the whole Campania. The blood-colored light fell upon faraway mountains, cities, villas, temples, and monuments. On the aqueducts, which extended from the neighboring mountains into the city, were crowds of people, swarming thither for safety or for a vantage point whereon to gaze upon the conflagration. Fresh districts of the city were being lapped up by tongues of fire. That criminal hands were adding fuel to the flames was evident from the fact that they broke out here and there far from their original center. From the 7 hills whereon Rome was founded, flowed billows of fire into the dense settlements in the valley, into 5 and 6 story houses, full of shops and booths, into movable wooden amphitheaters built for all sorts of public diversion, into storehouses for olives, wood, grain, nuts, and pine cones, whose seeds were eaten by the poor, and into storehouses filled with clothing which the generosity of Caesar periodically distributed among the starving rabble that huddled into the narrow alleys. Here the fire, finding inflammable materials ready to hand, became a series of explosions. Whole streets were licked up with astonishing avidity. Spectators who were encamped outside the city or who stood upon the aqueducts could determine by the color of the flames what it was they had lit upon. The furious strength of the wind tore out from the burning abyss thousands, nay millions, of burning walnut and almond shells, which shot upward into the sky like brilliant butterflies, to burst with a crackling report, or to be driven into the remotest parts of the city, or upon the aqueducts, or the fields in the outlying country. All hopes of staying the conflagration had been abandoned. The confusion increased with every moment. On one side the fleeing population poured out of the city gates, while on the other the peasants and villagers and semi savage shepherds of the Campania came rushing Romeward, lured by hopes of plunder. Here, there, and everywhere rose the cry, "Rome is perishing!" The expected destruction of the city relaxed all law, and all the bonds that had knit the population into an integer. What recked the mob, consisting largely of slaves and aliens, for the sovereignty of Rome? The ruin of the city could but free them. They exulted in it with wild menaces. Robbery and rapine hovered in the air. The sight of the burning city stayed the hand of the mob for the moment, but an outbreak of slaughter might begin whenever Rome had fallen. Hundreds of thousands of slaves, oblivious to the fact that Rome was not merely a locality but the master of legions all over the world, awaited but a signal and a leader. The name of Spartacus flew from mouth to mouth. But Spartacus was dead. Citizens mustered together and seized such arms as they could find. At all the gates monstrous rumors gained credence. Some asserted that Vulcan, at the command of Jupiter, was hurling destruction from the bowels of the earth, others that Vesta was avenging Rubria. Men who thought thus made no effort to save anything from the wreck but flocked to the temples, and besought the mercy of the gods. The most general belief was that Nero had ordered the burning of Rome to rid it of the stenches that arose from the Suburra, and to erect upon its ruins a new city which he would call Neroia. Madness seized upon the populace at this thought. Had a leader but taken advantage of that ebullition of feeling, as Vinicius feared he might, Nero's hour would have struck many years sooner than it actually did. It was rumored also that Caesar had gone insane, that he had ordered an indiscriminate slaughter of the people by pretorians and gladiators. Others again swore by the gods that the wild beasts of the menageries were to be let loose at the command of Bronzebeard. Lions with burning manes, elephants and bisons, crazed with fear, had been seen hurling themselves upon the struggling crowds of men and women. Nor was this without some foundation in truth. In some places elephants, scenting the approaching danger, had burst the barriers of their pens, and had crashed through the streets in a direction opposite to that of the fire, carrying destruction with them in their flight. It was estimated that tens of thousands of citizens had already perished. In fact, this was no exaggeration. Many, distracted by the loss of property or dear ones, had cast themselves despairing into the flames. Others were suffocated by the smoke. In the center of the city, with the Capitol on one side, the Quirinal, the Viminal, and the Esquiline on the other, and also between the Palatine and the Coelian Hill, where the streets were most densely thronged, the flames burst out simultaneously in so many places that people fleeing this way or that, cast themselves unexpectedly upon a new wall of fire, and perished miserably in a flood of flame. Distracted, bewildered, terror stricken, the people knew not which way to turn. The streets were piled up with goods and chattels. Some of the narrower ones were hopelessly blocked. Refugees who found their way to the squares and markets, near the place where subsequently arose the Flavian amphitheatre, near the Temple of the Earth, near the Portico of Silvia, or higher yet, near the temples of Juno and Lucinia, between the Clivus Vibrius and the old Esquiline Gate, succumbed to the awful heat. Places where the flames could not reach were afterwards found to be choked up with hundreds of charred bodies. Some of the victims had sought vainly to shield themselves beneath slabs of paving stones which they had torn up from the streets. Not a family in that portion of the city escaped without the loss of some members. All along the walls and at the gates, and on the highways outside went up the wails of women calling vainly on the names of dear ones who had been burned or trampled to death. Thus, while some supplicated heaven, others blasphemed the gods, holding them responsible for this awful disaster. To the temple of Jupiter liberators streamed old men who cried with outstretched arms, "If thou be a liberator, save thy altars and save the city." But the wrath of the mob was turned chiefly against the ancient Roman deities, whom they held to be especially charged with the destinies of the city. They had failed in the hour of need, hence insults were their only portion. On the Via Asinaria a procession of Egyptian priests happened to be carrying the statue of Isis, which they had rescued from the temple near the Coelimon Gate. The mob scattered the priests, seized the chariot, drew it to the Appian Gate, and placed the statue in the temple of Mars, beating back the priests of that deity who sought to restrain them. The names of Serapis, Baal, and Jehovah were invoked. The adherents of these alien gods swarmed out of the alleys near the Subura and the Trans Tiber, filling the fields outside the walls with their cries and wails. A triumphant note was sometimes heard above the clamor, while some of the populace joined in a chorus glorifying the Lord of the world, others were incensed and sought to repress them by violence. Hymns floated upwards from some places, sung by men in the prime of life, by old men, by women and children, marvelous and solemn hymns whose meaning they could not grasp, but in which arose continually the refrain: "Behold the Judge cometh in the day of wrath and disaster." Thus the burning city was enveloped by billows of unquiet, wakeful beings, like a tempest tossed sea. Neither despair nor blasphemy, nor hymn, however, was of any avail. The catastrophe seemed to be as irresistible, as complete, and as pitiless as predestination itself. Stores of hemp caught fire around Pompey's amphitheatre, together with ropes and all variety of machines used in the circuses and arenas. Then followed barrels of pitch used for smearing the ropes, which were stored away in adjoining buildings. Soon the entire city on the hither side of the Campus Martius was so brilliantly lighted by yellow flames that it almost seemed to the half crazed spectators as though the order of day and night had been reversed, so that they were gazing upon sunshine. But in the end a hideous bloody gleam extinguished all other colors. Enormous fountains and pillars of flame shot up to the fiery heavens from that fiery sea. Their tops spread out into branches and feathers. These the winds bore away, changing them into golden threads, or hairs, or sparks, and sweeping them onward over the Campania towards the Alban hills. The night grew brighter. The air seemed pervaded not only with light but with heat. The Tiber flowed on, a river of flame. The city had become a pandemonium. The conflagration spread wider and wider, stormed the hills, flooded the level places, submerged the valleys, raged, roared, and thundered. End of Part 3, Chapter 1. Part 3, Chapter 2 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milewski. Part 3, Chapter 2. Vinicius had been taken to the house of Macrinus, a weaver, who washed him and supplied him with food and clothing. The young Tribune soon felt his strength returning. He determined to set out that very night on a further search for Linus. Macrinus, who was a Christian, corroborated Chilo's statement that Linus had gone with the high priest Clement to Ostranium. Here the Apostle Peter was to baptize a number of converts. It was known to Christians in that section of the city that 2 days previous Linus had entrusted the care of his house to a man called Gaius. To Vinicius this was an assurance that neither Lygia nor Ursus had remained in the house, but had also gone to Ostranium. His mind was much relieved. As Linus was an old man, too old to walk every day from the Trans Tiber to the far off Nomentan Gate and back again, it was almost certain that he had lodged for the past few days with one or more of the Christians encamped outside the walls. Lygia and Ursus must have been with him. Hence they had escaped the fire, which had scarcely touched the other slope of the Esquiline. In all this Vinicius saw a special dispensation of Christ, who had watched over him. Love stronger than ever filled his heart. He vowed that he would repay those marks of favor by the devotion of his whole life. But all the more anxious did he become to reach Ostranium to find Lygia, to find Linus and Peter. He would take them away with him to some of his estates, if necessary to Sicily. Rome is burning. A few days more and it would be a heap of ashes. Why should he stay in the midst of such disaster and among a frenzied rabble? On his estates were troops of willing slaves adequate for protection. His friends would be surrounded by the quiet of the country and live in peace under Christ's wing and the blessing of Peter. If he could only find them! But that was no easy task. Vinicius recalled the difficulty with which he had journeyed from the Appian Way to the Trans Tiber, the time wasted in circling around to reach the Via Portuensis. He decided that this time he would go around the city in the opposite direction. Through the Triumphal Way it was possible to reach the Aemilian Bridge by going along the river, then passing the Pinician Hill, along the Campus Maritus, and by the gardens of Pompey, Lucullus, and Sallust, and finally pushing forward to the Via Nomentana. But although this was the shortest route, both Macrinus and Chilo advised him not to take it. True, the fire had not reached that part of the city, but it was more than likely that all the market squares and the streets would be blockaded by people and furniture. Chilo counseled him to go through the Ager Vaticanus to the Flaminian Gate, cross the river at that point, and push on outside the walls beyond the gardens of Acilius to the Salarian Gate. Vinicius, after some thought, accepted the advice. Macrinus had to remain behind to look after his house. He procured 2 mules, one of which might pass to Lygia in case she was found. He would have added a slave, but Vinicius demurred, as he expected that the first detachment of pretorians whom he met on the way would pass under his command. Chilo and the young Tribune set out through the Pagus Janiculensis to the Triumphal Way. There, too, were encampments of all sorts in the open places. They found the less difficulty in pushing through them, that most of the inhabitants had now fled through the Via Portuensis in the direction of the sea. Beyond the gate of Septimus they rode between the river and the magnificent gardens of Domitia, whose huge cypresses were reddened by the glow of the fire as by a sunset. The road became freer. Here and there they found nothing to impede their progress, save the cityward flow of eager rustics. Vinicius urged his mule onward. Chilo, following in the rear, kept muttering to himself.
So we have left the fire behind, but it is burning our shoulders. Never was seen so great a light upon this road after nightfall. O Zeus, unless thou sendest a rainstorm to quench that fire, thou hast no love for Rome. The power of man will not suffice. And such a city before which Greece and the whole world bowed submission. And now the first Greek who happens along may roast his beans in its ashes. Who would have ever expected this? There will be no more Rome, nor Roman patricians. When its ashes grow cold, whoso wills may walk over them, and whistle over them, and whistle without danger. Ye gods! To think of whistling over a city that ruled the world! No Greek nor barbarian would have dared to hope for this. Yet now they may whistle, for ashes, whether those of a herdsman's fire or of a burned city, are only ashes, to be blown away by the wind as it listeth.
He turned round and gazed at the waste of flames. A malicious joy was in his eyes.
"'Tis perishing," he cried. "'Tis perishing off the face of the earth. Whither will the world now send its grain, its olive oil, its money? What tyrant will squeeze gold and tears out of it? Fire cannot consume marble, but it crumbles it into dust. The Capitol will be ruins, the Palatine will be ruins. Oh Zeus! Rome was a shepherd and the other nations were the sheep. If the shepherd were hungry he slew a sheep, ate the flesh, and offered the skin to thee, O father of the gods. Who, O cloud compeller, will now do the slaying? Into whose hands wilt thou place the shepherd's crook? Rome is burning even as though thou hadst struck it with a thunderbolt."
"Make haste," cried Vinicius. "Why loiterest thou?"
"Master, I am weeping over Rome, the city of Jupiter."
They rode on in silence. The roaring flames were behind them, the whirring of birds' wings around them. Doves, from their multitudinous nests in the villas and the small towns of the Campania, seabirds from the shore, field birds from the interior, evidently mistaking the glare of the fire for sunlight, were flying in flocks to the scene of the conflagration. Vinicius was the first to break the silence. "Where wert thou when the fire broke out?"
"Master, I was on my way to my friend Euritius, a shopkeeper near the Circus Maximus. I was pondering over the teachings of Christ when the cry of 'Fire!' arose. Crowds flocked to the circus, some for rescue, some through curiosity, but when the flames surrounded the circus itself and broke out in other places, each had to look out for himself."
"And didst thou see people throwing torches into houses?"
"What have I not seen, oh grandson of Aeneas? I saw people fighting their way through the crowds with drawn swords. I have seen pitched battles. I have seen the entrails of men and women scattered on the pavement. Thou wouldst have thought the barbarians had captured the city and were putting it to the sword. People cried out that the end of the world had come. Some lost their heads, and forgetting to flee, waited stupidly for the flames to devour them. Some were bewildered, some howled in very despair, some again howled for joy. Master, there be wicked folk who know not the true worth of your beneficent rule, nor of those just laws whereby ye are enabled to take from others and give to yourselves. These folk cannot submit to the will of God."
Vinitius, preoccupied with his own thoughts, did not notice the irony in Chilo's words. A shudder ran through him at the thought that Lygia might be in the midst of that weltering chaos, in those terrible streets, whose pavements reeked with human entrails. Though 10 times at least he had asked of Chilo all he knew, he once more turned to him. "Didst thou see them with thine own eyes in Ostranium?"
"Verily I did, O son of Venus. I saw the maiden, the worthy Lygian, the saintly Linus and Apostle Peter."
"Before the fire broke out?"
"Before the fire broke out, O Mithra."
Vinitius could not suppress a doubt that the old man was lying. Reining in his mule, he asked, with threatening brow: "What wert thou doing there?" The question embarrassed Chilo. Like many others, he had thought that the destruction of Rome meant the destruction of the Roman Empire. But face to face with Vinitius, at that moment, he remembered that the young Tribune had forbidden him, under pain of some terrible penalty, to watch the Christians, and especially Linus and Lygia.
"Master," he replied, "wherefore wilt thou not believe that I love thee? I was in Ostranium because I am already half a Christian. Pyrrho hath taught me esteem for virtue rather than for philosophy. More and more do I cleave to godly people. And I am poor. Many a time, O Jove, when thou wert at Antium I have starved over my studies. Therefore I sat on the walls of Ostranium, for the Christians, poor though they be, distribute more alms than the rest of the Romans."
Vinitius was softened by this plausible answer. "Knowest thou not," he asked in a milder tone, "where Linus dwelleth at present?"
"Once thou didst punish me severely for curiosity."
Vinitius rode on in silence.
"Master," said Chilo after a period, "but for me thou wouldst never have found the maiden. And now if again we find her, thou wilt not forget the needy philosopher?"
"I will give thee a house with a vineyard at Ameriola."
"I will thank thee, O Hercules! With a vineyard? I thank thee. Yea, verily, a house with a vineyard."
They had now reached the Vatican Hill, gleaming ruddy red from the fire. Gaining the Naumachia, they turned to the right, so that they might pass the Vatican field to the river, and crossing that reach the Flaminian Gate. Suddenly Chilo reined in his mule.
"Master," he said, "I have an idea."
"Speak," commanded Vinitius.
"Midway between the Janiculum and the Vatican, just beyond Agrippina's gardens, are quarries whence were taken stones and sand to build the Circus of Nero. Hearken, master, the Jews, who as thou knowest abound in the Trans Tiber, have begun cruel persecutions of the Christians. Thou rememberest in the time of the godlike Claudius there were disturbances which forced Caesar to banish the Jews from Rome, but now that they have returned, and feel safe under the protection of the Augusta, they have waxed bolder in their attacks upon the Christians. I know this. I myself have witnessed it. True, no edict has been issued against the Christians, but the Jews defame them to the prefect of the city, accusing them of murdering infants, of worshipping an ass, of preaching a religion not approved by the Senate. Likewise they waylay them or attack them in their houses of prayer with such ferocity that the Christians are obliged to hide away."
"Well, what art thou coming to?"
Master, to this. Though the synagogues stand openly in the Trans Tiber, the Christians fleeing from persecution can pray only in secret, and assemble in deserted sheds outside the walls or in sand pits. The Christians of the Trans Tiber chose the quarry where excavations were made for the building of the circus, and various houses along the river front. Now, while Rome is burning, doubtless the Christians are praying. We shall find a multitude of them in the quarry. Let us go thither along the road." "But," was Vinitius's impatient retort, "thou hast told me that Linus went to Ostranium." "Thou hast promised me a house with a vineyard in Ameriola. Therefore would I seek the maiden wheresoever there is a chance of finding her. Who knows if they did not return to the Trans Tiber after the fire? They may have gone around the city even as we are doing. Linus has a house. Perchance he wished to approach it in order to learn whether the fire had reached that portion of the city. If they have returned, I swear to thee by Persephone that they are now engaged in prayer at the quarry. If not, we shall obtain tidings of them." "Thou art right. Lead on," said the Tribune. Without a moment's hesitation Chilo turned to the left towards the hill. As they passed it they lost sight of burning Rome. All the neighboring heights were lit up with the glow. They themselves were in the shade. Passing the circus, they still kept to the left. At last they came in sight of a dark passage. Through that darkness Vinitius beheld the gleam of many lanterns. "Here they are," said Chilo. "There will be more to day than ever, for their other houses of prayer are either burned down or filled with smoke, as is every house in the Trans Tiber." "Hark!" said Vinitius, "I hear singing." And in fact voices were wafted to them from the dark opening. Into that opening lanterns disappeared one after the other. But from all sides new lantern bearers appeared. In a short time Vinitius and Chilo found themselves part of a multitude, all streaming toward the opening. Chilo leaped from his mule and beckoned to a youth. "I am a priest and a bishop," he said. "Hold our mules, and thou wilt receive my blessing and the remittance of thy sins." Without waiting for an answer he thrust the reins into the lad's hands. Then with Vinitius he joined the moving throngs. Reaching the quarry, they pushed through the dark passage by the aid of their dark lanterns, until they arrived at a large cave, evidently formed by the recent removal of stone, for the encircling walls all looked freshly cut. Here it was somewhat brighter than in the passage. Burning torches assisted the rays of lanterns and tapers, and enabled Vinitius to discern a kneeling congregation with uplifted hands. He did not see Lygia, nor the Apostle Peter, nor Linus. All around him were solemn and expectant faces. Fear was depicted on some, hope on others. The light glowed on the whites of their raised eyes, perspiration trickled down their chalky foreheads. Some sang hymns, others feverishly repeated the name of Christ, others beat their breasts. All were evidently awaiting some important and imminent development. The hymn had now ceased. Above the congregation, in a niche made by the removal of a stone, appeared Vinitius's old acquaintance, Crispus, his face pale and set as with a fanatic enthusiasm. All eyes turned to him with eager expectation. He began by blessing the assembly, then raising his voice almost to a shout, he poured out a torrent of words. "Repent ye your sins, the hour has come. Lo, the Lord hath sent down devouring flames upon Babylon, the city of crime and debauchery. The hour of judgment has struck, the hour of wrath, the hour of universal calamity. The Lord hath promised to return. Soon shall ye see him. He will come not as the lamb whose blood was offered up for your sins, but as a terrible judge who in his justice will cast sinners and infidels into the pit. Woe then to the world! Woe to the sinners! There will be no mercy for them. Lo, I see thee, Christ. Showers of stars are falling to the earth. The sun is darkened. Abysses yawn in the earth. The dead rise from their graves. But thou art moving amid the sound of trumpets and legions of angels, amid thunders and lightnings. I see thee, I hear thee, O Christ."
Here he was silent. Lifting up his face, he seemed to espy something distant and terrible. At that moment a muffled rumble was heard from underground. Once, twice, a tenth time, whole streets of burning houses collapsed with a crash. But the greater number of the Christians took these noises as tokens that the terrible hour was at hand. For a belief in the second advent of Christ and the end of the world was common among them. Now the conflagration of the city confirmed that belief. Terror of God took hold of the multitude. Here and there voices called out, "Lo, the day of judgment is at hand." Some of the people covered their faces with their hands, thinking that the earth was about to be shaken to its very foundation, and from its fissures hellish monsters would emerge and cast themselves upon the sinners. Others cried aloud, "Christ have mercy on us! Saviour have pity!" Some confessed their sins aloud. Finally some cast themselves into one another's arms, so that each might have some one near the heart in the moment of affliction. But there were also some whose faces shone with joy, with smiles of unearthly happiness, and who showed no fear. In some places were heard voices. These were from people who in their religious exaltation uttered strange words in unknown tongues. There was one in a deep corner who called out, "Awake, O thou that sleepest!" Above all that commotion the voice of Crispus was heard, "Beware! Beware!" At times there was silence when all held their breath. They seemed expectant of some coming event. Simultaneously was heard the distant thunder of falling houses. The groans, prayers, cries, and shouts were renewed. "Oh, Saviour, have mercy!" Then Crispus lifted up his voice and cried, "Cast away all earthly goods. Soon there will not be earth enough beneath your feet for standing room. Cast away all earthly love, for God will destroy those who value above Him wife or child. Woe to him who loves the creature more than the Creator. Woe to the strong. Woe to the oppressors. Woe to the libertines. Woe to men, women, and children." A noise now arose, louder than any that had yet shaken the quarry. All fell to the ground, stretching out their arms crosswise as a protection against the evil spirit. A hush ensued. Nothing was heard save heavy breathing interspersed with awed whispers of "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus," and now and then the crying of children. Above that dark mass arose a voice crying, "Peace be with you." 'Twas the voice of Peter the Apostle, who had just entered the crypt. All fear passed away at that sound as passes a sudden terror from a flock of sheep at sight of the shepherd. The multitude rose to their feet. Approaching they surrounded him, as though seeking shelter under his wings. He stretched his hands above them and cried, "Why are ye disturbed in mind? Who amongst ye can foretell the future? God hath smitten Babylon with fire, but forget not that the blood of the Lamb hath redeemed ye, and that His loving kindness will enable ye to die with His name on your lips." After the stern and stormful outburst of Crispus, the words of Peter fell like balm upon the congregation. Instead of God's wrath it was God's love which he held up before them. The hearers realized that it was the Christ whom they had learned to love through the teachings of the apostles, therefore no pitiless judge, but a sweet and patient Lamb, whose loving kindness a hundredfold exceeded the wickedness of man. Calm descended upon all hearts, and a feeling of gratitude towards the apostle. Voices called from all sides, "We are thy sheep, feed us." Those who were closest cried, "Do not leave us in the days of our trouble." They fell at his knees. At this Vinicius approached, threw aside the edge of his cloak, bent his head, and said: "Master, save me. I have searched for her in the flames, in the smoke, and among the people, and I have found her nowhere. But I believe that thou canst give her back to me." Peter laid his head upon the young man's head. "Have faith," he said, "and come with me." End of Part 3, Chapter 2. Part 3, Chapter 3 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 3, Chapter 3. The city continued burning. The Circus Maximus fell in ruins. In the section where the fire had started, whole alleys and streets had also fallen. After each fall, pillars of flame shot up toward the sky. The wind now changed, and blew a gale from the sea, bearing down waves of flame and brands and cinders upon the Coelian, the Esquiline and the Viminal. The authorities were now providing means of rescue. At the order of Tigellinus, who 3 days before had hurried in from Antium, they pulled down the houses on the Esquiline, in order that the fire might die by itself on reaching the empty spaces. 'Twas a vain attempt undertaken only to preserve a remnant of the city, since that part which was already in flames was hopelessly doomed. It was necessary, however, to prevent the further spreading of the calamity. At one swoop incalculable wealth had perished in Rome. Most of the inhabitants had lost their all. Hundreds of thousands wandered about around the walls in utter destitution. As early as the second day, hunger began to torment the multitude. The immense stores of provisions amassed within the city had all been consumed. In this wholesale chaos, amid the dissolution of all authority, everyone thought only of providing himself with new supplies. Immediately after the arrival of Tigellinus, suitable orders were dispatched to Ostia. But the people, in the meantime, assumed a more menacing attitude. The house at the Aqua Appia, where Tigellinus lived, was surrounded by crowds of women who clamored from morning till late in the night for bread and roof. The pretorians who were brought from the great camp situated between the Via Salaria and the Nomentana, strove in vain to maintain order. Here and there the people stood in open armed resistance. Elsewhere defenseless groups pointed to the blazing city and implored, "Kill us in sight of this fire." They cursed Caesar, his courtiers, and the pretorian soldiers. The tumult increased every hour, so that Tigellinus, gazing at night on thousands of fires spread around the city, said to himself that they were the fires of hostile camps. Besides flour, as large a quantity as possible of baked bread was brought at his command, not only from Ostia but from all the surrounding towns and villages. But when the first convoy reached the Emporium at night, the people stormed the chief gate leading towards the Aventine and seized the supplies in the twinkling of an eye. Then followed a terrible uproar. In the light of the flames the mob struggled for loaves. Many were trampled upon. Flour from torn sacks covered as with snow the whole space from the corn house to the arches of Drusus and Germanicus. The tumult lasted till the soldiers surrounded the buildings, and dispersed the mob with the help of arrows and darts. Never since the invasion of the Gauls under Brennus had Rome experienced a like disaster. In their despair the mob compared the two conflagrations. In the first there had remained, at least, the Capitol, but now the Capitol was surrounded by a terrible wreath of flame. Marble, it is true, could not burn, yet at night, when the wind turned the smoke aside for a moment, one could see rows of columns of the lofty sanctuary of Jove, red and glowing like burning coal. Again, in the time of Brennus, Rome had a patriotic and harmonious people, attached to the city and their altars. Now, mobs of various tongues roamed about the walls of the burning city, mostly composed of bond and freedmen, unmanageable, unruly, and ready under pressure of want to turn against Caesar and the city. The very magnitude of the catastrophe, filling as it did every heart with dismay, disarmed the crowd to a certain extent. After the scourge of fire would follow famine and disease. The terrible hot days of July had set in. It was impossible to inhale air heated by fire and sun. Night not only brought no relief, but made a hell of the city. In the daytime a dismaying and ill-omened sight was before them. The very center of the gigantic city upon the hills changed into a roaring volcano. Round about as far as the Albanian hills was an immense encampment, composed of booths, tents, huts, wagons, wheelbarrows, packs of merchandise, fireplaces, covered with smoke and dust. These were lighted by the beams of the sun which, owing to the smoke, shed a red and weird light on the whole, full as it was of noise, din, threats, hatred, and terror. A monstrous crowd of men, women, and children held possession. Among the Quirites were Greeks, hairy, blue-eyed, and light-haired people from the north, Africans, and Asiatics. Among the citizens were slaves, freedmen, gladiators, merchants, tradesmen, peasants and soldiers, a veritable sea of humanity surrounding an island of fire. Various rumors stirred this sea, just as the wind raises waves in the real one. Some were favorable and others unfavorable. It was reported that immense stores of food and clothing were on their way from the Emporium to be distributed gratis. It was also said that at the command of Caesar, provinces in Asia and Africa would be stripped of their wealth, and the wealth thus raised would be divided among the inhabitants of Rome, so that everybody might build his own house. But it was also noised about that the water in the aqueducts was poisoned, and that Nero intended to destroy the city and annihilate all the inhabitants, so that he might move to Greece or Egypt and rule the world from there. Each report spread with lightning-like speed. Each was received by the rabble as a fact. So these various reports produced outbursts of hope, indignation, terror and rage. Finally these encamping thousands were attacked as by a fever. The Christian belief, that the end of the world by fire was at hand, spread itself even among the followers of the gods, and increased daily. Some people were stupefied, others went mad. In the midst of the clouds, lighted by the flames, they saw gods looking down on the ruin of the world. Some stretched out their hands in supplication to them, while others cursed them. Meanwhile the soldiers assisted by a number of citizens continued to destroy houses on the Esquiline and the Coelian, and also on the Trans Tiber. Important parts of these quarters were saved, but in the city perished the accumulations of ages of conquest, priceless works of art, magnificent sanctuaries, the most precious reminders of Rome's past and of her glory. One could foresee that of the whole city there would scarcely remain a few houses on the margin, and that hundreds of thousands of people would remain without shelter. A report spread that the soldiers were tearing down the houses, not to stop the fire, but to make sure that nothing was left of the city. Tigellinus implored Caesar in every letter to return, so that by his presence the exasperated people might be calmed. But Caesar did not move until his own palace was on fire, and then hastened back so as not to miss the period when the fire should reach its maximum. End of Part 3, Chapter 3. Part 3, Chapter 4 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 3, Chapter 4. Meanwhile the fire had reached the Via Nomentana. A sudden change of the wind caused the flames to turn towards the Via Lata and the Tiber. They surrounded the Capitol and spread to the Ox Market, destroying everything omitted in their first attack, and again approached the Palatine. Tigellinus gathered all the pretorian forces together and dispatched courier after courier to the approaching Caesar, notifying him that he would miss nothing of the great spectacle, since the conflagration was increasing. But Nero elected to arrive during the night, so that he might have a better view and sate himself with the sight of the perishing city. With that object he halted near the Aqua Albana. Then he invited the tragedian Aliturus to his tent, and with his help decided how to pose, look, and express himself. He learned appropriate gestures and argued with the actor as to the words, "Oh sacred city which seemed to be more lasting than Ida," whether he should raise both hands or hold a lyre in one hand and lift up only the other. This matter seemed to him at that time of more moment than anything else. He started at last about nightfall. He sought counsel from Petronius as to the verses which were to be dedicated to the conflagration. Might he insert blasphemy against the gods? From an artistic point of view would not these expressions have been spontaneously uttered by any man in like position who was losing his fatherland? About midnight he and his splendid court, composed of whole detachments of nobility, senators, knights, freedmen, slaves, women and children, approached the city. 16,000 pretorians were posted along the roadside in battle array, to guard the safety and peace of his journey and to keep the excited people at a distance. The people cursed, shouted, and hissed as they caught sight of the retinue, but did not venture to attack them. In many places, however, the mob applauded, but they were mainly those who had lost nothing, since they had nothing to lose in the fire. They hoped for a more liberal distribution of grain, olives, clothing, and money. At last the shouting and whistling were drowned in the din of all the trumpets and horns which Tigellinus ordered to be sounded. When Nero arrived at the Ostian Gate he halted and said: "Oh, houseless ruler of a homeless people, where shall I lay my unfortunate head to night?" After passing the Clivus Delphini he ascended the steps prepared for him on the Appian Aqueduct. He was followed by the Augustales and a choir of singers bearing lutes and other musical instruments. All held their breath awaiting the expression of some great word, which for their own safety they would be bound to remember. But Nero remained solemn and silent, clothed in a purple cloak with a wreath of golden laurels on his head, looking at the raging of the mighty flames. When Terpnos handed him a golden lute, he lifted his eyes towards the flame illumined city, as though waiting for inspiration. The people pointed at him from a distance as he stood in the blood like light. Fiery serpents hissed in the distance. The oldest and holiest monuments were in flames. The sacred temple of Hercules built by Evander, the temple of Jupiter Stator, the temple of Luna built by Servius Tullius, the house of Numa Pompilius, and the sanctuary of Vesta with the penates of the Roman people, were all on fire. Through the waving flames the Capitol was discerned at intervals. The past, the soul of Rome was burning. But Caesar stood, lute in hand, his features set like those of a tragedian, careless of the destruction of his country, but anxious about the posture of his body and the pathetic words by which he might describe the great calamity, stir the most admiration, and receive the most applause. He hated the city. He detested its inhabitants. He only loved his songs and his verses. He heartily rejoiced that at last he beheld a tragedy not unlike that of which he was writing. The maker of verses felt himself happy, the declaimer felt himself inspired. The seeker for emotions was jubilant at the appalling sight, and thought with delight that the destruction of Troy was nothing compared with that of this great city. What more could he wish? There lay Rome. Rome, the ruler of the world, was in flames, while he was standing on the arches of the aqueduct, with a golden lute in his hands, showily clad in purple, admired by all, stately and poetic. Somewhere, below there in the darkness, the people murmured and grumbled. Let them murmur. Ages would pass, thousands of years would go by, and men would remember and glorify the poet who in such a night sang the fall and burning of Troy. What was Homer, yea, what was Apollo, with his lute? None could be compared to him. Here he raised his hands and striking the strings he quoted the words of Priam: "O nest of my fathers, O precious cradle." His voice in the open air, against the roar of the flames and the distant murmur of the multitude, seemed weak, abrupt, and feeble. The sound of the accompanying instruments was like the buzzing of flies. But senators, officers, and Augustales gathered together on the aqueduct, bowed their heads and listened in rapturous silence. He sang long and his subject gradually became sadder. At intervals, when he stopped to catch breath, the chorus of singers repeated the last verse. Then Nero would throw the tragic robe from his shoulders, and, assuming a tragic gesture which he learned from Alloturus, would strike the lute and continue his song. When at last he finished his composition he began to improvise, seeking great comparisons in the sight before him. His face changed. In reality he was not moved by the destruction of his capital, but his delight over his own words caused his eyes to fill with tears. He dropped the lute with a clatter at his feet, and wrapping himself in his robe stood as if petrified, like one of those statues of Niobe which adorn the court of the Palatine. A storm of applause succeeded, but the multitude in the distance answered it by howling. Now there could no longer be a doubt that Caesar had ordered the burning of the city, so as to provide himself with a spectacle which might move him to song. When Nero heard the cry of hundreds of thousands of voices, he turned to the Augustales with a sad smile such as men wear when suffering from injustice, and said: "That is the way that the Quirites value poetry and myself. Knaves," answered Vatinius. "Lord, command the pretorians to fall on them." Nero turned to Tigellinus. "Can I count upon the faithfulness of the soldiers?" "Yes, oh divine one," replied the prefect. But Petronius shrugged his shoulders. "On their loyalty you can count, but not on their numbers. Remain for the present where you are, for this is the safest place. But the people must needs be pacified." Seneca and the consul Licinius were of the same opinion. Meantime the discontent below was increasing. The people armed themselves with stones, tent poles, with boards from the wagons and wheelbarrows, and pieces of iron. In due time some of the chiefs of the pretorian soldiers arrived. They reported that the cohorts, pressed by the mob, retained their line of battle with much difficulty, and as they had no orders to attack, they knew not what to do. "Gods!" said Nero, "what a night!" On one side was the conflagration, on the other the tumultuous sea of the mob. He began to look for more poetic expressions, so that he could describe the peril of the moment. But seeing around him pale faces and disturbed looks, he began to share their fears. "Give me the dark cloak with the hood," he called out. "Must we really resort to battle, Lord?" hesitatingly replied Tigellinus. "I have done everything that I could, but the danger is threatening. Speak, thou Lord, to the people and make them ample promises." "Must Caesar himself address the mob? Let somebody else talk to them in my name. Who will undertake this?" "I," said Petronius calmly. "Go, friend. Thou art my most loyal friend in need. Go, and be prodigal in thy promises." Petronius turned to the retinue with a sarcastic glance. "Senators here present," he cried, "and also Piso, Nerva, and Senecio, come with me." Then he stepped gently down the aqueduct. Those whom he had summoned went with him, not without hesitation, but with a certain hope with which his calmness had inspired them. Petronius stopped at the foot of the arcades and ordered a white horse to be brought to him. He mounted it and, followed by his companions, proceeded between the deep ranks of the pretorians towards the surging black mass of people. He was unarmed, save only for a light ivory cane which he habitually carried. He advanced and pushed his horse into the midst of the crowd. All around in the light of the conflagration, one could see hands lifted up, armed with all kinds of weapons, inflamed eyes, perspiring faces. Roaring and foaming like madly surging waves the masses surrounded him and his followers. On every side was a sea of heads, moving, pushing, a dreadful scene. The shouts of indignation increased and changed into unearthly roaring. Poles, pitchforks, even swords were brandished above Petronius. Eager hands were stretched towards his horse's bridle and himself, but he kept riding on deeper into the midst of the crowd. Cool, self-possessed, and contemptuous, at times he struck the most audacious on their heads with his cane, as though he were opening a road for himself through an ordinary throng. His self-possession, his calmness, dumbfounded the tumultuous mob. At last they recognized him, and numerous voices greeted him. "Petronius, the arbiter of elegance! Petronius! Petronius!" sounded from every direction. At the repetition of that name, the crowd became less turbulent, the faces less agitated. For that brilliant, splendid patrician, though not seeking popular favor, was, nevertheless, beloved. He passed as a munificent friend of the people. His popularity had increased since the affair of Pedanius Secundus, when he pleaded for the mitigation of the ruthless edict condemning all the slaves of that prefect to death. Especially did all the slaves feel a boundless affection for him. They loved him as the unfortunate are wont to love those who show them but the smallest favors. Apart from this, they were eager to hear Caesar's message. Nobody doubted that Caesar had specially commissioned him. He removed his white, scarlet bordered toga, and waved it over his head, a signal that he desired to speak. "Silence! Silence!" shouted voices on all sides. In a moment the mob was quieted. Then he straightened himself on his horse and spoke in a calm and collected voice: "Citizens, let those who hear me repeat my words to those who stand at a distance. All of you behave like men, and not like beasts in the arena." "We listen! We listen!" "Then hear me. The city will be rebuilt.
The gardens of Lucullus, Maecenas, Caesar, and Agrippina will be opened to you. Tomorrow the distribution of grain, wine, and olives will begin, so that everybody may fill his belly up to his throat. After this Caesar will prepare games for you, such as the world has never seen. After this banquets and gifts await you. You will be richer after the fire than before." He was answered by murmurs which spread from the centre to all directions, as waves spread when a stone is cast in the water. Those who were near repeated the words to those at a distance, but here and there were shouts of anger and applause, which finally turned into a universal cry, "Bread and games!" Petronius wrapped himself up in the toga, and for some time listened motionless. In his white apparel he resembled a marble statue. The noise from all sides increased in volume so that it drowned the roaring of the conflagration. But the ambassador evidently had something more to say, for he waited. At last, once more with upraised hands, he commanded silence and cried: "I promise you bread and games. Now cheer in honor of the Caesar who feeds and clothes you. Go to sleep, ye ragamuffins, for dawn is at hand." So saying, he turned his horse, touched lightly with his cane upon the heads and faces of those who stood in his way, and slowly proceeded to the pretorian lines. Soon he arrived under the aqueduct. Above there was something like a panic. The shouting of the crowd for bread and games had reached Caesar. He imagined that a new outbreak had taken place, and did not expect Petronius back in safety. So when he saw him, he hastened to the steps to meet him. Pale faced and full of emotion, he asked: "How goes it? What are they doing? Is fighting begun there?" Petronius drew a long breath and replied: "By Pollux, they sweat and produce bad odors. Let somebody give me Epilimna, for I am fainting." Then he turned to Caesar. "I promised them," he said, "grain, olives, the opening of the gardens, and games. They worship the arena, and they are bellowing in thy behalf. Gods, what a disagreeable odor these plebeians emit!" "I had the pretorians ready," cried Tigellinus, "and if thou hadst not quieted them, the shouters would have been silenced forever. 'Tis a pity, Caesar, that thou didst not allow me to use force." Petronius looked at the speaker, shrugged his shoulders, and said: "This chance is not yet lost. Thou mayest be able to use it to morrow." "No, no," cried Caesar. "I shall order the gardens to be opened to them and grain to be distributed. Thanks to thee, Petronius. I shall prepare games and that song which I sang before thee to day. I will sing in public." This said, he placed his hands on Petronius's shoulder, and remained silent for a while. Then starting up, he inquired: "Tell me candidly, how did I appear when I was singing?" "Thou wert worthy of the scene as the scene was worthy of thee," answered Petronius. Then Nero turned to the fire. "Let us gaze at it yet again," he said, "and bid farewell to old Rome." End of Part 3, Chapter 4. Part 3, Chapter 5 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Binyon and Milewski. Part 3, Chapter 5. The words of the apostle inspired the Christians with fresh hope. The end of the world seemed to them always at hand, yet they now began to realize that the terrible final judgment had been postponed, and that the first thing that would happen would be the end of Nero, whose reign they considered as that of Antichrist, and whose crimes cried to God for vengeance. Thus strengthened in their hearts, they dispersed after the prayer and departed to their temporary habitations, and even to the Trans Tiber. News had reached them that the conflagration, set there in some 20 places, had turned again with a change of the wind towards the river side, and after consuming here and there what it could, had ceased to spread. The Apostle also left the quarry. Vinicius and Chilo followed them. The young Tribune did not venture to interrupt him in his prayers, so he walked on in silence. Only with his eyes he begged mercy. His disquiet made him tremble.
But many came to kiss Peter's hands and the hem of the Apostle's garment. Mothers held up their children to him. Men knelt in the dark, long passage, holding up tapers and begging a blessing. Others went alongside singing, so that there was no appropriate moment either for question or for answer. It was so in the narrow passage. Only when they came out in the open spaces whence the burning city could be seen, the Apostle blessed them thrice, and turning to Vinicius said: "Be not afraid. Near this place is the hut of the quarryman, in which we shall find Lygia and Linus and her faithful servant. Christ who predestined her for thee, hath preserved her for thee." Vinicius tottered and supported himself by putting his hand against the rock. The ride from Antium, the events at the wall, the search for Lygia among the burning houses, the sleepless nights and the frequent alarms, all these had almost exhausted his strength. But the news that the most precious one in the world was near at hand entirely unnerved him. He became so feeble that he threw himself speechless at the Apostle's feet and embraced his knees. The Apostle, waving away all thanks and honor, said: "Not to me, but to Christ."
"Yea, an admirable deity," said the voice of Chilo from the rear, "but I do not know what to do with the mules that are waiting here for me."
"Rise and come with me," said Peter, taking the young man by the hand. Vinitius rose. By the light of the flames tears were seen to trickle down his pale face. His lips moved as though he were praying. "Let us go," he said. But Chilo once more repeated:
"Master, what shall I do with the mules that are waiting? This worthy prophet probably prefers riding to walking."
Vinitius himself did not know what to answer, but hearing from Peter that the hut of the quarryman was near, he exclaimed: "Lead the mules to Macrinus."
"Excuse me, sir, if I remind you of the house in Amariola. In the shadow of this horrible conflagration it is quite natural to forget such trifling things."
"Thou wilt get it."
"Oh, grandson of Numa Pompilius! I was always sure of it, but now hearing the promise and knowing that this magnanimous Apostle has also heard it, I shall not even remind thee that thou hast promised me a vineyard. Peace be with you. I shall find thee, master. Peace be with ye."
Peter and Vinicius replied: "And with thee." Both turned to the right toward the hills. Whilst on the road Vinicius said: "Master, wash me with the water of baptism, so that I may call myself a true confessor of Christ, for I love him with all my soul. Wash me at once, for I am ready in my heart, and whatever thou commandest me I will do. Only tell me what to do and I will do it." "Love thy neighbor as thyself," answered the Apostle, "for only with love canst thou serve him." "Yes, I already understand and feel it. When I was a child I believed in the Roman gods, albeit I did not love them. But this God I love so much that I would gladly give my life for him." He looked towards the sky and repeated with ecstasy: "For he is one. For he only is good and gracious. Therefore not only will he save this city, but the whole world. Him alone will I acknowledge, him will I recognize." "And he will bless thee and thine," concluded the Apostle. Meanwhile they turned into another passage, at the end of which a faint light was visible. Peter pointed to it and said: "That is the dwelling place of the quarryman who sheltered us when we were on the way returning from Ostranium with the sick Linus. We could not then go to the other side of the Tiber." In a few minutes they arrived. The hovel was more like a cave formed in the slope of the hill. On the outside it had a wall made of clay and reeds. The door was closed, but through an opening, which served for a window, the interior was discerned, lighted by a fire. A dark giant figure rose to meet them and inquired: "Who are you?" "Servants of Christ," Peter replied. "Peace be with thee, Ursus." Ursus bowed down to the Apostle's feet. Recognizing Vinicius, he grasped his hand by the wrist and lifted it up to his lips. "And thou, master," he said, "blessed be the name of the Lamb for the gladness thou wilt cause to Callina." He opened the door and they entered. Linus was lying on a bundle of straw. His face was emaciated, and his brow as yellow as ivory. Sitting at the fireside was Lygia, holding in her hand a bunch of small fishes fastened on a string, and evidently intended for supper. She was busy removing the fishes from the string. Thinking it was Ursus who had entered, she did not raise her eyes. But Vinitius came near her, pronounced her name, and stretched out his hand to her. She immediately stood up. A flash of surprise and joy passed over her face, and without a word, as a child who, after days of trouble and suffering, recovers father or mother, she threw herself into his open arms. He embraced her and pressed her to his breast for some time with as much transport as though she had been rescued by a miracle. Then he unfastened his arms and placed her temples between his hands, kissed her brow and her eyes, and embraced her again, repeating her name; then bent to her knees and to her hands, saluted her, adored and worshipped her. His delight was boundless as well as his love and happiness. He told her how he had hastened from Antium, how he had searched for her at the walls and in the smoke in the house of Linus, how great his sufferings were, how much he had endured before the Apostle showed him her hiding place. "But now," he said, "now that I have found thee, I shall not leave thee near this fire and these raging crowds. People are murdering one another at the walls. Slaves are revolting and pillaging. Only God knows the miseries that are yet to fall on Rome. But I will protect thee and thine, oh my darling. Come with me to Antium. We shall embark there and sail for Sicily. My land is thy land. My house is thy house. Listen to me. In Sicily we shall find Aulus. I will restore thee to Pomponia. After that I will take thee from her hands. But thou, oh my most beloved, trust me. I am not yet baptized, but ask Peter if I have not expressed my desire to become a true confessor of Christ, if I did not ask him to baptize me, even in the quarryman's cave. Trust thou in me. All of ye confide in me." Lygia's face was radiant as she listened to these words. Christians first, because of Jewish persecution, and now because of the conflagration and consequent confusion, could only live in uncertainty and alarm. A removal to a peaceful Sicily would put an end to all this trouble, and open a new epoch of bliss in their lives. Had Vinitius planned to take Lygia alone, she would certainly have resisted the temptation. She was unwilling to leave Peter and Linus. But Vinitius said unto them, "Come with me. My land is your land, my house is your house." At this, Lygia bowed to kiss his hand as a mark of obedience, saying, "Thy hearth is my hearth." Then, ashamed that she had spoken words which, according to Roman custom, were only repeated by wives at the marriage ceremony, she blushed deeply and stood in the light of the fire with head downwards, uncertain whether he would deem her wanting in maidenliness. But in his face beamed boundless adoration. He turned to Peter. "Rome," he said, "is burning at Caesar's command. He complained at Antium that he had never seen a conflagration. If he shrank not from such a crime as this, think what may yet come to pass. Who knows if he is not going to mass soldiers in the city and order a general massacre of the inhabitants? Who knows what persecution may follow, and who knows whether after the calamity of fire, the calamity of civil war, murder, and famine may not follow? Hide yourselves, and let us also hide Lygia. There ye can wait in peace until the tempest passes, and when it is over, return anew to sow the good seed." From the direction of the Vatican field, as though to enforce the fears of Vinitius, distant cries now arose, cries of rage and terror. At that moment the owner of the hut entered and hastily shut the door behind him. "Near the circus of Nero," he cried, "the people are killing one another. Slaves and gladiators are throwing themselves on the citizens." "Do you hear that?" asked Vinitius. "The measure is filled," said the Apostle. "Calamity will follow like an inexhaustible sea." He turned to Vinitius, and pointing to Lygia, said: "Take the maiden and save her, together with Linus and Ursus. Let them go with you." Vinitius, who loved the Apostle with all the might of his soul, exclaimed: "I swear to thee, master, that I shall not leave thee to perish." "The Lord bless thee for thy good wishes," answered the Apostle. "But hast thee not heard that Christ when on the lake, thrice repeated unto me, *Feed my lambs'?" Vinitius was silent. Moreover, if thou who art not responsible for me, declarest that thou wilt not leave me behind to destruction, how canst thou ask that I should abandon my flock in the day of calamity? When we were on the stormy lake, and we were troubled in heart, he did not forsake us. How much more should I, a servant, follow the example of my master?" Then Linus raised his emaciated face, and asked: "And why should I, O representative of the Lord, why should I not follow thy example?" Vinitius passed his hands over his face, as though wrestling with himself or struggling with his thoughts. Then he grasped Lygia by the hand and said it in a voice in which quivered the energy of the Roman soldier: "Listen to me, Peter, Linus, and thou, Lygia. I speak according to the dictates of my human reason, but ye have another monitor which recks not for your own safety, but only for the commands of the Saviour. I did not understand this, and I erred, for the scales have not yet been removed from my eyes, and the old Adam is not yet dead within me. But as I love Christ, and wish to be His servant, it involves a thing which is more important than my life. I kneel here before you and swear that I also will fulfill the commandment of love, and will not forsake my brethren in the day of calamity." This said, he knelt down. Then suddenly transported into a state of ecstasy, he raised his eyes and hands and called out: "Do I understand thee now, O Christ? Am I worthy of thee?" His hands trembled, his eyes glistened with tears, his body shook with faith and love. The Apostle Peter took an earthen vessel, full of water, approached him and solemnly said: "I baptize thee in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost." Enthusiasm seized on all present. It appeared to them that the house was filled with heavenly light, that they heard unearthly music, that the cliffs in the cave opened above their heads, that throngs of angels floated down from heaven, and that up above they beheld a cross, and pierced hands giving a blessing. Meanwhile, the riotous shouts and the roar of the flames from the burning city resounded from without. End of Part 3, Chapter 5. Part 3, Chapter 6 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 3, Chapter 6. People camped out in the magnificent gardens of Caesar, in the former gardens of Domitius and Agrippina. On the field of Mars, in the gardens of Pompey, Sallust, and Maecenas, they occupied the porticos, the ball courts, the comfortable summer houses and sheds erected for wild beasts. Peacocks, flamingos, swans and ostriches, gazelles and antelopes from Africa, stags and deer which served to ornament the gardens, all fell under the knives of the mob. Victuals arrived from Ostium in such abundance that one could walk from one side of the Tiber to the other on a bridge of rafts and boats. Grain sold at the unprecedentedly low price of 3 sestertia. To the poor it was distributed gratis. Immense stores of wine, olives, and chestnuts were brought in. From the mountains sheep and cattle were driven daily into the city. Beggars, who before the fire hid themselves in the lanes of the Subura in a starving condition, now lived at their ease. The fear of famine entirely vanished. But it was more difficult to banish murder, robbery, and all abuses. A vagrant life ensured impunity to malefactors, the more so that they called themselves the admirers of Caesar, lavishing their applause whenever he showed himself. When all authority was suspended, and there was not enough power to keep order in a city inhabited by the scum of the world, crimes were committed surpassing human imagination. Every night there were fights, murders, kidnapping of women and children. At the Porta Mugionis, where there was a station for the herds driven in from the Campania, there were daily affrays in which hundreds of people perished. Every morning the banks of the Tiber were covered with corpses which nobody carried away. These decayed quickly because of the heat, intensified by the fire, and filled the atmosphere with foul exhalations. Sickness broke out in the encampments, and the more timid foresaw a great epidemic. The city continued to burn. By the 6th day it at last reached the empty space on the Esquiline, where a great number of houses had purposely been demolished. Only then did the flames slacken. But the heaps of burning cinders produced so powerful a light that the people would not believe the calamity was not at an end. And indeed, on the 7th night, the fire burst out anew in the buildings belonging to Tigellinus. For lack of fuel it lasted only a short time, but burned houses collapsed in all directions, which in their fall threw up towers of flame and pillars of cinders. Slowly the glow from the burning began to darken. The sky after sunset ceased to be illuminated blood red by the flames. Only during the night time there would be seen upon the vast dark waste flickering bluish tongues proceeding from the piles of cinders. Of the 14 divisions of Rome there were only 4 left, including those on the Trans Tiber. All the others had been destroyed. When the heaps of cinders were at last reduced to ashes, one could see from the Tiber to the Esquiline an immense, gray, dead, and melancholy expanse, upon which stood rows of columns like so many gravestones in a cemetery. Among these columns crowds of gloomy people lurked during the daytime, some searching for valuables, others for the bones of those dear to them. In the night dogs howled above the ashes and ruins of their former abodes. Caesar's bounty and assistance to the mob did not restrain them from pouring out their wrath in imprecations. Only the scum were contented, the pickpockets, thieves, and homeless beggars, who could eat enough, drink, and rob. But people who had lost their near relatives and all their possessions could not be appeased by the opening of gardens, nor by the distribution of grain, nor by promises of games and gifts. It was a too great and unprecedented calamity. Others, in whom still glimmered a spark of love for their city and fatherland, were reduced to despair at the news that the old name of Rome was to disappear from the face of the earth, and that Caesar intended to raise upon its ashes a new city under the name of Neropolis. Murmurs and threats increased daily in spite of the adulations of the Augustales and the calumnies of Tigellinus. Nero, more impressed than any of the preceding Caesars with the necessity of courting the favor of the populace, saw with alarm that in the underhand death struggle which he was carrying on against the patricians and the Senate he might lack support. The Augustales themselves were not less disturbed, for any morning might bring destruction upon them. Tigellinus thought of drawing several legions from Asia Minor. Vatinius, who was wont to smile even when he was slapped in the face, now lost his sense of humor. Vitellius lost his appetite. Others had taken counsel among themselves how to avert calamity. It was an open secret that in case of any outbreak which would remove Caesar, with the possible exception of Petronius, not a single Augustale would escape death. Nero's madness was ascribed to their influence, all the crimes he committed to their suggestion. The hatred of them was almost stronger than that towards Nero. They now sought to find a means of exonerating themselves from the responsibility of the fire. But in clearing themselves it was also necessary to clear Caesar, or nobody would believe that they were not the authors of the calamity. Tigellinus took counsel on this subject with Domitius Afer, and even with Seneca, whom he detested. Poppaea, too, understood that the ruin of Caesar meant also her own. She had recourse to her confidants, the Jewish priests. For some years it had been noised about that she acknowledged the faith of Jehovah. Nero himself found methods frequently terrible and more frequently farcical. He alternately fell into alarm, and into puerile amusements. Above all he kept a never ceasing outpouring of complaints. On a certain time a consultation was held in the house of Tiberius, which had escaped the flames. It was of long duration, but fruitless. Petronius's advice was to leave the seat of troubles and depart for Greece and thence to Egypt and Asia Minor. This voyage had been planned before, why then defer it whilst there was so much sorrow and peril? Caesar accepted the suggestion eagerly, but Seneca, after a moment of thought, objected. "It is easy to go, but the subsequent return will be difficult." "By Hercules," replied Petronius, "we may return with the Asiatic legions." "Yea, I will do so," said Caesar. Tigellinus objected. He could not think of anything himself, and had Petronius's idea come into his head, he would have unhesitatingly declared it the safest one. But his chief eagerness was to prevent Petronius from posing as the one man who could be successfully appealed to in an emergency. "Listen to me, O divine one," he said. "This advice is ruinous. Ere thou canst reach Ostia, civil war will have broken out. Who knows whether one of the still living descendants of the divine Augustus may not proclaim himself Caesar, and what then shall we do if the legions declare for him?" "This we can do," answered Caesar. "We can see that there be no descendants of Augustus. There are not many of them now, hence it will not be difficult to get rid of them." "This can be done, but are they the only ones? Only recently as yesterday, my people heard rumors in the crowd that Thrasea ought to be Caesar." Nero bit his lips. After a moment's thought he raised his eyes and said: "Insatiable and ungrateful! They have plenty of grain, and coal on which they can bake cakes. What more do they want?" "Vengeance!" exclaimed Tigellinus. There was silence anew. Suddenly Caesar rose, raised his hand, and began to declaim: "Hearts call for vengeance, and vengeance calls for sacrifice." Forgetting everything, his face brightened, he called out: "Hand me a tablet and stylus so that I may write this verse. Lucan could never have composed one like it. Did you notice that I conceived it in the twinkling of an eye?" "Oh, incomparable one!" cried several voices. Nero wrote down the verse and said: "Yes, vengeance wants a victim." He cast a glance on those who surrounded him. "Suppose we were to spread the news that Vatinius commanded the burning of the city, and deliver him to the furious people?" "Oh, divinity, who am I?" exclaimed Vatinius. "True, it is needful to have a more important victim. What says Vitelius?" Vitelius grew pale, but began to laugh. "My fat," he said, "would be apt to start the fire again." Nero was thinking of something else. He was mentally searching for a victim who could fully appease the fury of the people, and he found him. "Tigellinus," he called after a while, "thou hast burned Rome." A shiver ran through the people present. They comprehended that this time Caesar was in earnest, and that a moment pregnant with events was at hand. The face of Tigellinus wrinkled up like the jaws of a dog ready to bite. "I burned Rome at thy command," he snarled. They glared at each other like two demons. A silence followed so deep that the buzzing of flies could be heard through the hall. "Tigellinus," said Nero, "dost thou love me?" "Thou knowest, Lord." "Offer thyself up for me." "Divine Caesar," answered Tigellinus, "why dost thou give me the sweet draught which I cannot drink? The rabble are murmuring and conspiring. Wouldst thou that the pretorians should also rise?" The implied menace chilled the hearts of all present. Tigellinus was the prefect of the pretorians. Behind his words lay a threat. Nero himself understood this. His face paled. While this was going on, Epaphroditus, Caesar's freedman, entered and made known that the divine Augusta wished to see Tigellinus, as she was holding audience with people whom the prefect ought to hear. Tigellinus bowed to Caesar and left with a calm but contemptuous face. They had wished to strike him and he had shown his teeth. He had given them to understand who he was. Knowing the pusillanimity of Nero, he was sure that the ruler of the world would never dare to lift up his hand against him. Nero sat for a while in silence. Then, seeing that some answer was expected from him, he said: "I have nourished a serpent in my bosom." Petronius shrugged his shoulders, as much as to say that it was easy to pluck off the head of such a serpent. "What sayest thou? Speak! Advise!" cried Nero, who observed the gesture. "In thee alone can I trust, for thou hast more understanding than all of them, and thou lovest me." Petronius had already on his lips: "Appoint me prefect, and I will deliver Tigellinus to the people and pacify them in a day." But his natural indolence prevailed. To be prefect meant to bear on his shoulders Caesar's person and 1,000 public affairs. Why take upon himself such labor? Was it not preferable to read poetry in a spacious library, and look on vases and statues, besides holding the divine body of Eunice on his lap, and arranging her golden hair with his fingers, and pressing his mouth to her coral lips? "Then," he said, "I counsel the journey to Achaea."
"Ah," replied Nero, "I expected something better from thee. The Senate detests me. Who will guarantee if I depart that it will not revolt against me and proclaim someone else Caesar? The people were formerly loyal, but now they will follow the Senate. By Hades! I wish that the people and the Senate had one head."
"Allow me to tell thee, oh divine one, that if thou desirest to preserve Rome, thou must needs preserve a few Romans also," returned Petronius, smilingly. But Nero renewed his complaints. "What are Rome and the Romans to me? In Achaea I should be obeyed. Here nothing but treason surrounds me. All abandon me. Ye yourselves are getting ready for treason. I know it. I know. You do not even think what future ages will say of you if you forsake such an artist as I am." He struck his forehead suddenly and cried aloud:
"True! In the midst of these troubles, even I myself had forgotten who I am."
He turned a radiant face upon Petronius.
"Petronius," said he, "the people murmur, but if I take the lute and go with it to the field of Mars, if I sing to them that song which I sang to you at the conflagration, dost thou think that I will not move them with my song as Orpheus once moved wild beasts?" Tullius Senecio, impatient to return to his slave women, who had just arrived from Antium, now broke in. "Beyond doubt, Caesar, if they permitted thee to begin." "Let us go to Greece," cried Nero with displeasure.
At that moment Poppaea entered. With her was Tigellinus. The eyes of the people present turned involuntarily to him, for never had a victor entered the Capitol with such pride as his when he stood before Caesar. He began to speak slowly and impressively, his voice sounding like the clang of iron. "Hear me, O Caesar, for I can tell thee what I have found. The people want vengeance and victims, not one victim, but hundreds and thousands. Hast thou, O Lord, heard of Christus, who was crucified by Pontius Pilate? Knowest thou of the Christians? Have I not told thee of their crimes and their abominable customs, of their prophecies that fire would bring about the end of the world? The people hate and suspect them. Nobody has ever seen them in the sanctuaries, for they consider our gods as evil spirits. Thou dost not have them in the circus, for they abominate games and races. Never have the hands of a Christian applauded thee, never has any one of them recognized thee as a god. They are the enemies of the human race, the enemies of the city and of thee. The people murmur against thee. Thou hast ordered the burning of Rome, not I. The people are thirsting for vengeance. Let them have it. The people are thirsting for blood and games. Let them have them. The people suspect thee. Let their suspicion be averted elsewhere." Nero at first listened with amazement, but as Tigellinus progressed, his actor's face changed and assumed a look of anger, of sorrow, of sympathy, and of indignation. Suddenly he stood up, threw down his toga, which fell at his feet, raised both hands and remained in that attitude for a while. At last he exclaimed, in the voice of a tragedian: "Zeus, Apollo, Hera, Athena, Persephone, and all ye immortal gods, why did ye not come to our assistance? What has this unfortunate city done to those cruel people that they so inhumanly burned it?" "They are the enemies of mankind and of thee," said Poppaea. And others began to cry: "Deliver a sentence! Punish the incendiaries! The very gods cry for vengeance!" Nero sat down, sank his head on his breast, and was silent again, as though the wickedness he had heard stunned him. But after a little he shook his head and said: "What punishment and what tortures should be meted out for such a crime? But the gods will inspire me. Assisted by the power of Tartarus, I will give my poor people such spectacles that for ages they will remember me with gratitude." The brow of Petronius was suddenly clouded. He thought of the peril hanging over Lygia and Vinicius, whom he loved more than he did the rest of that strange people, whose doctrines he rejected, but of whose innocence he was convinced. He also thought of the bloody orgies which would soon take place, against which his aesthetic sense revolted. But above all he said to himself, "I must save Vinicius, who will go mad if that maiden perishes." This thought outweighed all others. Petronius fully understood that he was attempting something far more perilous than anything he had yet gone through. Nevertheless, he began to speak freely and carelessly, as was his custom when criticizing and ridiculing subjects insufficiently aesthetic with Caesar and the Augustales. "Now ye have at last found victims. Well, then, ye may send them to the circus or may array them in tunics of torture. But hear me. Ye have authority, ye have pretorians, ye have power. Be therefore candid at least when no one is in hearing distance. Deceive the people, but deceive not yourselves. Give the Christians to the mob, condemn them to whatever torture you please, but have courage to acknowledge to yourselves that they did not burn Rome. Fie upon you! Ye call me the arbiter of elegance. As such I declare to you that I cannot stomach bad comedies. Fie! How all this brings to mind the theatrical booths near the Ass's Gate, where actors play the parts of gods and kings to amuse the gaping suburban mobs, and when the play is over, wash their onions down with sour wine or submit to a clubbing. Be ye in reality kings and queens, for ye are entitled to the honor. Oh, Caesar, thou hast warningly held before us the verdict of the future, but remember that the future will also pronounce judgment against thee. By the goddess Clio, Nero, ruler of the world, Nero, a god, burned Rome, for he was as powerful on earth as Zeus in Olympus. Nero, a poet, loved poetry so much that to it he sacrificed his country. From the beginning of the world nobody ever did the like. No one ever ventured to do the like. I conjure you, in the name of the nine muses, do not renounce such glory, for thy songs will resound to the end of the ages. Compared with thee, what will Priam be? What will Agamemnon be? What Achilles? Nay, the very gods themselves. It matters not whether the burning of Rome was a good thing, if it was great and out of the common. For this reason I tell thee that the people will not raise their hands against thee. Have courage. Keep thyself from acts unbecoming to thee. For this only canst thou fear, that future ages will be able to say, Nero burned Rome, but, being a pusillanimous Caesar and a small-souled poet, he denied the great act out of fear, and cast the guilt on the innocent." The words of Petronius made their wonted powerful impression on Nero. Nevertheless, Petronius was not deceived as to the fact that his speech was a heroic measure. If fortunate, it might save the Christians, but it was more likely to hurl himself to destruction. However, he did not hesitate at any hazard when the matter concerned Vinicius, whom he loved. "The die is cast," he said to himself. "We shall see how far the fear of death outweighs in the ape his love of glory." In his soul Petronius scarcely dared to doubt that fear would gain the day. Silence followed his words. Poppaea and all present looked in Nero's eyes as in a rainbow. He pursed up his lips so that they were drawn up to the very nostrils, as he was accustomed to do whenever he knew not what to say. At last, wretchedness and anxiety were visible on his face. "Lord," cried Tigellinus when he saw this, "permit me to go, for when any one seeks to expose thy person to destruction, and besides calls thee a pusillanimous Caesar, and a small-souled poet, an incendiary, and a comedian, my ears cannot suffer such words." "I have lost," thought Petronius. But turning toward Tigellinus, he measured him with his eyes, in which shone the contempt natural to a great and elegant personage contemplating a knave. Then he said: "Tigellinus, it was thee I called a comedian, for even now thou art one." "And wherefore? Because I do not care to listen to thy reproaches?" "It is because thou art now professing boundless love for Caesar, yet a moment ago thou didst threaten him with the pretorians. All of us understood this as well as he." Tigellinus had not expected that Petronius would be so bold as to throw such a cast of the dice on the table. He turned pale, lost his head and became speechless. But this was the last victory of the arbiter of elegance over his rival. At that moment Poppaea broke in. "Lord, how canst thou permit that such a thought should pass the head of anybody, and especially that anybody should have the temerity to speak it aloud in thy presence?"
"Punish the insolent one!"
cried Vitelius. Nero again raised his lips to his nostrils. Turning toward Petronius his near-sighted, glassy eyes, he said:
"Is this the way that thou rewardest me for the friendship which I had for thee?"
"If I am mistaken, point out my mistake," answered Petronius. "But know that I only speak that which my love for thee dictates."
"Punish the insolent one!"
repeated Vitelius. "Do so!" echoed several voices. Throughout the hall there was a murmur and stir, for everyone began to draw away from Petronius. Even Tullius Senecio, his once steadfast friend, and young Nerva, who up to this hour had shown him the greatest affection, withdrew. Soon Petronius was left alone on the left side of the hall. With a smile on his face he arranged the folds of his robe, and awaited what Caesar might say or do. Caesar said:
"Ye wish me to punish him. He is my companion and friend. Though he has wounded my heart, let him know that this heart has for its friends only forgiveness."
"I have lost, I am ruined," thought Petronius. Caesar rose. The conference was at an end. End of Part 3, Chapter 6. Part 3, Chapter 7 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milevsky. Part 3, Chapter 7. Petronius returned to his house. Tigellinus accompanied Nero to Poppaea's hall, where people awaited them by appointment with the prefect. There were two rabbis from the Trans Tiber, in long robes and mitred heads, a young scribe, their assistant, and Chilo. At sight of Caesar the priests paled from excitement, stretched out their arms and bowed their heads.
"We salute thee, O monarch of monarchies and king of kings!" cried the elder. "We salute the ruler of the world, the protector of the people, and Caesar, lion among men, whose dominion is like the light of the sun, and like the cedars of Lebanon, like a spring, like a palm tree, and like the balm of Gilead." "Ye do not address me as a god?" asked Caesar. The priests grew paler. The older one continued to speak. "Thy words, O Lord, are sweet as a cluster of grapes, and as a ripe fig, for Jehovah hath filled thy heart with thy kindness. Thy father's predecessor, Caius Caesar, was a tyrant. Nevertheless, our ambassadors did not address him as a god, preferring death to a breach of the law." "And Caligula, did he not command them to be thrown to the lions?" "No, Lord. Caius Caesar feared the wrath of Jehovah." Here they raised their heads, for the name of the Almighty Jehovah restored their courage. Trusting in his might, they were emboldened to look straight into Nero's eyes. "Do you accuse the Christians of setting fire to Rome?" "Lord, we accuse them only because they are public enemies of the human race, the enemies of Rome and of thyself. Long ago they threatened the city and the world with fire. This man will tell the rest. He is a truthful man, for in the veins of his mother flowed the blood of the chosen people." Nero turned to Chilo. "Who art thou?" "Thy admirer, Osiris, and besides a poor Stoic." "I detest the Stoics," cried Nero. "I hate Thrasea. I hate Musonius and Cornutus. Their sayings I cannot bear, their contempt for art, their voluntary wretchedness and their filthiness." "Lord, thy master Seneca has 1,000 tables of lemon wood. If it pleases thee, I may have twice as many. I am a Stoic from necessity. Radiant one, encircle my stoicism with a garland of roses, and place near it a pitcher of wine, and it will sing Anacreon in such a manner as to deafen all the Epicureans." Nero, who was pleased with the name of Radiant One, smiled and said: "I am pleased with thee." "This man is worth his weight in gold," exclaimed Tigellinus.
Chilo answered, "Lord, fill my weight with thy liberality, or my weight will be blown away by the wind." "He would not weigh more than Vitellius," said Caesar. "Silver bowed Apollo, my wit is not of lead." "I notice that faith does not hinder thee from addressing me as a god." "Oh, immortal one, truth is in thee. The Christians blaspheme against truth, and therefore I hate them." "What knowest thou of the Christians?" asked Poppaea, a little impatiently. "Wilt thou permit me to weep, oh divinity?" "No," said Nero, "it annoys me." "Thou art right threefold, for eyes which have seen thee ought forever to be free from tears. Oh, Lord, defend me against my enemies." "Tell us of the Christians," said Poppaea. "Oh, Isis," answered Chilo, "since my youth I have dedicated myself to philosophy and have searched for truth. I searched for it in the ancient divine philosophers, in the academies of Athens, and in the schools of Alexandria. When I heard of the Christians I presumed that they formed a new kind of school wherein I might find some grains of truth, and unfortunately I made their acquaintance. The first Christian that I met was a physician from Naples, Glaucus by name. From him I learned in due course that they worship a certain Christus, who promised them that he would exterminate all people and destroy all the cities of the world, but would spare them should they assist him in stamping out the children of Deucalion. For this reason, oh lady, they hate men. For this reason in their meetings they heap curses on Rome and on all sanctuaries in which homage is given to our gods. Christus was crucified, but he promised them that when Rome was destroyed by fire he would come again into the world and give them dominion over the universe. Now men will understand why Rome was destroyed by fire." "Many already understand it, oh Lord," answered Chilo, "for I visit the garden and the field of Mars and teach. But if you listen to the end you will understand why I demand vengeance. At first Glaucus the physician did not reveal to me that their religion taught them hatred of men. He told me on the contrary that Christus is a good god, and that the foundation of their religion is love. My tender heart could not reject such truth. I therefore loved Glaucus and trusted him. I divided with him every morsel of bread, every groat. Lady, how dost thou think he repaid me? On the road from Naples to Rome he stabbed me with a knife, and my wife, that beautiful and young Bernice, he sold to a slave trader. Oh, that Sophocles knew of my story! But what do I say since one better than Sophocles is listening?" "Poor man," said Poppaea. "Whoever has seen the face of Aphrodite is not poor, oh lady, and I see her at this moment. But at that time I sought consolation in philosophy. Coming to Rome I tried to reach the Christian elders, in order to obtain justice against Glaucus. I thought that they would force him to give up my wife. I became acquainted with their high priest. I know another by the name of Paul who was a prisoner here, but was liberated afterwards. I made the acquaintance of the son of Zebedee, of Linus, and Clitus, and many others. I know where they lived before the conflagration, and I know where they meet. I can show ye an underground grotto in the Vatican Hill, and a cemetery beyond the Nomentan Gate where they celebrate their abominable ceremonies. I saw the Apostle Peter. I saw Glaucus killing children so that the apostle might have something to sprinkle on the heads of those present. I saw Lygia, the ward of Pomponia Graecina, who boasted that though she was unable to bring the blood of a child, she had caused the death of an infant by bewitching the little Augusta thy daughter, O Osiris, and thine, O Isis." "Dost thou hear, Caesar?" asked Poppaea. "Can this be so?" exclaimed Caesar. "I can forgive wrongs done to myself," continued Chilo, "but hearing of yours I wanted to stab her. I was unfortunately stopped by the noble Vinicius, whom I love." "Vinicius? How can that be? Did she not run away from him?" "She did flee, but he searched for her, as he could not live without her. For a pittance I helped him in his search, and I pointed out to him the house where she lived among the Christians on the other side of the Tiber.
We went there together, and with us thy pugilist Croto, whom the noble Vinicius hired for protection. But Ursus, the slave of Lygia, killed him. He is a man of enormous strength, O Lord, who could wrench off the head of a bull as easily as the head of a poppy from its stalk." "By Hercules!" cried Nero, "the man who choked Croto is worthy of a statue in the Forum. But thou art mistaken or inventing, for Croto was killed by the knife of Vinicius." "That is the way in which people lie against the gods, O Lord. I myself saw how the ribs of Croto were crushed in the hands of Ursus, who then fell upon Vinicius. He would have killed him were it not for Lygia. Vinicius was afterwards sick for a long time, but they nursed him. They hoped that by their kindness he would become a Christian." "Vinicius?" "Yes." "And mayhap Petronius also?" inquired Tigellinus. Chilo writhed, rubbed his hands, and said: "I admire thy penetration, master. It may be so." "Now I understand why he defended the Christians." But Nero laughed. "Petronius a Christian! Petronius an enemy of life and comfort! Do not be foolish and ask me to believe it. I am prepared to believe anything else." "But the noble Vinicius became a Christian, O Lord, I swear it by that lustre that emanates from thee, that I speak the truth, and that nothing hurts me so much as falsehood. Pomponia is a Christian, and Lygia and Vinicius are Christians. I served them faithfully, but at the request of Glaucus the physician, they recompensed me with a flogging, in spite of my advanced age, and though I was suffering from hunger and sickness, I have sworn by Hades that I will never forget it. O Lord, avenge my wrongs, and I will deliver unto thee the Apostle Peter, the elders Linus, Clitus, Glaucus, and Crispus, as well as Lygia and Ursus. I will point out to thee where hundreds, yea, thousands of them meet. I will show their houses of prayer and their cemeteries. All thy prisons will not hold them. Without me ye could not find their abodes. Up to this time, when I was poor, I sought consolation in philosophy. Let me find it now in the favors which will be heaped on me. I am old and I have not enjoyed life. Let that enjoyment commence now." "Thou desirest to be a Stoic before a full plate?" said Nero. "Whoever gives his service unto thee will be filled by the same." "Thou art not mistaken, philosopher." Poppaea never forgot her enemies. Her liking for Vinicius was but a momentary passion, the result of jealousy, anger, and injured self love. The coldness of the young patrician stung her and filled her heart with stubborn offense. The very fact that he dared to prefer another seemed to her a crime calling for revenge. As for Lygia, she had hated her from the very first moment when the beauty of the northern lily caused her uneasiness. Petronius, who spoke of the too narrow hips of the girl, could say what he pleased to Caesar, but not unto the Augusta. The knowing Poppaea understood at a glance that in all Rome, Lygia alone could rival and even surpass her. From that moment she had sworn her ruin. "Lord," she cried, "avenge our child." "Hasten," cried Chilo, "hasten, otherwise Vinicius will hide her. I will point out the house whither she returned after the fire." "I will give thee 10 men. Go there at once," said Tigellinus. "Master, thou hast not seen Croto in the arms of Ursus. If thou wilt give me 50 men, I will only point out the house from a distance. But if ye do not imprison him, I am ruined." Tigellinus looked at Nero. "Would it not be better, oh divinity, to rid thyself at one time of both the uncle and the nephew?" Nero thought for a while and answered: "No, not now. People would not believe that Petronius, Vinicius, or Pomponia Graecina fired Rome. They possess exceedingly beautiful houses. We want other victims to day. Their turn will come next." "Then, oh Lord, give me soldiers as a guard," said Chilo. "See to this, Tigellinus." "Thou wilt meanwhile live with me," said the prefect. Joy beamed from the face of the Greek. "I will deliver them all up. Only hasten. Be quick," he shouted with a hoarse voice. Part 3, Chapter 7.
Part 3, Chapter 8 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 3, Chapter 8. When Petronius left Caesar he gave orders that he should be borne to his house on the Carinae. This, surrounded as it was on three sides by a garden and having in front the small forum of Cecilia, had escaped the conflagration. Other Augustales, who had lost their houses with all their treasures and works of art, dubbed Petronius a lucky man. For a long time past they had spoken of him as the firstborn son of fortune. More recently, Caesar's friendship had seemed to confirm their opinion. But the firstborn of fortune might now meditate on the fickleness of his mother, or rather on her likeness to Time, who devoured his own children. "Had my house been burned," he said to himself, "together with my gems, my Etruscan vases, Alexandrian glasses and Corinthian bronze, Nero might have forgotten his anger. By Pollux! And it depended upon me alone to be prefect to the praetorians. At this moment I might have held the power to brand Tigellinus as the incendiary, which he is in fact. I should have placed him in the tunic of torture, delivered him over to the mob, saved the Christians and rebuilt Rome. Who knows but that a happier period might not have arisen for honest men? I ought to have done that, were it only for Vinicius's sake. If the work had proved too hard, I could have surrendered the office of prefect to him. Nero would not even have attempted opposition. Then Vinicius might have baptized all the praetorians, and even Caesar himself. What harm could that have done me? Nero pious, Nero virtuous and merciful, this would even be an amusing sight." Such was his light-hearted indifference that he began to laugh. But after a while his thoughts flowed into another channel. He was in Antium and Paul of Tarsus was speaking to him. "Ye call us the enemies of life, but answer me, Petronius, if Caesar were a Christian and acted according to our doctrines, would not your lives be more secure?" Recollecting these words, he continued: "By Castor! Even if they were to murder all the Christians here, Paul would find new ones, for as the world cannot stand on knavery, he is necessarily right. But who knows whether knavery may not triumph? I myself, who have learned not a little, did not learn enough to be a great enough rogue. So I may even have to open my veins. But in any event this must have been the end, or if not, something similar. I am only sorry for my Eunice and my Myrrhine vase. Eunice, however, is free and the vase will go with me. Bronzebeard shall not get it by any means. I am also sorry for Vinicius. Life of late had become less burdensome than of yore. Nevertheless I am ready. 'Tis a beautiful world, but most of the people are so base that it is not worth while living. Though an Augustale, I was a freer man than they supposed." Here he shrugged his shoulders. "Perchance they think that at this moment my knees are trembling, that from fear my hair stands on end. But when I reach home I will take a bath in violet water, then my golden-haired lady will herself anoint me. And after refreshment, we shall command the singing aloud of that hymn to Apollo, which Anthemius composed. I myself once said that it is not worth while to think of death, for it thinks of us in spite of ourselves. How strange if in reality there should prove to be Elysian fields, and in them the shades of the departed. In that case Eunice would at once come to me, and we should together wander over meadows and among asphodel plants. We should find better company there than here. What a farce! What jugglery! What a populace, tasteless and unpolished! Tens of arbiters of elegance could not change these Trimalchions into respectable people. By Persephone, I have had enough of them." He noticed with surprise that something had already separated him from the world. He had known it well and had known therefore what to think of it, but now a greater contempt than ever came over him. Surely he had had enough of it all. Then he reflected on the situation. He understood that destruction did not threaten him just yet. Nero had uttered a few choice, lofty, and agreeable words concerning forgiveness which committed him for the moment. He would now be obliged to search for a pretext, and in the search time must elapse. "The first thing he will do is to send the Christians into the arena," said Petronius to himself. "Next he will think of me. If so, it is not worth while to trouble myself about it, nor change my mode of life. Vinitius is in more immediate peril." And from this on he thought only of Vinicius, whom he was determined to save. Slaves bore his litter hastily through the ruins, the ash heaps and chimneys, with which the Carinae was yet filled, but he commanded them to hurry on, so that he might reach home as quickly as possible. Vinicius, whose island had been burned, now lived with him, and fortunately was at home. "Hast thou seen Lygia to day?" asked Petronius as he entered.
"I have just returned from her."
"Hearken to what I have to say and lose no time in questions. It was resolved to day at Caesar's to lay upon the Christians the guilt of the burning of Rome. Terrible persecutions and tortures await them. Pursuit may begin at any moment. Take Lygia and flee instantly. Be it beyond the Alps or to Africa. Hurry, for it is nearer from the Palatine to the Trans Tiber than to this place." Vinicius was too much of a soldier to lose time in asking questions. He listened with knitted brows, and with a face determined and terrible. It was obvious that his impulse was to defend himself and give battle.
"I go," said he.
"One word more, take a purse of gold, take arms, and a few of thy Christian people. In case of need, rescue her." Vinicius was already at the door of the hall. "Send me news by a slave," Petronius called out. He was left alone. Walking along the columns which embellished the hall, his mind dwelt on all which had come to pass. He knew that Lygia and Linus had returned after the fire to their former home, which, with the greater part of the Trans Tiber, had been spared. This was unfortunate. Otherwise it would not have been easy to find them among the crowds of people. Petronius believed, however, that nobody in the Palatine knew where they lived. In such case Vinicius would anticipate the pretorian guards. It also struck him that Tigellinus, wishing to capture as many Christians as possible at a time, must spread the net over all Rome; that is, he would have to distribute the pretorians in small divisions. "If he sent only a few men for Lygia," he thought, "that Lygian giant would break their bones, and what will happen if Vinicius arrives with assistance?" This thought reassured him. Surely armed resistance to the pretorians were tantamount to war with Caesar. Petronius also knew that if Vinicius hid himself from Nero's vengeance, that same vengeance might fall on himself. But he did not stop to think of this. Indeed, he rejoiced at the thought of confounding Nero's plans through those of Tigellinus, and determined not to spare either men or money. Paul of Tarsus at Antium had converted the greater part of his slaves. Wherefore, he might be sure, that in defending the Christians he could count on their readiness and devotion. The entrance of Eunice interrupted his thoughts. At sight of her his cares and troubles flew and left no trace behind. He forgot Caesar, the disfavor into which he had fallen, the degradation of the Augustales, the persecution which threatened the Christians and Vinicius and Lygia. He only looked upon her with aesthetic eyes, enamored of wonderful forms, and of a mistress who breathed love through such a form. Arrayed in a transparent violet robe through which shone her rose colored body, she was in truth as beautiful as a goddess. Conscious of the admiration she excited, loving Petronius with her whole soul, and ever ready for his caresses, she now began to blush for joy as though she were not a concubine, but an innocent maiden. "What hast thou to say, Charis?" said Petronius, stretching out his hand to her. Inclining her golden head, she answered: "Anthemius has arrived with his choristers. He asks if it is thy wish to hear him to day." "Let him wait. Let him sing to us after dinner, and near the hearth of the yet burning ashes we shall listen to the hymn to Apollo. By the groves of Paphos, when I see thee thus robed it seems to me that Aphrodite, veiled with a portion of the sky, stands before me." "Oh, master!" said Eunice. "Come hither, Eunice, embrace me, and surrender me thy mouth. Dost thou love me?" "I could not have loved Zeus more." She pressed her lips to his mouth, trembling in his arms from happiness. After a while Petronius said: "Suppose the time has arrived when we must separate?" Eunice looked in his eyes with fear. "How so, master?" "Fear not. But who knows whether I may not have to set out on a long voyage?" "Take me also." Petronius suddenly changed the conversation and asked: "Tell me, are there any asphodels on the lawn?" "The cypresses and the lawns are withered from the fire, and the leaves have fallen from the myrtles. The entire garden wears the aspect of death." "All Rome wears the aspect of death. It will shortly be a real graveyard. Dost thou know that an edict is about to be issued against the Christians? Then will commence a persecution in which thousands of people will perish." "Why should they be punished, master? They are a good and quiet people." "Just for that very reason." "Then let us go to the sea. Thy divine eyes cannot look on blood." "Yea, but meantime I must bathe. Come to the anointing room and rub unguents on my arms. By the ribbon of Cypria, never hast thou appeared to me so beautiful. I will order a bath to be made for thee in the form of a shell, and thou shalt appear like a costly pearl within it. Come, O golden haired one." They went out. An hour later both of them, their heads wreathed with roses, their eyes covered with mist, rested at a table spread with vessels of gold. They were served by youths attired as Cupids, they drank wine from ivy covered goblets, and heard the hymn to Apollo sung to the music of the harp under the direction of Anthemius. What did they care, though around their villa arose like funeral pyres the chimneys of the ruined houses, and though gusts of wind scattered the ashes of burned Rome? They felt themselves happy and thought of nothing else but love, which made their lives a divine dream. But before the hymn was at an end, a slave entered the hall. "Master," he said in a voice trembling with alarm, "a centurion with a detachment of pretorian guards stands below and at Caesar's command wishes to see thee." The song and the music ceased. All present were alarmed, for Caesar was not accustomed to send pretorians on friendly errands, and their presence in those days foreboded no good. Petronius was the only one who did not show the slightest fear. He merely said, with the air of one annoyed by too frequent callers: "They might have let me dine in peace." Then turning to the slave he said: "Let them enter." The slave disappeared behind the curtain. A moment later heavy steps were heard, and an acquaintance of Petronius, the centurion Aper, armed, and with an iron helmet on his head, entered the hall. "Noble lord," he said, "here is a writing from Caesar." Petronius extended his white hand deliberately, took the writing, read it, and handed it with the greatest composure to Eunice. "He reads a new book on the Troyad this evening, and commands my presence." "I have no order save to deliver the writing," said the centurion. "Yes, there will be no reply. But, centurion, thou mightest as well rest a little with us, and empty a goblet of wine." "Thanks, noble lord. Gladly will I drink a goblet of wine to thy health, but I cannot remain, for I am on duty." "Why did Caesar send the letter by thee and not by a slave?" "I know not, master. Perchance it was because I was ordered for another service in this direction." "I know," said Petronius, "against the Christians?" "True, master." "It is long since the pursuit began?" "Some divisions were dispatched to the Trans Tiber before noon." Thus saying, the centurion spilled a little wine in honor of Mars, then he quaffed it and said: "May the gods grant thee thy desires." "Take the goblet and keep it," said Petronius. Then he signaled to Anthemius to finish the hymn to Apollo. "Bronzebeard seeks to play with me and Vinicius," he said to himself when the harp sounded anew. "I divine his purpose. He wanted to frighten me by sending his summons through a centurion. In the evening the centurion will be asked in what manner I received him. No, no, thou wilt not amuse thyself overmuch, oh malicious and cruel mountebank. I know that thou wilt not forget the offense. I know that my destruction is certain. But if thou thinkest that I will look into thine eyes beseechingly, that thou wilt see in my face either terror or humility, thou deceivest thyself." "Caesar writes, master, 'Come if thou desirest,'" said Eunice. "Wilt thou go?" "I am in good health, so that I can even listen to his verses," answered Petronius. "I shall go, the more so because Vinitius cannot." After dinner and his usual promenade he placed himself in the hands of his slaves, hairdressers and attendants, who arranged the folds of his garments, and in an hour's time, beautiful as a god, he had himself borne to the Palatine. It was late. The evening was calm and warm. The moon shone so brightly that the lamplighters preceding the litter extinguished the lamps. On the streets and amid the ruins lurked drunken crowds, adorned with garlands of ivy and honeysuckle, carrying in their hands branches of myrtle and laurel procured from Caesar's gardens. An abundance of grain and the expectation of splendid games had filled the popular heart with joy. Here and there songs were heard, magnifying the divine night and power of love. Here and there people danced in the moonlight. The slaves had to force a way for the litter of the "noble Petronius," and then the mob fell back and shouted in honor of their favorite. He thought of Vinicius and marveled why he had no news from him. He was an Epicurean and an egotist, but through his associations, now with Paul of Tarsus, now with Vinicius, and hearing daily of the Christians, he had changed a little without being aware of it. A breeze, as it were, had wafted upon his soul an unknown seed. The welfare of others occupied him as well as his own. To Vinicius he had always been attached. In his youthful days he had loved Vinicius's mother, his own sister. Now, therefore, when he was taking an interest in his nephew's affairs, he looked upon them with as much concern as he would have looked on a tragedy. He did not lose hope that Vinicius had anticipated the pretorians and fled with Lygia, or at the worst had rescued her. But he would have liked to be sure of this. He foresaw that he might be called upon to answer various questions for which it would be well to be prepared. Halting in front of the house of Tiberius, he alighted from his litter. After a while he entered Caesar's hall, already filled with courtiers. His friends of yesterday, though somewhat astonished at the fact that he had been invited, moved away from him. But he mingled among them, beautiful, independent, careless and self-confident, like one who has favors to distribute. Seeing this, some were disturbed, lest their coldness towards him might be premature. Caesar, however, feigned not to see him, and made no response to his bow, being apparently occupied in conversation. But Tigellinus approached and said: "Good evening, arbiter of elegance. Dost thou still assert that Rome was not burned by the Christians?" Petronius shrugged his shoulders, and tapping Tigellinus on his shoulder blade, as he would a freedman, answered: "Thou knowest as well as I what is true." "I did not venture to compare myself with thee in wisdom." "For once thou art right. Caesar reads us a new song from the Troyad. Thou wilt be obliged, instead of screaming like a peacock, to say something approaching absurdity." Tigellinus bit his lips. He was not overjoyed that Caesar should have decided to read a new song, for that opened out a field in which he could not compare favorably with Petronius. It actually happened that, at the time of the reading, Nero involuntarily, from old habit, turned his eyes toward Petronius with careful scrutiny as if to read his face. Petronius, as he listened, raised his brows, approved at times, and at others intensified his attention as if he wanted to be sure that he had heard correctly. Some parts he praised, others he criticized, recommending modifications or corrections. Nero could not fail to recognize that others in their fulsome praises thought only of themselves, while Petronius occupied himself with poetry for its own sake. He alone understood it. When he happened to praise, one could be certain that the verses were good. Little by little he was drawn into a discussion with him. Finally, when Petronius questioned the fitness of a certain expression, he said: "Thou wilt see in the last song why I used it." "Ah," thought Petronius, "then we shall wait for the last poem." Many in the audience thought to themselves: "Woe is me! Petronius, having ample time, may return to favor and even overthrow Tigellinus." They began to flock around him. But the close of the evening was less fortunate. When Petronius was taking leave, Caesar asked suddenly, with blinking eyes and a face full of malicious delight: "Why did Vinicius not come?" Had Petronius been certain that Vinicius and Lygia were already beyond the gates of the city, he might have replied: "He was married with thy permission and left." But observing the odd expression of Nero, he answered: "Thy invitation, oh divine one, did not find him at home."
"Tell him that I shall be glad to see him," answered Nero, "and tell him that from me, not to miss the games in which the Christians shall appear." These words alarmed Petronius. They seemed to him a direct allusion to Lygia. Seated in his litter he gave orders for even greater dispatch than in the morning. But this was no easy task. In front of Tiberius's house stood a dense and tumultuous crowd, drunk as before, but not singing and dancing. They were evidently excited. Cries were heard from a distance which Petronius at first could not comprehend, but these increased in volume, until at last they changed into one wild roar: "The Christians to the lions!" Splendid litters of courtiers hustled through the howling multitude. From the depths of the burned streets poured in new crowds, who, hearing the cries, repeated them. The news flew from mouth to mouth that the pursuit had been continued since noon, and that already a great number of incendiaries had been caught. Along the new streets and the old, through alleys lying among the ruins near the Palatine, along all the hills and gardens, through the length and breadth of Rome rang ever increasing shouts: "The Christians to the lions!" "Asses!" thought Petronius with contempt. "The people are worthy of their Caesar." And it struck him that a people propped up by force, by cruelty such as even barbarians had no conception of, mad and dissolute, could not endure. Rome dominated the world, but it was also its sore. From it was wafted a putrid odor. Over decaying life hovered the shadow of death. More than once had this been spoken of even among the Augustales, but never before had the truth come so near home to Petronius that the garlanded chariot upon which stood the statue of Rome in the guise of a triumphator, dragging behind it a chained herd of nations, was hastening on to a precipice. The life of the world ruling city appeared to him a sort of mad dance, an orgy which must soon come to a close. He now perceived that the Christians alone had a new foundation for life, but alas! before long not a vestige would be left of the Christians, and what then? The mad dance would continue under the lash of Nero. When Nero was gone another would be found like him or even worse, since among such people and such patricians there was no hope for a better one. There would be a new orgy, viler and fouler than ever. But the orgy could not last forever. Sleep must terminate it, even through very exhaustion. Brooding thus, Petronius felt greatly troubled. Was life worth while if spent in uncertainty, with no aim save to gaze upon a world of this sort? The angel of death was no less beautiful than the angel of sleep. He also had wings on his shoulders. The litter stopped in front of Petronius's door. It was opened at once by the ever watchful porter. "Has the noble Vinicius returned?" asked Petronius. "A moment ago, master," answered the slave. "So he could not have rescued her," mused Petronius. Casting aside his toga, he made his way into the hall. Vinicius was sitting on a three-legged stool, his head bent almost to his knees and his hands on his head. At the sound of steps he raised his stone-like face in which his eyes shone with a feverish gleam. "Didst thou arrive too late?" asked Petronius. "Yes, they had taken her before noon." "Hast thou seen her?" "Yes." "Where is she?" "In the Mamertine prison." Petronius shuddered, and cast an inquiring glance on Vinicius. "No," said the latter, comprehending his meaning, "they did not thrust her down in the Tullianum, nor in the middle prison. I paid the guard to surrender his own room to her. Ursus took his place at the threshold and now watches over her." "Why did not Ursus defend her?" "They sent 50 pretorians and Linus prohibited him." "But Linus?" "Linus is dying. That is why they did not take him." "What do you propose to do?" "To rescue her, or die with her, for I also believe in Christ." Though Vinicius spoke quietly, his voice betrayed his despair. Petronius's heart beat with responsive pity. "I understand thee," he said, "but what is thy plan of rescue?" "I paid large sums to the guards, first to protect her from indignity, and second, to make no effort to impede her flight." "When will that be accomplished?" "They replied that they could deliver her up to me at once, as they feared further responsibility.
As soon as the prison is crowded and the register of the prisoners becomes confused, they will deliver her to me. But this is a last resource. Do thou save her and me. Thou art Caesar's friend. He himself gave her to me. Go to him and save us." In lieu of replying, Petronius called a slave and commanded him to bring 2 dark mantles and 2 short swords. Then he turned to Vinicius. "On the road I shall answer thee," he said. "Meanwhile take a mantle, take arms, and we will go to the prison. There give the guards 100,000 sesterces, give them twice or even 5 times as much, if they agree to free Lygia immediately, otherwise it will be too late." "Let us go," cried Vinicius. "Now listen to me," said Petronius as they reached the street. "We must lose no time. From now on I am in disgrace. My own life hangs suspended on a hair. Therefore I can get nothing from Caesar. Worse still, I am certain that to spite me he would refuse my request. Were it not for this, would I have counseled thee to flee with her or to rescue her? If thou shouldst succeed in escaping, the wrath of Caesar will fall upon me. He might concede thy request to day, but not mine. Nevertheless, count not on that. Nothing else remains for thee to do. If this does not succeed, then there will be time for other remedies. For the present, know that Lygia is a prisoner not only because of her belief in Christ, but because Poppaea's anger is against her and thee, and she persecutes you both. Hast thou forgotten that thou didst offend the Augusta by rejecting her? She knows that Lygia was the cause of the rejection. She has hated her from the first. Once before she sought to destroy her by attributing to her the death of her child by witchcraft. Thus the finger of Poppaea is in all that is now happening. Thou art now able to answer the question, why Lygia was the first to be imprisoned? Who could have pointed out the house of Linus? But I can tell you that she has been shadowed for some time. I know that I wring thy soul and tear the last shred of hope from thee. But I say all this purposely, for if thou failest to free her before they scent a hint of the purpose, then ye are both lost." "True, I understand all," answered Vinicius, in a hollow voice. Owing to the lateness of the hour, the streets were deserted. Further conversation was interrupted by a drunken gladiator. He reeled against Petronius, and placed his hand on his shoulder. Breathing into his face the odor of wine, he shouted in a hoarse voice: "The Christians to the lions!" "Murmilon," was Petronius's quiet answer, "hearken to good advice. Hurry on thy way." The drunken gladiator seized Petronius by the other hand. "Shout instantly, 'The Christians to the lions,' or I will break thy neck." Petronius's nerves had had enough of these vociferations. From the time he had left the Palatine they had shocked him like a nightmare and deafened him, so when he saw the uplifted hand ready to strike him, the measure of his patience was filled. "Friend," he said, "thou smellest of wine and impedest my way." So saying, he ran the short weapon, with which he had armed himself, up to the hilt in the man's breast. Taking Vinicius by the arm, he moved on as though nothing had happened. "Caesar said to me to day, 'Ask Vinicius in my name to be present at the games in which the Christians will appear.' Dost thou comprehend what he means? They wish to extract joy from thy pain. This is a fact. This may be the reason why thou and I have not yet been imprisoned. If thou art not able to take her from prison, I know not. Perhaps Actea will intercede in thy behalf. But can she do it? Thy Sicilian lands may also tempt Tigellinus. Make the experiment." "I will give him all that I possess," answered Vinicius. From the Carinae to the Forum was not far. They soon arrived there. Night was already paling, and the outlines of the walls of the castle could be discerned. Suddenly, while they were turning toward the Mamertine prison, Petronius stopped and said: "Pretorians, it is too late." And in fact the prison was surrounded by a double row of soldiers. The dawn silvered their iron helmets and the points of their javelins. Vinicius's face grew as pale as marble. "Let us go," he said. For a moment they stood near the lines. Petronius, who was gifted with an extraordinary memory, knew not only the chiefs, but nearly all the pretorian soldiers. He soon discovered one of his old acquaintances, who was the leader of a cohort. He nodded to him. "What does this mean, Niger?" he asked. "Did they order you to guard the prison?"
"Yes, noble Petronius. The prefect feared lest attempts might be made to rescue the incendiaries." "Have you an order to refuse admittance?" inquired Vinicius. "No, master, we have none. Friends will visit the prisoners, and thus we shall be enabled to seize more Christians." "Then let me in," said Vinitius. Pressing Petronius's hands, he said to him: "See Actea. I will come to you for her answer." "Come," replied Petronius. At this moment, from beneath the ground and beyond the thick walls was heard the sound of singing. A hymn low and faint at first, by degrees it swelled in volume. Voices of men, women, and children formed together a harmonious chorus. The whole prison began to resound like a harp in the quiet dawn. They were not voices of anguish or despair, but on the contrary, of joy and triumph. The soldiers looked at one another in amazement. In the sky appeared the golden and rosy glimmer of the morning. End of Part 3, Chapter 8. Part 3, Chapter 9 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milevsky. Part 3, Chapter 9. The clamor, "The Christians to the lions!" arose continuously in all parts of the city. From the first, not only did nobody doubt that the Christians were the incendiaries, but nobody wished to doubt, since their punishment would yield amusement for everyone. Nevertheless, it was fancied that the catastrophe would not have been so severe were it not for the anger of the gods. For this reason, purifying sacrifices were ordered in the sanctuaries. After consultation of the Sibylline books, the Senate ordered solemnities and public prayers to Vulcan, Ceres, and Proserpina. Matrons laid offerings before Juno. A great many of them went in procession to the seashore to draw water and besprinkle the statue of the goddess. Married women prepared feasts for the gods and night watches. All Rome purified itself from sin, brought offerings, and reconciled itself with the immortals. Meanwhile, broad new streets were laid out in the midst of the burned place. Here and there foundations were already laid for spacious edifices, palaces, and sanctuaries. But first of all was constructed, with unprecedented speed, an enormous wooden amphitheatre, in which the Christians were to suffer. Soon after the consultation in the house of Tiberius, orders were sent out to the proconsuls to procure wild beasts. Tigellinus emptied the menageries of all Italian cities, not excepting the smallest. At his command gigantic hunts were ordered in Africa, in which all the natives were forced to take part. Elephants and tigers were ordered from Asia, crocodiles and hippopotami from the Nile, lions from the Atlas, wolves and bears from the Pyrenees, savage dogs from Ireland, Molossian dogs from Epirus, bisons and gigantic wild bulls from Germany. The great number of prisoners would make the games surpass in magnitude all hitherto seen. Caesar desired to drown the memory of the conflagration in blood, to intoxicate Rome with it, hence the flow of blood would be more abundant than had ever been known. The people were eager to help the guards and the pretorians in their hunt for Christians. It was not a difficult task, for whole crowds of them encamped among the people, in the midst of the gardens, and openly made known their faith. When they were surrounded, they knelt and, singing hymns, permitted themselves to be led away without resistance. Their patience only increased the anger of the mob, who, not understanding its source, looked upon it as wrath and a hardened endurance in crime. Madness seized the persecutors. Often the rabble wrested Christian captives from the pretorians and tore them to pieces. Women were dragged to prison by their hair. Children's heads were dashed against the stones. Thousands of howling people ran wildly through the streets day and night. They searched for victims among the ruins, in chimneys, and in the cellars. In front of the prisons, around fires and casks of wine, were celebrated bacchanalian feasts and dances.
In the evening the noise of the drunken crowd, like the roar of thunder, reverberated through the whole city. The mob and the pretorians daily brought in new victims. Pity was extinguished. It appeared as though the citizens in their wild frenzy had forgotten everything except one clamor: "The Christians to the lions!" The days and nights were sultrier than ever before known in Rome. The very air seemed to be filled with madness, blood, and crime. The marvelous lust for cruelty was met by an equally marvelous desire for martyrdom. The confessors of Christ went willingly to death, yea, they even sought death, until they were held back by the command of their superiors, who charged them to betake themselves out of the city, in subterranean places near the Appian Way, and in the suburban vineyards belonging to patrician Christians. These had so far escaped imprisonment. It was known perfectly well on the Palatine that among the Christians were numbered Flavius Domitilla, Pomponia Graecina, Cornelius Pudens, and Vinicius. Caesar, however, feared that the crowd would not listen to accusations of incendiarism against citizens of this stripe, since it was above all necessary to convince the people. Punishment and vengeance against these were deferred until later. Those who thought that the patricians' safety was owing to Actea's influence were mistaken. Petronius, after parting with Vinicius, had gone directly to Actea to ask help for Lygia, but she could only offer him tears, for she lived in suffering and neglect, and was only tolerated so long as she hid herself from Poppaea and Caesar. Nevertheless, she visited Lygia in prison and brought her clothing and food, and at the same time protected her from injury at the hands of the prison guards, who, by the way, were already bribed. Petronius could not forget that had it not been for him and his project of taking Lygia from the house of Aulus, the maiden would most likely have not now been in prison. He was eager, moreover, to win the game against Tigellinus, so he spared neither time nor expense. In the course of a few days he interviewed Seneca, Domitius Afer, Crispinilla, through whom he wished to reach Poppaea, Terpnos, Diodorus, and the beautiful Pythagoras, and finally Alituras and Paris, to whom Caesar seldom refused anything. With the help of Chrysothemis, now the mistress of Vatinius, he tried to gain even his aid. In all cases he was unsparing of his promises of favors as well as his money. But all their efforts were fruitless. Seneca, uncertain of his own morrow, argued that the Christians, even if they had not burned Rome, ought to be exterminated for the good of the city. He justified the coming slaughter from a logical standpoint. Terpnos and Diodorus accepted money, but did nothing in return. Vatinius reported to Caesar that an effort had been made to bribe him. Alituras alone, who at the beginning of the persecution was hostile to the Christians, took pity on them, and dared to remind Caesar of the imprisoned maiden, and to intercede in her behalf. Yet he obtained nothing but the answer: "Dost thou think that my soul is less than that of Brutus, who for Rome's welfare did not even spare his own sons?" When Alituras repeated that reply to Petronius, the latter said: "Now that Caesar has compared himself to Brutus, there is no salvation." He was sorry for Vinicius, and he feared lest he might commit suicide. "For the present," he said to himself, "he is supported by his efforts to save her, by the sight of her, and by his own sufferings. But when all plans fail, and the spark of hope is extinguished, by Castor! He will not survive, and will throw himself on his sword." Petronius could understand a death of this sort better than he could the love and suffering of Vinicius. Meanwhile Vinicius was doing his best to save Lygia. He visited the Augustales, and unbent his pride to crave their assistance. Through Vitellius he offered Tigellinus his Sicilian lands and all he might ask. But Tigellinus, apparently not wishing to offend the Augusta, refused. To go to Caesar himself, kneel down before him, embrace his knees, and supplicate him would lead to nothing. Vinicius, it is true, wished to do this, but Petronius, learning his purpose, asked: "Suppose he should refuse thee, or answer thee with a jest, or with a foul threat, what wouldst thou do?" Upon this the features of Vinicius contracted with pain and rage, and between his set jaws his teeth gritted together. "Yes," said Petronius, "I advise thee against this.
If thou wouldst not close all roads of rescue. Vinitius checked himself and, passing his hand over his forehead, wiped off cold perspiration. "No, no," he cried, "I am a Christian." "And thou wilt forget this, as thou didst forget it a moment ago." End of Part 3, Chapter 9. Part 3, Chapter 10 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 3, Chapter 10. All plans had failed. Vinicius had humiliated himself even to the extent of seeking support from the freedmen and the slaves of both Caesar and Poppaea. He paid enormous sums for empty promises. By rich gifts he won only their goodwill. He found the first husband of Poppaea, and secured a letter from him. He made a present of a villa in Antium to Rufius, her son by the first marriage. He only succeeded in angering Caesar, who disliked his stepson. He dispatched a special courier to Poppaea's second husband, Otho, in Spain, offering him all his possessions. At last he realized that he was but the plaything of these people, and that if he had shown less anxiety about the imprisonment of Lygia, he might have freed her sooner. Petronius also realized this. Meanwhile day passed after day, and the amphitheatre was finished. The entrance tickets to the morning games were already distributed. But now the morning games, on account of the unprecedented number of victims, were to continue for days and weeks, and even months. They did not know where to lodge the multitude of Christians. The prisons were overcrowded, and fear was raging among them. The puticoli, the common pits where slaves were confined, also began to be filled, and it was feared lest an epidemic should break out and spread over the whole town. Therefore haste was necessary. All these reports came to the ears of Vinicius, and extinguished the last spark of hope. While there was yet time something seemed possible, but now this time had passed. The spectacle must begin. Lygia might be brought any day into the dungeon of the circus, the only outlet to which was the arena. Vinicius knew not where fate or superior force might throw her. He visited every circus, bribing the guards and the keepers of the wild beasts, and proposing to them plans which they could not execute. At times he recognized that the utmost he could hope for was to lessen the horrors of her death. Then he would feel that not brains, but burning coals filled his skull. He had no thought of outliving her. He resolved to perish with her. His fear was lest pain might burn the life out of him ere the horrible end arrived. Petronius and all his friends thought that any day might open to him the kingdom of shadows. The face of Vinicius was black, and resembled those waxen masks which were kept in the sanctuaries of the tutelar deities. His features grew cold. He seemed unconscious of all that was going on around him. If one spoke to him he raised his hand mechanically to his head, and, pressing his temples with the palm of his hands, looked at the speaker with inquiry and dismay. He passed his nights with Ursus at Lygia's door in the prison. When she ordered him to leave and seek rest, he returned to Petronius and paced along the hall till morning. "Thou hast a right to destroy thyself, but not her. Remember what Sejanus's daughter suffered before death," said Petronius. He was not entirely sincere in this speech, for Vinicius concerned him more than Lygia, but he saw that he could do nothing to restrain him from a dangerous step save to assure him that he would draw down irrevocable peril on Lygia. In this he was right, for on the Palatine they expected the visit of the young Tribune, and had prepared themselves for it. But the sufferings of Vinicius were too great even for a strong man. From the moment when Lygia had been imprisoned, and the glory of the coming martyrdom had fallen upon her, he not only loved her 100-fold more, but actually adored her, giving her almost religious honor as he would do to a divinity. Now that he must lose that beloved and adored being, now that death, and something worse than death might befall her, the blood froze in his veins. His soul was changed into one groan. His thoughts were confused. At times it seemed to him that his head was filled with fires which would either burn or split it.
He ceased to understand why Christ, as the merciful one, as God, did not come to aid those who confess him, why the smoky walls of the Palatine did not sink into the ground, and with them Nero and the Augustales, the praetorian camp, and the whole city with its burden of crime. He thought it could not and ought not to be otherwise. All that his eyes gazed upon, all that was shattering his soul and breaking his heart, seemed a dream. But the roaring of the wild beasts awoke him to the fact that it was a reality. The noise of the axes under which the arena rose told him it was true, and that truth was emphasized by the howlings of the populace and the crowded state of the prisons. Then his faith in Christ was shaken, and that was a new torture, probably the most awful of all. It was at this moment that Petronius had said to him, "Remember what the daughter of Sejanus suffered before her death." Slaves often found him kneeling with his hands raised, or lying prostrate with his face to the earth, praying to Christ, for he was his last hope. Everything had failed. Lygia could only be rescued by a miracle, and in order that she might be saved by a miracle, Vinicius beat the stones of the floor with his brow. There still remained to him the knowledge that Peter's prayers were of more value than his. Peter had promised Lygia to him, Peter had baptized him, Peter himself performed miracles, let him give help and rescue. One night he sought the Apostle. The Christians, of whom only a few remained, had hidden him carefully even from one another, lest the weaker in spirit might betray him unwittingly or unintentionally. Vinicius, in the midst of general confusion and terror, occupied only with his efforts to get Lygia out of prison, had lost sight of the Apostle. From the time of his baptism he had seen him but once, and that was before the beginning of the persecution. But going to the quarryman in whose hut he had been baptized, he learned from him that there would be a meeting of Christians in the vineyards situated outside the Porto Salaria, belonging to Cornelius Pudens. The quarryman undertook to guide him to the vineyard, assuring him that he would find Peter there. When it became dark they started, passed beyond the walls, walked through hollows overgrown with reeds, and reached the vineyard, which lay in a wild and secluded place. The meeting was held in a wine shed. As Vinicius neared the place, the murmur of prayer reached his ears. On entering he saw, by the dim light of a lantern, several scores of kneeling people absorbed in prayer. They recited a litany, a chorus of voices, male and female, repeated every moment, "Christ have mercy." Deep and heartrending sorrow were expressed in those voices. Peter was present. He was kneeling in front, near a wooden cross fastened to the wall of the shed. He was lost in prayer. Vinicius recognized him from a distance by his white hair and uplifted hands. The first thought of the young patrician was to advance through the kneeling people, cast himself at the feet of the Apostle, and cry, "Help!" But either out of a sense of the decorum due to prayer, or because of a weakness which bent his knees under him, he began to repeat, groaning and swinging his hands, "Christ have mercy!" Had he been fully conscious he would have realized that his prayer was not the only one with a groan in it, and that he was not the only supplicant who brought here pain, sorrow, and grief. There was no one present in that meeting who had not lost dear ones. At a time when the most zealous and the boldest believers were already prisoners, when with every moment news was received of new insults and tortures inflicted upon the prisoners. The magnitude of the calamity exceeded all imagination. When only a handful of Christians remained, there was not one heart in the midst of them which was not alarmed in faith, and did not ask doubtingly, "Where is Christ? Why does he tolerate evil, so that it becomes mightier than God?" Meanwhile they besought him in despair for mercy, for in each soul there still smoldered a spark of hope that he would come, destroy evil, throw Nero into the abyss, and rule the world. They still looked toward the sky, they still listened, they still prayed with trembling. Vinicius also, as he repeated, "Christ have mercy!" was seized with such an ecstasy as he had once before experienced in the quarryman's hut. Now they call on him from the depths of their sorrow, now Peter calls on him. At any moment the heavens might open, the earth be shaken to its foundations, and he appear in infinite glory, with stars at his feet, merciful but terrible. He would resuscitate his faithful ones and command the abyss to swallow up their persecutors. Vinicius covered his face with both hands, and cast himself to the ground. Silence fell around him at once, as if fear had hushed the voices of all present. It seemed to him that now at last something must happen, that the moment for a miracle had arrived. He was certain that when he arose and opened his eyes he would see a light blinding to mortals. But the silence was unbroken, until interrupted by the sobbing of the women. Vinicius rose and looked with dazed eyes around him. In the shed, instead of heavenly glory, flickered the dim glow of the lanterns. The moon penetrated through an opening in the roof, filling the shed with a silvery light. The people kneeling around Vinicius raised their tearful eyes in silence toward the cross. Here and there sobbing was heard, and from the outside came the whistling of the watchmen. Then Peter arose, turned toward the congregation, and said: "Children, lift up your hearts towards our Redeemer, and offer to him your tears." Then he was silent. Suddenly from the midst of the congregation the voice of a woman, sorrowful and complaining, was heard. "I am a widow. I had only one son, who supported me. Return him to me, O Lord." Silence reigned again. Peter was standing near the kneeling group, old and full of care. In that moment he appeared to them the personification of decrepitude and weakness. Then another voice began to complain. "Executioners dishonored my daughter, yet Christ allowed it." Then a third voice: "I remain alone with the children, and when I am taken, who will give them bread and water?" Then a fourth: "Linus, whom they spared at first, they have taken again and put to torture, O Lord." Then a fifth: "When we return home the pretorians will seize us. Where shall we hide? Woe to us! Who will protect us?" Thus in the silence of night rose complaint after complaint. The old fisherman closed his eyes and shook his white head over the pain and suffering of humanity. Silence reigned again. Only the watchman gave out a low whistle beyond the shed. Vinicius sprang up again, so as to push through the group to the Apostle and demand help from him. But of a sudden he saw in front of him, as it were, a precipice, a sight that took the strength from his feet. What would happen if the Apostle should confess his own weakness, and affirm that the Roman Caesar was mightier than Christ of Nazareth? Terrified at that thought, he felt that in such case not only would the remainder of his hope fall into the precipice, but also he and Lygia, and his love for Christ, his faith, and everything for which he lived. Nothing would remain save death and a night like a boundless sea. And now Peter spoke, beginning in a voice so low that one could barely hear him. "My children, I have seen how on Golgotha men nailed God to the cross. I heard the sound of the hammers, and saw how they raised the cross so that the mob might gaze at the death of the Son of Man. And I saw them open his side and saw how he died. And when I returned from the cross, I cried aloud in pain as ye are now crying, 'Woe, woe, Lord! Thou art God. Why hast thou permitted this? Why hast thou died? Why hast thou afflicted our hearts when we believed thy kingdom would come?' But he, our Lord and our God, rose from the dead the third day, and was among us until he entered his kingdom in great glory. And we, conscious of our little faith, were strengthened in heart, and from that time we have been sowing the seed." Turning to that side whence the first complaint had come, he spoke in a stronger voice. "Why dost thou complain? God surrendered himself to torture and death, and ye wish that he should shield ye from it. O people of little faith, have ye received his teaching? Has he promised ye nothing but life? He comes to you and says to you, 'Come follow in my path.' He raised you to himself, and ye fasten your hands to the earth and call, 'Lord, help.' In the presence of God I am dust, but before you I am the apostle of God and his vicar. I say unto
to you in the name of Christ. There is not death before you, but life; not torture, but endless joy; not tears and groans, but singing; not slavery, but dominion. I, the apostle of God, tell thee, O widow, thy son will not die, but will be born into glory, into everlasting life, and thou wilt rejoin him. I promise thee, O father, whose chaste daughter has been assaulted by the executioners, that thou wilt find her whiter than the lilies of Hebron. To you, mothers, bereaved of your children, to you who have lost fathers, to you who complain, to you who must witness the death of your beloved ones, to you who are distressed, unfortunate, disturbed, to you who have to die, in the name of Christ I tell ye, that ye will awake as from sleep to a happier condition, and as from night to the light of God. In the name of Christ, let the scales fall from your eyes and be your hearts inflamed." He raised his hands as though in command. The hearers felt new blood coursing through their veins, and a shaking up of their bones. Before them was no longer standing a careworn and feeble old man, but a mighty one, who had aroused their souls and lifted them up from dust and terror. "Amen!" cried several voices. The light from his eyes was constantly increasing. Power issued from him. When the Amen ceased, he continued to speak. "Ye sow in weeping so that ye may reap in joy. Why then fear the power of evil? Above the earth, above Rome, above the walls of the city is the Lord who dwells with you. The stones will be wet from tears, the sands will be saturated with blood, the valleys will be filled with your bodies, but I say unto you, ye will come forth victorious. The Lord will conquer this city of crime, oppression, and haughtiness, and ye are his legions. And as he has redeemed with blood and torture the sins of the world, so he wishes that you should redeem with torture and blood this nest of unrighteousness. He lets you know this through my lips." And Peter spread his arms and fixed his eyes on the heavens. The hearts of the people almost ceased beating in their breasts, for they felt that he gazed upward because he beheld something invisible to their mortal eyes. His whole face had changed, a serene light illuminated it. For a while he was silent, as if speechless through rapture, but after a moment they heard his voice. "Thou art here, O Lord, and showest me the way. How can this be, O Christ? Not in Jerusalem, but in this city of Satan dost thou desire to establish thy capital? Dost thou wish to build up thy church with these tears and blood? Here where Nero rules today, is thy eternal kingdom to stand? O Lord, Lord! And thou commandest these frightened ones to lay the foundation of the new holy Zion upon their bones, and thou commandest my spirit to rule over it, and over the peoples of the world, and thou pourest the fountain of thy strength upon the weak, so that they are made strong, and now thou commandest me to feed from here thy sheep until the consummation of the ages. Oh, be thou praised in thy decrees whereby thou hast ordained victory. Hosanna! Hosanna!" The timid arose. In the doubters new streams of faith flowed. Some voices shouted Hosanna, others for Christ. Then came silence. The bright summer lightning lit up the interior of the shed and the faces pale from emotion. Peter, in a trance, prayed for a long time more, but awakening at last he turned upon the group his inspired face, radiant with light, and said: "See how the Lord hath vanquished doubt in you, so that ye also might go to victory in his name." And though he knew that they would conquer, although he knew what would spring from their tears and their blood, nevertheless his voice trembled when he began to bless them with the sign of the cross. "And now," he said, "I bless you, my children, for torture, for death, for eternity." They gathered around him calling out: "We are ready, but guard thy holy head, for thou art the vicar of Christ performing his office." With these words they grasped his mantle. He then placed his hands on their heads and blessed every one separately as a father blesses children whom he sends on a long journey.
And immediately they began to leave the shed, for they had to hurry to their houses, and from them to the prisons and the arenas. Their thoughts were away from the world, their souls soared towards eternity, and they walked as though in a dream or as in a trance, they were opposing with all the force that was in them, the excruciating force of the Beast. Nereus, the servant of Pudens, took the Apostle and led him through a secret path to his house. But in the midst of the clear night Vinicius followed them, and when they, at last, reached the hut of Nereus, he threw himself suddenly at the feet of the Apostle. He recognized him and asked: "What dost thou wish, my son?" Vinicius, after what he had heard in the shed, did not dare ask anything. He only embraced the Apostle's feet with both hands and pressed his brow to them. In this dumb fashion alone he called for mercy. "I know," said Peter, "they have taken from thee the maiden whom thou lovest. Pray for her." "Lord," groaned Vinicius, tightening his embrace upon the feet of the Apostle, "Lord, I am a worm, I am all unworthy, but thou hast known Christ. Do thou ask him and stand up in her behalf." From very anguish he trembled like a leaf. He beat his forehead against the earth. Knowing the Apostle's power, he knew that he alone could restore her to him. Peter was moved by that anguish. He remembered how, once, Lygia herself, attacked by Crispus, lay at his feet in the same manner asking for mercy. He remembered also that he lifted her and comforted her. So now he raised Vinicius also. "My dear son," he said, "I will pray for her, but remember what I told those doubting ones, that God himself had passed through torture upon the cross, and remember that after this life another begins, an everlasting one." "I know, I heard," replied Vinicius, breathing heavily through his pale lips, "but thou seest, master, that I cannot. If blood is wanted, ask Christ to accept mine. I am a soldier. Let him torment me, doubly, yea, triply what is prepared for her. She is still a child, master, and I believe that he is mightier than Caesar, mightier. Thou didst love her thyself. Thou hast even blessed her. She is yet an innocent child." He bowed again, and putting his face to Peter's knees, repeated: "Thou hast known Christ, master, thou hast known he will listen to thee. Stand up in her behalf." Peter closed his eyelids and prayed earnestly. The summer lightning once more flashed in the sky. In its illumination Vinicius gazed on the Apostle's lips, waiting for the verdict of life or death. The silence was only broken by the calling of the quails in the vineyard, and the distant dull noise of the treadmills near the Via Salaria. "Vinicius," said the Apostle at last, "dost thou believe in him?" "Master, were it otherwise, would I be here?" answered Vinicius. "Then believe to the end, for faith moves mountains. Even though thou wert to see the maiden under the sword of the executioner, or in the lion's mouth, believe yet, for Christ is able to save. Believe and pray to him, and I will pray with thee." Then he raised his face toward heaven. "Merciful Christ," he cried, "look down upon a bruised heart and comfort it. Oh, merciful Christ, moderate the wind to the fleece of the lamb. Merciful Christ, who didst ask the Father to turn away the bitter cup from thy mouth, turn it away from the mouth of this thy servant. Amen." And Vinicius, stretching his hands towards the stars, said groaning: "O Christ, I am thine. Take me instead of her." In the east the sky began to pale. End of Part 3, Chapter 10. Part 3, Chapter 11 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 3, Chapter 11. Vinicius, on leaving the Apostle, went to the prison with a heart strengthened by faith. In the depth of his soul terror and despair still clamored for utterance, but he subdued those voices. It seemed to him unlikely that the intercession of the Vicar of God and the power of prayer should be inefficacious. He feared not to hope, he feared only doubt. "I will believe in his loving kindness," he said to himself, "even if I see her in the jaws of the lion." At this thought, though his heart trembled within him, and cold perspiration stood on his temples, he, nevertheless, believed. Each throb of his heart was a prayer. He began to perceive that faith moves mountains, for he felt within himself a certain living strength which he had never before known. It seemed to him that he could accomplish with it certain things which yesterday would have been impossible. At times he almost believed that the danger had passed. When despair revived in his soul, he recalled the memory of that night and of that holy gray face raised to heaven in prayer.
No, Christ will not refuse his first disciple and the shepherd of the flock. Christ will not refuse him, and I do not doubt.
And he ran to the prison as a messenger bringing good news. But there an unusual thing awaited him. All the pretorian guards who served their turn at the Mamertine prison knew him, and usually they did not cause him the slightest trouble. This time, however, the lines did not open, but the centurion approached him saying:
"Your pardon, noble Tribune, we have an order to day not to admit anybody." "An order?" repeated Vinitius, growing pale. The soldier looked at him in pity and answered: "Yes, master, an order from Caesar. There are many sick people in prison, and possibly it is feared that visitors might spread infection through the city." "But thou didst say that the command was for today only."
"The guards change at noon." Vinitius silently uncovered his head. It seemed to him that the head dress which he wore was of lead. The soldier came nearer and whispered: "Be of good cheer, master. The guards and Ursus are watching over her." He bowed, and quickly drew on the flagstone, with his long Gallic sword, the outline of a fish. Vinitius looked at him keenly.
"And thou art a pretorian?"
"Till I be in there," replied the soldier, pointing at the prison.
"I also worship Christ."
"Praised be his name. I know, master, that I cannot admit thee in the prison, but if thou writest a letter I will give it to the watch."
"Thanks to thee, brother."
Pressing the soldier's hand he left. The head dress ceased to weigh upon him like lead. The morning sun had risen over the walls of the prison, and with its radiance, hope entered into the heart of Vinitius. That Christian soldier seemed to him a new witness to the power of Christ. After taking a few steps he halted. Gazing at the rosy clouds above the Capitol and the temple of Jupiter Stator, he exclaimed:
"I have not seen her this day, O Lord, but I have faith in thy mercy."
Petronius had been waiting for him at home. As usual, he had been turning night into day, and so had returned but a little while before. He had succeeded nevertheless in taking his bath and anointing himself for sleep. "I have news for thee," he said. "I was with Tullius Senecio to day. Caesar was likewise there. I know not how it entered the mind of Augusta to bring little Rufius with her. It may have been to soften the heart of Caesar by his beauty. Unfortunately the child, overpowered by drowsiness, fell asleep during the reading, as did once Vespasian. Seeing this, Bronzebeard threw a cup at the boy and severely wounded him. Poppaea fainted. All heard Caesar exclaim, 'I have had enough of this brood,' and thou knowest that means the same as death."
"God's punishment was hanging over the Augusta," said Vinitius. "But why dost thou tell me this?"
"I tell thee because the wrath of Poppaea is ever pursuing thee and Lygia. But now, occupied by her own woes, she may discontinue her vengeance and be more readily influenced. I shall see her this evening and speak to her."
"Thanks to thee. Thou hast brought me good news."
"Now bathe and rest. Thy lips are blue and only a shadow of thee remains." But Vinitius asked:
"Was it announced when the first morning games would take place?"
"In 10 days, but they will empty other prisons first. The more time we can gain, the better. All is not yet lost." But he did not believe in his own words. He well knew that Caesar's high sounding reply to Aliturus when he compared himself to Brutus had closed all hope of rescue for Lygia. He compassionately held back what he had heard at Senecio's, that Caesar and Tigellinus had resolved to select for themselves and friends the most beautiful Christian maidens and dishonor them before the torture. The others were to be given on the day of the games to the pretorians and the keepers of the animals. Believing that Vinitius would not survive Lygia, he purposely strengthened the hope in his heart. For, first, he sympathized with him deeply, and, secondly, he desired that if Vinitius must die, he should die beautiful and not with a face emaciated and darkened by pain and sleeplessness. "To day I will speak to Augusta," he said, "somewhat like this: Save Lygia for Vinitius, and I will save Rufius for thee. I will truly think up some plan. One word spoken at the right moment to Bronzebeard may save or destroy anyone. At the worst we shall gain time."
"Thanks to thee," repeated Vinitius.
"Thou wilt thank me best when thou hast eaten and rested. By Athene, Odysseus, in his greatest misfortunes, took thought about sleep and food. Thou must have spent the whole night in prison."
"No," answered Vinitius. "I desired to visit the prison a moment ago, but I was met by an order to admit nobody. Inform thyself, dear Petronius, if the decree is only for to day or till the day of the games." "I will learn this evening, and to morrow morning I will tell thee, and for how long the order was given. But now, even if the sun god plunged himself into hell for mourning, I must go to sleep. Dost thou follow my example." They separated. Vinitius went to the library and commenced a letter to Lygia. When he had finished, he handed it himself to the Christian centurion, who bore it at once into the prison. He returned shortly with a greeting from Lygia, and a promise to secure an answer from her that day. Vinitius did not care to return home in the interim. He sat down on a stone, waiting for the letter from Lygia. The sun had risen high in the heavens, and through the Argentarius quarter, as usual, crowds of people streamed into the Forum. Hucksters cried their wares, conjurers offered their services to the passers by, citizens strutted to the rostrum to hear the orators, or to discuss the news of the day. As the heat increased, the crowds of idlers protected themselves under the porticos of the temples. Underneath them flew flocks of doves, fluttering their wings, their white feathers glistening in the light of the sun and the blue sky. From excess of light, bustle, heat, and weariness, Vinitius's eyes began to close. The monotonous shouts of boys playing street games, and the measured tread of the soldiers lulled him to slumber. Several times he aroused himself and looked at the prison. Finally, leaning his head against a slab and breathing like a child, drowsy after prolonged weeping, he fell asleep. Dreams came. He imagined that in the middle of the night he was bearing Lygia in his arms through an unknown vineyard. Before him walked Pomponia Graecina with a lamp in her hand. A voice like the voice of Petronius called unto him from a distance: "Turn back!" But he did not notice the call and continued in the wake of Pomponia. At last they reached a cottage. Peter was standing on the threshold. He showed Lygia unto Peter and said: "Master, we came from the arena, but we cannot resuscitate her. Wake her thou." Peter answered: "Christ himself will come to awaken her." Then the visions grew confused. He saw Nero and Poppaea holding in their hands the little Rufius. The boy's head was bleeding. Petronius was washing it and Tigellinus was sprinkling ashes over the tables laden with costly dishes. Vitelius was devouring these dishes. A multitude of Augustales were sitting at the feast. He himself was resting near Lygia, but between the tables walked lions whose yellow jaws dripped blood. Lygia begged him to take her out, but such a terrible faintness had overcome him that he was unable to move. Then in his vision he perceived greater disorder, and finally everything fell into complete darkness. Out of his deep sleep he was aroused by the heat of the sun and by shouts which proceeded from near the place where he was sitting. Vinitius rubbed his eyes. The street was swarming with people. Two runners, in yellow tunics, pushed aside the crowd with long canes, shouting and making room for a magnificent litter which was carried by four powerful Egyptian slaves. In the litter sat a man dressed in white robes, whose face could not be well seen, for near his eyes he held a papyrus roll, in whose perusal he was deeply engaged. "Make way for the noble Augustale!" shouted the runners.
The street was so crowded that the litter halted for a moment. Then the Augustale put down his roll of papyrus and stretched out his hand, crying:
"Drive away those rogues! Make haste!"
Suddenly he espied Vinitius. He drew back his head and raised the papyrus quickly to his eyes. Vinitius shaded his forehead with his hand, thinking that he was still dreaming. In the litter sat Chilo. Meanwhile the runners had opened a way. The Egyptians were about to run forward. But suddenly the young Tribune, who in one moment guessed many things which until then had been incomprehensible, approached the litter. "A greeting to thee, oh Chilo," he said. "Young man," answered the Greek, with pride and haughtiness, striving to give his face an appearance of calmness which he felt not within his soul, "a greeting to thee, but do not detain me, for I am speeding to my friend, the noble Tigellinus." Vinitius, grasping the edge of the litter, bent towards him, and looking straight in his eyes, inquired: "Didst thou betray Lygia?" "Colossus of Memnon!" cried Chilo, affrighted. But in the eyes of Vinitius there was no threat, so the terror of the old Greek quickly disappeared. He remembered that he was under the protection of Tigellinus and Caesar himself, a protection before which all must tremble, that he was surrounded by stalwart slaves, and that Vinitius stood before him unarmed, his face emaciated, his form bowed by pain. At this thought his insolence returned. He fixed his red lidded eyes upon Vinitius and whispered: "And thou, when I was dying of hunger, didst command me to be flogged." Both remained silent for a moment. Then in a dull voice Vinitius said: "I wronged thee, Chilo." The Greek raised his head and, snapping his fingers, which in Rome was a sign of contempt, said in a loud voice so that everybody could hear him: "Friend, if thou hast a petition to make, come to my home on the Equiline early in the morning, when after my bath I receive guests and clients." And he waved his hand. At that sign the Egyptians who carried the litter, slaves in yellow tunics, brandished their staffs and shouted: "Make way for the litter of the noble Chilo Chilonides! Make way! Way!" End of Part 3, Chapter 11. Part 3, Chapter 12 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milewski. Part 3, Chapter 12. Lygia, in a long but hasty letter, took an eternal farewell of Vinitius. It was known to her that nobody was allowed to enter the prison, and that she could only see him from the arena. Therefore she begged him to find out when their turn would come, and to be present at the games, for she wished to see him once more in life. There was no sign of fear in her letter. She had written that she and others yearned already for the arena, where they would find freedom from imprisonment. She hoped for the coming of Pomponia and Aulus. She begged that they too be present. Every word of hers showed the ecstatic contempt of life in which all the imprisoned lived, and at that same time an unshaken faith that the promises must be fulfilled beyond the grave. "Whether Christ," she wrote, "free me now or after death, he hath promised me to thee by the mouth of the Apostle, therefore I am thine." She implored him not to grieve for her, and not to permit himself to be afflicted. She did not regard death as a dissolution of marriage. With a child's truthfulness she assured Vinitius that after the torture in the arena, she would tell Christ that her betrothed, Marcus, remained behind in Rome, that he yearned for her with his whole heart. She thought that Christ would permit her soul to return for a while to assure him that she was living, that she did not remember the torture, and that she was happy. Her whole letter breathed happiness and intense hope. There was only one petition connected with earthly affairs, that Vinitius should remove her body from the amphitheatre and bury it as his own wife, in the same tomb where he himself would eventually rest. He read this letter with a perturbed spirit. At the same time it appeared to him impossible that Lygia should perish by the claws of wild beasts, and that Christ would not have compassion upon her. In that belief were hidden hope and trust. When he returned home he wrote her an answer. He promised to come every day behind the walls of the prison and wait there and see if Christ would not crush the walls and give her to him. He commanded her to believe that he could deliver her to him even from the circus. The great apostle had confirmed him in that faith, and the moment of delivery was at hand. The converted centurion was to carry her this letter on the morrow. When Vinicius went next morning to the prison, the centurion left the ranks, approached him, and said: "Listen to me, master. Christ, who enlightened thee, hath shown thee his favor. Last night Caesar's freedmen and those of the prefect came to select the Christian maidens for dishonor. They asked for thy betrothed, but our Lord sent her a fever from which prisoners often die, and they left her. Yesterday evening she was unconscious, and blessed be the name of the Redeemer, for the same sickness which saved her from dishonor may also save her from death." Vinitius leaned heavily on the soldier's shoulder, so that he might not fall. The other continued: "Thank the mercy of God, they have taken and tortured Linus, but seeing that he was in the last agonies they have given him back to his own. Perchance they will now return her to thee, and Christ will heal her." The young Tribune stood for a while with drooping head. Then he raised it and said in a whisper: "'Tis so, centurion. Christ, who saved her from dishonor, will also save her from death." He sat at the wall of the prison until evening. Then he returned home, to send his people for Linus and bring him to one of his suburban villas. When Petronius had heard everything, he also determined to act. First he called on Poppaea. At this second visit he found her at the bed of little Rufius. The child, his head badly bruised, was suffering from fever. With anguish and despair in her heart, his mother had tried all means to save him. Yet she feared that if she did save him, it would be only for a more dreadful death. Occupied entirely with her own pain, she did not even wish to hear of Vinicius and Lygia. But Petronius terrified her. "Thou hast offended," he said to her, "a new and unknown divinity. It seems that thou, Augusta, art a worshipper of the Hebrew Jehovah, but the Christians maintain that Christ is his son. Think then if the anger of the Father is not pursuing thee. Who knows but it is their vengeance which met thee? Who knows but that the life of Rufius depends on this? How wilt thou act?" "What dost thou want me to do?" asked the terrified Poppaea. "Appease the offended deities." "How?" "Lygia is sick. Seek to influence Caesar or Tigellinus to give her back to Vinicius." And she cried out in her despair: "Thinkest thou that I am able to do this?" "Thou canst do something else. When Lygia recovers she must meet her doom. Go to the temple of Vesta and command that the head vestal be near the Mamertine at the moment when the prisoners are led to death, and that she command that the maiden be freed. The head vestal will not refuse thee." "But if Lygia dies of the fever?" "The Christians say that Christ is vengeful, but just. Perchance thou wilt propitiate him by thy wish alone." "Let him give me some sign that Rufius will be healed." Petronius shrugged his shoulders. "I come not as his envoy, oh divinity. I only say this to thee: better be on good terms with all the gods, Roman as well as foreign." "I will go," said Poppaea, with a broken voice. Petronius breathed deeply. "At last I have succeeded in something," he thought, and returning to Vinicius he said: "Ask thy God that Lygia die not of the fever, for if she does not die, the chief vestal will order her freedom. The Augusta herself will ask her to do it." Vinicius, looking at him with fever bright eyes, replied: "Christ will save her." Poppaea, who was ready to burn hecatombs to all the gods for the recovery of Rufius, went that same evening through the Forum to the Vestals, leaving the patient in the care of her faithful nurse, Silvia, by whom she herself had been reared. But on the Palatine the sentence had already been issued. Scarcely had the litter of Poppaea disappeared behind the great gate, when two of Caesar's freedmen entered the room where little Rufius rested. One of them threw himself on old Silvia and gagged her, the other, seizing a bronze statuette of the Sphinx, stunned her with a single blow. Then they approached Rufius, who, insensible from fever, knew not what was going on around him. He smiled to them and winked his beautiful eyes, as though trying to recognize them. But they, taking the girdle from the nurse, put it around his neck and began to strangle him. The child cried once for his mother, and died easily. Then they wrapped him in a sheet. Mounting horses that awaited, they hastened as far as Ostia, where they threw the body into the sea. Poppaea, not finding the head virgin, who was with the other Vestals at the house of Vatinius, soon returned to the Palatine. She found the bed empty, and beside it the cold body of Silvia. She fainted, and when they restored her she fell to sobbing, and her wild cries were heard during all that night and the following day. But on the third day Caesar commanded her to appear at a feast. She arrayed herself in an amethyst colored tunic, and came and sat, stony faced, golden haired, silent, wonderful, ill omened as the angel of death. End of Part 3, Chapter 12. Part 3, Chapter 13 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 3, Chapter 13. Before Flavius built the Colosseum, the Roman amphitheaters were mainly constructed of wood. Hence nearly all of them were burned during the conflagration. Nero, however, ordered others to be erected, in anticipation of the promised games. One among them, a gigantic structure, started immediately after the fire, was built of large beams taken from the slopes of the Atlas mountains, and transferred to Rome by sea and Tiber. The games were to surpass all previous records in magnitude, and in the number of victims. Large spaces were provided for spectators and wild beasts. Thousands of mechanics worked night and day, building and embellishing. Stories were told of wonderful pillars inlaid with bronze, amber, ivory, mother of pearl, and tortoise shells from beyond the seas. Long canals filled with ice water from the mountains were to run along the seats to distribute an agreeable coolness through the building during the most intense heat. A gigantic purple awning would give shelter from the rays of the sun. Between the rows of seats were to be placed vessels for the burning of Arabian perfumes. Above the seats would be fixed contrivances to sprinkle the spectators with a spray of saffron and verbena. The famous architects, Severus and Celer, employed their utmost skill in rearing an unequaled amphitheater which should accommodate a greater number of spectators than any hitherto erected. Hence, on the day set for the first morning game, crowds of idlers waited from early dawn for the opening of the gates. They listened with pleasure to the roars of lions, the hoarse snarling of panthers, and the howling of dogs. For 2 days food had been withheld from the beasts, though pieces of bloody flesh had been placed in their sight to increase their rage and hunger. At times such a storm of wild voices arose that the people, standing near the circus, could not hear one another's voices. The timid grew pale from fear. With the rising sun came other sounds from within the circus, loud yet peaceful, which were heard with astonishment by the outside listeners, who repeated among themselves, "The Christians! The Christians!" In fact, many had been brought during the night to the amphitheater, not all from one prison, as previously arranged, but a few from all. The crowd knew that the spectacles would continue for weeks and months, but they disputed among themselves whether the great number of Christians intended for today's game could be dispatched in a single day. Voices of men, women, and children, singing morning hymns, were so numerous that the knowing ones maintained that even if 100 or 200 people were to be brought into the circus at one time, the beasts would become wearied, sated, and unable to tear them all to pieces before nightfall. Others affirmed that the great number of victims would distract attention, and would not yield proper enjoyment. As the moment approached for the opening of the corridors leading to the interior, the people, in a joyous and animated mood, fell to discussing 1,000 subjects concerning the spectacle. Parties were formed who took sides as to the relative strength of the lions or the tigers. Here and there bets were made. Others, however, turned their thoughts to the gladiators who had to appear in the arena in advance of the Christians. So other parties formed, some of whom favored the Samnites and others the Gauls, some the Mirmillions, others the Thracians. Still others preferred the net bearers. Early in the morning detachments of a greater or smaller number of gladiators, under the command of masters called lanistae, began to arrive at the amphitheater. Not wishing to tire themselves out before the appointed time, they entered unarmed, frequently quite nude, often with green branches in their hands, or garlands of flowers on their heads, young and beautiful in the light of morning and full of life. Their bodies, glistening from olive oil, were massive as if hewn out of marble. They were trained so as to please the people who were delighted with shapely forms. Many of them were known personally, and every moment cries resounded, "Greetings to thee, Furnius! Greeting to Leo! Greeting to Maximus! Greeting to thee, Diomed!" Young girls fixed upon them eyes full of love. The gladiators singled out the most beautiful, and replied to them jestingly as though no cares rested upon them, sending kisses and calling aloud, "Embrace me ere death embraces me!" After which they disappeared through the gates, whence many of them never returned. But new batches drew the attention of the crowds. Behind the gladiators came the mastigophori, or men armed with lashes, whose occupation it was to whip and urge on the fighters. Then mules drew toward the side of the spoliarum, long rows of wagons, upon which were piles of wooden coffins. People were elated by this sight, for the many coffins foreshadowed the great number of victims in the games. After these followed people whose occupation it was to kill the wounded in the arena. They were dressed so as to resemble Charon and Mercury. After these came people who kept order in the circus, and showed their seats to the spectators, and then came slaves used for carrying food and cooling drinks, and at last the pretorians, whom every Caesar had always on hand in the circus. At last the vomitoria were opened and the throngs rushed to the center. But the multitude was so great that it flowed in for hours. It was a wonder that the amphitheatre could hold such a countless throng. The roars of the wild beasts scenting the exhalations of humanity grew louder. The people, as they took their places, made an uproar like waves in a storm. Finally the prefect of the city arrived, surrounded by guards, and after him filed in an unbroken line of the litters of senators, consuls, pretorians, aediles, public and imperial officers, pretorians, elders and patricians, and fine ladies. Some litters were preceded by lictors, bearing axes in bundles of rods, others by crowds of slaves. The gilt gleamed in the sunlight, as did the red and white liveries, feathers, earrings, jewels, and the steel of the axes. From the audience loud shouts greeted the arrival of eminent personages. Small detachments of pretorians arrived from time to time. The priests of the various temples came later, followed by the Vestal Virgins, and preceded by lictors. And now the appearance of Caesar was the only thing wanted for the games to commence. Unwilling to annoy the audience by overmuch waiting, he arrived without delay, accompanied by Augusta and the Augustales. Petronius was among the latter. In his litter was Vinicius. The latter knew that Lygia was sick and unconscious, but all access to the prison during the latter days had been strictly forbidden. New guards had been substituted for the old, with strict orders not to speak to the jailers, nor to communicate the least information to such as called to inquire about the prisoners. Hence, he could not be sure that she was not among the victims destined for the first day of the spectacle. A sick, even an unconscious, woman could not be spared from the lions. The victims were to be sewed up in the skins of beasts and sent into the arena in crowds. No spectator could be sure that this or that person might not be among them. Nor could any one of them be recognized. The jailers and all the servants of the amphitheatre had been bribed, however. It had been arranged with the beast keepers that Lygia should be hidden in some dark corner of the amphitheatre, and at night delivered into the hands of a servant, who should take her at once to the Albanian hills. Petronius, admitted to the secret, advised Vinicius to go openly with him to the theatre, and after he had entered, to slip out and mix in with the crowd. Then he should hasten to the pit, and in order to avoid the possibility of a mistake, should point out Lygia to the guards. The guards admitted him through a small door, through which they themselves had emerged. One of them, Cyrus by name, led him at once to the Christians. On the way Cyrus said: "I know not, master, if thou wilt find whom thou art seeking. We inquired for a maiden named Lygia. Nobody gave us an answer. It may be they do not trust us." "Are there many of them?" asked Vinitius. "Yea, master, but a number must wait until to morrow." "Are there any sick among them?" "None who could not stand on their feet." With these words, Syrus opened a door and entered into a spacious room, but low and dark. Gleams of light penetrated in it only through grated openings. At first Vinitius could see nothing. He heard only the murmur of voices and the shouts of people proceeding from the amphitheatre. But after his eyes had accustomed themselves to the darkness, he saw groups of strange beings in the guise of wolves and bears. They were Christians, sewed up in the skins of beasts. Some were standing, others on their knees prayed. Here and there, by the long hair which flowed over the skin, one might discern that the victim was a woman. Mothers, resembling wolves, carried in their arms children sewed up likewise in hairy covering. But from beneath the skins appeared bright faces, eyes which in the darkness beamed with delight or with fever. It was evident that one thought dominated the greater part of those people, a thought above all earthly considerations, so that, while still among the living, they were unmindful of all that happened around them, or that might befall them. Some of whom Vinitius inquired looked on him with staring eyes, as if newly awakened from sleep, and answered nothing. Others smiled at him, placing a finger to their lips, or pointing to the iron grating through which entered bright beams of light. Here and there children were crying, terrified by the roars of the wild beasts, the howling of the dogs, the uproar of the people and the likeness to wild beasts borne by their own parents. Vinitius, walking beside Syrus, scanned every face, searching, inquiring. At times he stumbled over the bodies of those who had fainted in the throng from the suffocating heat. He pushed on further into the dark depths of the room, which seemed to be as spacious as the whole amphitheatre. Suddenly he stopped. It seemed to him that near the grating he heard a voice known to him. Listening for a while, he turned, pushed through the crowd, and approached the sound. The dim rays of light fell on the head of the speaker, and Vinitius recognized, under the wolf's skin, the emaciated and inexorable face of Crispus.
"Mourn for your sins," cried Crispus, "for the hour is at hand. Those who think that death will ransom sins commit a new sin, and will be cast into everlasting fire. By all the sins which ye have committed in life ye have renewed the suffering of the Lord. How dare ye, then, think that the life which awaits ye will ransom sin? Today the righteous and the sinner will die together, but the Lord will distinguish his own. Woe to you! The claws of the lions will rend your bodies, but not your sins, nor square your accounts with God. The Lord showed sufficient mercy when he permitted himself to be nailed to the cross, but from now on he will be only the judge, who will leave no sin unpunished nor in arrears. Moreover, whoever thinks that torture will blot out his sin, blasphemes against divine justice and only sinks deeper into sin. Mercy is at an end. The hour of God's wrath hath arrived. Soon ye will stand before the awful judge, before whom even the righteous can scarcely be justified. Bewail your sins, for the mouth of hell is open, and woe to you, husbands and wives! Woe to you, parents and children!"
Stretching out his bony hands, he shook them above the bent heads, unterrified and inexorable even in the presence of the death which in a little while all the condemned must meet. After he concluded voices were heard, "We bewail our sins." Then came silence, only broken by the crying of children, and the beating of hands against the breast. The blood of Vinitius curdled in his veins. He who had placed all his hope in the mercy of Christ, now heard that the day of wrath was at hand, and that mercy could not be obtained, even by death in the arena. Through his head flashed, quick as lightning, the thought that the Apostle Peter would have spoken otherwise to those about to die. Yet the terrible fanaticism of the words of Crispus, the dark room with its grating, beyond which lay the field of torture, the nearness of it all, and the crowd of victims already destined for death, filled his soul with terror. All these things taken together seemed to him terrible, 100-fold more horrible than the bloodiest battles in which he had ever taken part. The bad air and the heat stifled him. Cold perspiration bedewed his forehead. He feared lest he might faint like those upon whose bodies he had stumbled when beginning his search in the depths of the room. But when he remembered that at any moment the grating might be opened, he began to call aloud for Lygia and Ursus, in the hope that if not they, then some one of their acquaintance, might answer. And in fact, a man wrapped in a bear's skin, pulled him by his toga and said: "Lord, they remained behind in the prison. I was the last whom they led out, and I saw her lying sick on the couch." "Who art thou?" inquired Vinitius. "I am the quarryman in whose hut the Apostle baptized thee. They imprisoned me 3 days ago, and to day I die." Vinitius breathed more freely. When he entered, he had expected to find Lygia. But now he was ready to thank Christ that she was not there, and behold therein a sign of His mercy. Meanwhile the quarryman pulled his toga again and said: "Dost thou remember, master, that I conducted thee to the vineyard of Cornelius, where the Apostle preached in the shed?" "I remember," answered Vinitius. "I saw him later on the day before they imprisoned me. He blessed me, and said that he would come to the amphitheatre to bless the perishing. I should like to look at him at the moment I die, and see the sign of the cross. It would then be easier for me to die. If thou knowest, master, where he is, tell me." Vinitius lowered his voice and said: "He is among the people of Petronius disguised as a slave. I know not where they have chosen their places, but I will return to the circus and see. Look thou at me. When ye enter into the arena, I will rise and turn my head toward the side where he is. Thou wilt find him with thy eyes." "I thank thee, master, and peace be with thee." "May the Redeemer be merciful to thee." "Amen." Vinitius went out and entered the amphitheatre, where he took his place near Petronius in the midst of the other Augustales. "Is she there?" asked Petronius. "She is not there. They left her in prison." "Hear what has occurred to me, but whilst thou art listening look at Nigidia, for example, so that it may appear as though we were talking of her headgear. Tigellinus and Chilo are watching us at this moment. Listen again. Let them put Lygia in a coffin, and carry her out of the prison as a corpse. Thou canst guess the rest." "Yes," answered Vinitius. Further conversation was interrupted by Tullius Senecio, who bending toward them asked: "Do you know whether they will arm the Christians?" "We do not know," answered Petronius. "I should wish that arms were given to them," said Tullius. "If not, the arena will soon become like a butcher's shambles. But what a splendid amphitheatre!" Truly the scene was magnificent. The lower seats, crowded with senators in their togas, were white as snow. In a gilded box sat Caesar, wearing a diamond collar and a golden wreath. At his side sat the beautiful but gloomy Augusta. Around him were vestal virgins, great officials, senators with embroidered mantles, officers of the army with glittering weapons. In a word, all there was in Rome of power, brilliancy, and wealth sat there. In the farther rows sat knights. Higher up was a sea of heads. These were the common people. Above them, from pillar to pillar, hung garlands made of roses, lilies, ivy, and grapevines. People talked aloud, called to one another, sang, and at times burst out in laughter at some jest sent from row to row, or stamped impatiently for the beginning of the spectacle. The stamping became uproarious at last. Then the prefect of the city, who, with a retinue of brilliant followers, had already ridden around the arena, gave the signal with a handkerchief. It was answered from the amphitheatre with exclamations of "Ah!" escaping from thousands of breasts. The games usually began with lions or other wild beasts pitted against various barbarians from the north and south. But this time beasts were not considered of sufficient account. The initial performance was given by gladiators called Andebates, that is, men wearing helmets without eye openings. Their name signified blindfolded. Scores of them entered the arena and together began to shake their swords in the air. The scourgers pushed them towards one another with long forks. The connoisseurs in the audience looked upon such proceeding with contempt, but the crowd was pleased with the quaint motions of the fencers. When the combatants happened to meet shoulder to shoulder, they laughed aloud, calling out: "To the right! To the left! Front!" This was frequently and intentionally done to mislead the opponents. However, a number of pairs closed in, and the fight grew bloody. Then the clutching combatants cast aside their shields, and extending their left hands to one another, so as not to be separated again, they fought to the death. Whoever fell raised his fingers, a sign that he begged for mercy. But at the beginning of the spectacle, the audience usually demanded death for the wounded, especially for those who were blindfolded, and who were comparatively unknown to them. The number of the combatants was slowly reduced. When at last only two remained and were pushed together so that they should meet each other, both fell on the sand and stabbed each other reciprocally. Then amid cries of "It is finished!" slaves removed the corpses, while boys raked away the blood-stained sand in the arena and spread it over with crocus leaves. A more important fight which was to follow aroused the attention not only of the rabble, but also of the better class of connoisseurs. Young patricians offered enormous bets, many risking all they had. From hand to hand were passed tablets upon which were written the names of the favorites, and also the amount of sesterces which each bet on his choice. The established champions, who had already won their laurels, found most backers, but there were among the bettors many who posted considerable sums on new and unknown gladiators, hoping to win immense sums in case of success. All bet, even Caesar himself. The priests, vestal virgins, senators, knights, and the people bet. Some of the crowd who had no money, often wagered their own freedom. Then they waited with agonized anxiety upon the issue of the fight, more than one loudly appealing for the protection of his favorite. When the shrill voice of the trumpets was heard, silence reigned in the amphitheatre. Thousands of eyes turned towards the great bolts, which a man approached dressed like Charon. Amid general silence, he knocked thrice upon the door with a hammer, as if calling to death those who were hid behind them. Then the two halves of the gate opened slowly, revealing a black gully whence the gladiators poured out into the bright arena. They came in divisions of 25, Thracians, Mirmillions, Samnites, Gauls, all heavily armed. In their rear followed the net bearers, holding in one hand a net and in the other a trident. At sight of them, applause broke out here and there on the benches, to change speedily into an immense continuous storm. From top to bottom, flushed faces were seen and clapping hands and open mouths, whence issued loud shouts. The gladiators paraded the entire arena with even wiry steps, their rich gilt weapons glittering in the sun. Before Caesar's box they halted, proud, calm, and brilliant. The shrill clamor of a horn silenced the applause. The combatants, lifting their right hands, and turning their heads and eyes towards Caesar, chanted in a monotonous sing-song: "Hail Caesar the Emperor! We who are about to die salute thee!" Then they separated quickly, each occupying the place assigned to him in the arena. They were to fall on one another in whole sections. But at first the most renowned combatants were permitted to engage in single combats, wherein strength, dexterity, and courage were best exhibited. From amongst the Gauls appeared a champion well known to frequenters of the amphitheatre under the name of Butcher. He had been a victor in many games. With a huge helmet on his head and a coat of mail fastened in front of his powerful breast, and behind, he looked in the golden light of the arena like a giant gold beetle. The equally powerful net bearer Calendio appeared against him. The spectators began to bet.
500 sesterces on the Gaul! 500 on Calendio! By Hercules, 1,000! 2,000!
Meanwhile the Gaul had reached the center of the arena. He slowly backed away, a pointed sword in his hand. Lowering his head, he carefully watched his opponent through the opening of his visor. The light and well formed net bearer, naked save for a belt around his loins, circled nimbly around his antagonist, waving his net gracefully, lowering or raising his trident, and singing the customary song of the net bearer: "I do not seek thee, I seek a fish. Why dost thou flee from me, O Gaul?" But the Gaul was not fleeing. He soon stopped, and standing in one place, began to turn slowly so as to keep his enemy always in sight. In his form and enormous head was now something terrible. The spectators fully understood that the heavy man encased in bronze was preparing for a sudden leap which would decide the battle. The net bearer, meanwhile, sprang up to him, then sprang back, handling his trident so dexterously that the spectators could with difficulty follow his motions. The sound of the trident's teeth striking the shield was repeatedly heard. Yet the Gaul did not quail, thus demonstrating gigantic strength. All his attention seemed to be concentrated, not on the trident, but on the net continually circling above his head like a bird of ill omen. The spectators held their breath as they followed the masterly play of the gladiators. The butcher bided his time, then rushed upon his enemy. The latter, with equal speed, shot past his sword, raised his arms, straightened himself and threw the net. The Gaul, turning where he stood, caught the net on his shield. Then both sprang aside. From the amphitheatre thundered the shouts of "Macte!" On the lower rows new bets were made. Caesar himself, who from the beginning had been talking to the Vestal Virgin, Rubria, and up to this time had paid little attention, now turned his head towards the arena. Now they began to struggle again, with such uniformity and precision, that it seemed as though they cared not for life or death, but only for the exhibition of their skill. The butcher escaped twice more from the net, and again retreated towards the border of the arena. Then those who had bet against him, not wishing him to rest, began to shout, "Attack!" The Gaul obeyed and attacked. The net bearer's arm was suddenly covered with blood and his net dropped. The Gaul gathered up all his strength and leaped forward to deliver the finishing stroke. But at that instant Calendio, who had intentionally made it appear as though he could no longer manage the net, bent aside, thus evading the thrust and ran his trident between the knees of his opponent, bringing him down. The butcher strove to rise, but in the twinkling of an eye, the fatal meshes closed over him, and with every motion he entangled still more his powerful hands and legs. Repeated stabs of the trident pinned him to the ground. Once more he raised himself by his arm, and endeavored to rise, but in vain. Lifting to his head his weakened hand, which could no longer hold the sword, he fell on his back. Calendio pressed his neck down to the ground with the teeth of his fork, and leaning with both hands on its hilt, turned towards Caesar's box. The whole circus trembled with the applause and the roar of the people. Those who had bet on Calendio held him, at that moment, greater than Caesar himself. But this fact banished all hatred towards the Gaul, for at the cost of his own blood their purses were to be filled. The wishes of the people were divided. On all the benches signs were shown, half of them were for death and half for mercy. But the net bearer only looked to where sat Caesar and the Vestals, waiting for their decision. Unfortunately, Nero hated the butcher, for at the last game before the fire he had bet against him with Licinius and lost a considerable sum. He therefore stretched out his hand and turned down his thumb. The Vestals repeated the sign at once. Calendio knelt on the breast of the Gaul, pulled out a short knife from his belt, drew aside the armor around the neck of his opponent, and ran the three-edged knife into his throat up to the hilt. "It is finished!" resounded from all sides of the amphitheatre. The butcher quivered for a moment like a stabbed ox, dug the sand with his feet, stretched, and ceased to move. There was no need for Mercury to try with a heated iron if he were yet alive. He was disentangled from the net. Other couples appeared. After them, whole detachments fought in battles. The audience took part in them with soul, heart, and eyes. Howlings, roarings, whistlings, applause, and laughter urged on the combatants to madness. On the arena the gladiators, dividing into two companies, fought with the fury of wild beasts. Breast struck breast, bodies were intertwined in deadly embrace, strong limbs cracked in their sockets. Swords were driven into breasts and stomachs. Pale lips spat blood upon the sand. Many novices were seized with sudden fear, so that they fled away from the confusion, but the scourgers drove them back again with lead-tipped lashes. On the sand formed great dark spots. An increasing number of dead, naked, and armed bodies lay stretched out like sheaves of corn, whereon the living still kept up the fight. They stumbled against armor and shields, cut their feet with the broken blades of weapons, and fell. The crowd lost its self-possession in pure delight. Intoxicated with death, they sated their eyes with the sight of it, and drew into their lungs its exhalations with delight. Of the conquered, almost all lay dead. A mere handful of the wounded knelt in the middle of the arena, and tremblingly stretched out their hands to the audience, praying for mercy. The victors were rewarded with wreaths and olive branches. A moment of rest followed, which at the command of the all powerful Caesar changed into a feast. Perfumes were burned in vases. Sprinklers sprayed upon the people saffron and violet water. Cooling refreshments were brought, roasted meat, sweet cakes, olives and fruit. The people ate, talked and shouted in honor of Caesar, to incline him to greater liberality. Then, when they had appeased their hunger and quenched their thirst, hundreds of slaves brought baskets full of gifts, from which boys, dressed as Cupids, took various things in both hands and threw them among the people. With the appearance of lottery tickets in the distribution, a scuffle began. People pushed, upset, and trampled on one another. They cried for help, jumped over rows of seats, stifled one another in the terrible throng. For whoever captured a lucky number might win a house and garden, a slave, a fine habit, or a wild beast, which he could afterwards sell to the amphitheatre. This was the frequent cause of disorders so great that very often the pretorians were obliged to interfere and restore order. After each distribution, people were carried out with broken limbs, and some were trampled to death in the crowd. But the rich took no part in the scramble for lottery tickets. The Augustales now amused themselves with the sight of Chilo, making vain efforts to show that he could look on fighting and bloodshed as undisturbed as anybody. From the beginning, the unfortunate Greek had begun to wrinkle his brow, bite his lips, and squeeze his fists so that the nails entered his flesh. His Greek nature and his personal cowardice equally unfitted him to bear such a sight. His face paled, his brows were covered with drops of perspiration, his lips became blue, his eyes sunk, his teeth chattered, and his body trembled. At the end of the fight he recovered somewhat, but when they showered jests upon him, he was seized with sudden anger, and defended himself desperately. "Ha, Greek! The sight of the tearing of human skin was unbearable," said Vinicius, pulling him by the beard. Chilo exposed his last two yellow teeth, and snarled out: "As my father was not a shoemaker, I cannot mend it." "Well done! He had hit it!" answered several voices, but others continued the rallying. "It is not his fault that instead of a heart he has a piece of cheese in his breast," cried Senecio. "Neither is it thy fault that instead of a head thou hast a bladder," answered Chilo. "Perchance thou wilt become a gladiator. Thou wouldst look well with a net in the arena." "Should I happen to catch thee with it, I should catch stinking carrion." "And how would it fare with the Christians?" asked Festus of Liguria. "Wouldst thou not like to be a dog, so that thou mightest bite them?" "I would not wish to be thy brother." "Thou Maeotian copper nose!" "Thou Ligurian mule!" "Evidently thy skin is itching, but I do not advise thee to ask me to scratch it." "Scratch thyself. If thou scratch thy pimple, thou wilt destroy the best in thee." In such fashion they attacked him, and thus he defended himself viciously, amid general laughter. Caesar, clapping his hands, repeated "Good!" and urged them on. Then Petronius approached. Touching the Greek's side with his ivory cane, he said: "'Tis well, philosopher, but in one thing only thou errest. The gods made thee a pickpocket, but thou hast become a demon, and therefore thou canst not bear it." The old man gazed at him with his reddened eyes. This time he was not ready with an insulting reply. After a silence, he said, lamely enough: "I shall endure." Meanwhile, the trumpets announced the end of the intermission. The people began to leave the passage where they had assembled to stretch out their limbs and hold converse. A general movement began, with the wonted dispute about seats previously occupied. Senators and patricians hurried to their places. The noise ceased at last, and the amphitheatre returned to order. On the arena was a crowd of people engaged in digging out here and there lumps composed of sand and blood. The turn of the Christians arrived. This was quite a new spectacle to the people. No one could foresee how they would comport themselves. All awaited them with a certain curiosity, expectant of something unusual. So here were the incendiaries of Rome, the destroyers of its ancient treasures. They had drunk the blood of infants and poisoned the waters. They had cursed the whole human race, and committed the most heinous atrocities. The greatest punishments were not great enough for their crimes. What the people feared was that the tortures provided for the Christians might fall below the enormity of their guilt. Meanwhile the sun had risen high, and its rays, passing through the purple awning, filled the amphitheatre with a bloody light. The sand assumed a fiery color. There was something terrible in those gleams of light, in the inflamed faces of the people, and in the very arena, empty now, but soon to be crowded with people and savage beasts. Death and terror pervaded the air. The throng, usually joyous, grew sullen under the influence of their hate. Their faces wore angry expressions. The prefect gave a sign. Charon, he who had summoned the gladiators to death, reappeared, and, walking with steady steps around the arena, amid perfect silence, struck 3 times with a hammer on the door. Throughout the amphitheatre ran a deep murmur. "The Christians! The Christians!" The iron gratings creaked. From the dark openings came the usual cry of the scourgers: "To the sand!" The next moment the arena was peopled with satyr like groups, covered with skins. All ran quickly, feverishly, and when they reached the middle of the circus, fell on their knees together and raised their hands. The people, conceiving this to be a prayer for pity, began to stamp, whistle, and throw empty wine vessels and clean picked bones, vociferating, "The beasts! The beasts!" Then an unexpected thing happened. From the midst of the shaggy group, voices were heard in song. For the first time in the Roman circus, the hymn arose: "Christus regnat!" Christ reigns. Astonishment fell upon the people. The victims sang with eyes raised to the awning. The spectators saw pale faces full of ecstasy. It was plain enough now that these people were not craving mercy. Apparently they saw neither the circus nor the people, neither the Senate nor Caesar. "Christ reigns!" sounded louder, and the spectators all the way to the topmost rows inquired of themselves: "What is going on, and who is that Christus who reigns, as is asserted by these people about to die?" Meanwhile, another grating opened. Into the arena rushed dogs, madly barking, great packs of dogs, huge yellow Molossians from the Peloponnesus, pied dogs from the Pyrenees, and wolf like dogs from Ireland, all purposely famished. Lean, with bloodshot eyes, their barks and howls filled the amphitheatre. The Christians, having finished their songs, remained on their knees, motionless as statues of stone, only repeating with doleful intonation, "For Christ! For Christ!" The dogs scented human beings beneath the animal skins. Surprised at their silence, however, they did not venture at first to throw themselves on the martyrs. Some leaned against the walls of the boxes, as though they intended to go among the spectators. Others ran around barking furiously, as if chasing some invisible enemy. The people were angry. 1,000 voices shrieked, some roaring like beasts, others barking, others urging on the dogs in various languages. The maddened dogs would run against the kneeling Christians, only to draw back again, gnashing their teeth. Finally, one of the Molossians drove his fangs into the skin covered shoulder of a woman kneeling in front and dragged her under him. At this a number of dogs threw themselves upon the Christians. The mob ceased its tumult to observe the better. Amid the canine howling and snarling the plaintive voices of men and women crying, "For Christ! For Christ!" were still audible. The arena was now a quivering mass of dogs and people. Blood streamed from the torn bodies. Dogs snatched from one another bloody members of the human body. The odor of blood and torn entrails was stronger than the Arabian perfumes, and filled the whole circus. At last, only here and there were to be seen a few kneeling forms. But even these soon changed into squirming masses. Vinicius, at the first entry of the Christians, had arisen and turned his head, according to his agreement with the quarryman, to that side where Peter sat among Petronius's people. He now sat gazing with glassy eyes at the awful spectacle. At first he feared that the quarryman might have been mistaken, and that Lygia might be among the victims. This thought benumbed his heart. But when he heard the voices crying, "For Christ!" when he witnessed the torture of so many victims who, dying, acknowledged their faith and their God, he could not drive back other feelings which pierced him with the most poignant agony. If Christ himself had died in torture, if thousands were following him, if a sea of blood was to be poured out, what mattered one little drop more? Would it not be almost a sin to ask for mercy? That thought came to him from the arena, pervaded with the groans of the dying and the odor of their blood. None the less he prayed on and repeated through his parched lips: "O Christ! O Christ! Thy apostle hath prayed for her." Then he forgot himself, and lost consciousness of his surroundings. It seemed to him only that the blood on the arena was rising, and would soon overflow the whole city of Rome. He was deaf now to everything, to the howling of the dogs, the clamor of the people, and the voices of the Augustales, who suddenly called out: "Chilo has fainted!" "Chilo has fainted," repeated Petronius, turning towards the place where the Greek sat. He really had fainted. He sat there as white as a sheet, his head thrown backwards, his mouth wide open, in corpse like immobility. At that very moment new victims sewed up in skins were being driven into the arena. They knelt immediately, in the same manner as their predecessors. But the worn out dogs were loath to rend them. Only a few threw themselves on those kneeling near by. Others lay down, and opening their bloody jaws, scratched their sides and yawned wearily. The audience, restless in soul, but drunk and maddened with blood, began shouting with shrill voices: "Lions! Lions! Let loose the lions!" The lions had been destined for the following day, but in the amphitheatre the people's will was paramount even over Caesar's. Caligula alone, arrogant and fickle minded, dared to oppose them. There were times when he gave orders to beat the crowd with sticks, but even he was often obliged to give way. Nero, however, to whom applause was dearer than anything else in the world, never opposed them. This time he was more lenient than ever, because he wished to appease the angry crowd, and lay upon the Christians the blame for the conflagration. Therefore he gave the signal for the opening of the lions' dens, an act which calmed the people immediately. The creaking of the gates was heard. The dogs, at sight of the lions, huddled together, whimpering, on the opposite side of the ring. The lions stalked into the arena, one after another. They were tawny monsters, with shaggy heads. Even Caesar turned towards them his weary face, and placed the emerald to his eye to see better. The Augustales greeted them with applause. The crowd counted them on their fingers, eager at the same time to note the impression which the lions would make on the Christians, who, kneeling in the centre, again repeated the words: "For Christ! For Christ!" But the lions, though hungry, did not hasten towards the victims. The red gleam on the arena had dazzled them, so that they half closed their eyes. Some stretched their yellow bodies lazily, others opened their jaws and yawned, as if to show the spectators their terrible teeth. But soon the odor of blood and the torn bodies, a number of which still lay on the arena, appealed to them. They became restless, their manes rose, their nostrils drew in the air with a snort. One of them made a sudden dash on the body of a woman with a torn face. Lying with his forepaws on the body, he licked the coagulated blood with his rough tongue. Another approached a Christian holding in his arms a child sewed up in a fawn's skin. The child shivered and wept, convulsively embracing his father's neck, who, wishing to prolong the infant's life, if only for a moment, endeavored to tear it away so that he might hand it over to those kneeling farther on. The noise and movement excited the lion. He emitted a short, sharp roar, killed the child with one blow of his paw, caught the father's head between his jaws, and crushed it in the twinkling of an eye. This was the signal for all the other lions to fall upon the Christians. Some women could not restrain cries of terror. The cries were drowned in the applause. This soon ceased. The desire to see overcame everything else. Then began terrible scenes. Heads disappeared entirely in the lions' jaws. Breasts were opened by one blow of the paw. Hearts and lungs were dragged out. The crunching of bones was heard under the fangs of the lions, who, seizing the victims by the sides or back, ran around with mad leaps, as though in search of hiding places wherein to devour them undisturbed. Other lions fought together. Rearing on their hind legs, clasped one another with their paws like wrestlers, filling the amphitheatre with thunderous roars. Some of the audience stood up, others left their seats to reach the lower parts of the rows for a closer view. Many were crowded to death. It seemed as though the excited spectators would end by throwing themselves into the arena, to join the lions in tearing the Christians. At times unearthly noises were heard, at others applause. Then came roaring and rumbling, the gnashing of teeth, the howling of the Molossian dogs. and at intervals only the groaning of the martyrs could be heard. Caesar, holding the emerald to his eye, renewed his attention. Petronius assumed an expression of disgust and contempt. Chilo had already been borne out of the circus. Fresh victims were driven into the pit. From the upper tier of seats the Apostle Peter looked on. No one saw him, for all had their heads turned towards the arena. He rose to his feet, and as once before, in the vineyard of Cornelius, he had blessed for death and eternity the hunted fugitives, so now he blessed with the sign of the cross those who were in the clutches of the wild beasts, blessed their blood, their torture, their dead bodies changed into shapeless lumps, their souls flying upward from the blood-soaked sand. Some of the martyrs raised their eyes to him. Their faces brightened up with a smile as they caught sight of the sign of the cross high above them. But Peter's heart was torn as he cried out: "O Lord, thy will be done! For thy glory, for the testimony of the truth, these my sheep are perishing. Thou hast commanded me to feed them. For this reason I give them to thee, yea, to thee. Count them, O Lord. Take them, heal their wounds, assuage their pain. Let their recompense be far greater than their torture." And he blessed one after another, group after group, with loving compassion, as of a father surrendering his own children into the hands of Christ. Then Caesar, spurred by madness or the desire that the spectacle should surpass all others ever seen in Rome, whispered a few words to the prefect of the city, who thereupon left Caesar's box and went at once to the dens. Even the populace were astonished when next moment they heard again the sound of the opening of the gates, and now all kinds of wild beasts were let out: tigers from the banks of the Euphrates, panthers from Numidia, bears, wolves, hyenas and jackals. The whole arena seemed turned into moving billows of striped, yellow, fallow, black, brown and spotted skins. Then followed confusion, in which the eye could distinguish nothing save the horrible turning and twisting of the backs of the wild beasts. The spectacle lost the aspect of reality, and turned into an orgy of blood, a terrible dream, a prodigious panorama of bewildered fancy. All records were surpassed. Above the roars and howlings and yells rose, shrill and piercing, the hysteric laughter of women, whose nerves had given way under the strain. The people were horrified. Their faces grew dark, and voices were heard saying, "Enough! Enough!" But it was easier to let loose the beasts than to beat them back. Caesar, however, found a means of clearing the arena, and starting a new amusement for the people. In all sections, in the midst of the benches, appeared detachments of black Numidians, adorned with feathers and earrings, with bows in their hands. The people guessed what was coming, and greeted the archers with a shout of satisfaction. The Numidians approached the circle, adjusted their arrows to the strings, and shot them into the crowd of beasts. That was indeed a new spectacle. Their shapely black bodies bending backwards, stretched the elastic bows and dispatched shaft after shaft. The snapping of the strings and the whistling of the feathery darts mingled with the howling of the wild beasts, and the shouts of admiration from the spectators. Wolves, bears, panthers, and such of the martyrs as were still living, fell side by side. Here and there a lion, feeling a dart in his side, turned suddenly, with mouth wrinkled from rage, trying to snatch and break the shaft. Other lions groaned from pain. The smaller beasts, panic stricken, ran aimlessly around the arena, or thrust their heads between the gratings. Meanwhile the arrows whizzed on, till every living thing went down in the last agony of death. Then hundreds of slaves streamed into the arena, armed with spades, shovels, brooms, wheelbarrows, baskets for carrying out entrails, and sacks of sand, crowd after crowd of them, and over the whole circle there was a seething, fever-like activity. The space was soon cleared of corpses, blood and refuse, was dug over, made even, and spread with thick layers of new sand. Cupids ran in, scattering rose leaves, lilies and various other flowers. The censers were lighted again, and the awning was removed, for the sun was now sinking. The crowd looked at one another with surprise, asking what new spectacle was still in store for them. And indeed it was a spectacle which none had expected. Caesar, who some time before had left his box, appeared suddenly on the flower strewn arena, arrayed in a golden mantle and crowned with a golden wreath. He was followed by 12 choristers, with lutes in their hands. In his own hand he held a silver lute. Advancing with solemn step to the centre, he bowed his head several times, raised his eyes toward the sky, and remained in that posture for a while, as though waiting for inspiration. Then he struck the strings and began to sing. 1. O radiant son of Leto, ruler of Tenedos, Chios, and Chrysos, art thou he who guards over the sacred city of Ilion? Couldst thou yield to Achaean anger to bespatter the sacred altars, burning continually in thy worship with Trojan blood? The aged raise trembling hands to thee. 2. O thou silver-bowed, far-reaching archer! To thee mothers from the depths of their bosoms lift up tearful voices to have pity on their children. Complaints that would move a stone. But thou wert less feeling than a stone, O Smintheus, to the people's woes. The song passed gradually into a plaintive recital full of pain and doleful as an elegy. Silence reigned in the circus. After a while Caesar himself was touched and he resumed his song. 3. Thou art able with thy divine sounds to silence the lament of the heart, when the eye is yet today filled with tears as a rose with dew. At the doleful sounds of thy songs, who can rescue from dust and ashes the conflagration and calamity of that day? Smintheus, where wert thou then? His voice quivered and his eyes moistened. On the eyelids of the Vestals tears appeared. The people listened in silence, which was followed by prolonged applause. Meanwhile, from the outside, through the opening of the dens, were heard the creaking of the wheels upon which the bleeding parts of the Christians — men, women, and children — were to be taken to the dreadful places known as the Putrid Pits. The Apostle Peter seized his white, trembling head with both hands, and groaned in spirit. "Lord, Lord," he cried, "to whom hast thou given dominion over the world? Why wilt thou establish thy capital in this place?" End of Part 3, Chapter 13. Part 3, Chapter 14 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Binion and Malevsky. Part 3, Chapter 14. Meanwhile the sun descended towards its setting, appearing to melt in the red of the evening. The spectacle was at an end. The crowd began to quit the amphitheatre for the city, through the gates called Vomitoria. The Augustales were the only ones who tarried. They remained for the sea-like crowd to pass. A large number of them left their seats and proceeded to the box where Caesar showed himself anew, eager for their praises. The public had not applauded him immediately after the termination of his song as much as he had expected. This was not enough for him. He had expected enthusiasm bordering on frenzy. Vainly now did hymns of praise sound in his ears. The Vestals kissed his divine hand in vain, while Rubria bowed so low that her red hair touched his breast. Nero was not satisfied, and could not hide his chagrin. He was both astonished and disquieted because Petronius kept silent. Praises or favorable criticism from his mouth would have afforded great comfort at that moment. Finally, unable to restrain himself, Caesar beckoned to him and said: "Tell me." Petronius answered calmly: "I am silent because I can find no words. Thou hast surpassed thyself." "So it seemed to me, but that crowd of people—" "Canst thou expect mongrels to be judges of poetry?" "But thou also hast noticed that they did not thank me as much as I deserved." "Because thou hast chosen a bad moment." "Why?" "When their brains were affected by the odor of blood and they were unable to listen attentively." Nero clenched his fists and answered: "Ah, those Christians, they burned Rome and hurt me now. What new punishment should I devise for them?" Petronius perceived that he had taken the wrong track, and that his words had produced an effect opposite to his intentions. In order to divert Caesar's mind into another channel, he bent to him and whispered: "Thy song is wonderful, but I will venture one remark. In the fourth line of the third strophe the meter left something to be desired." Nero, blushing with shame, as though he had been caught in an infamous act, looked alarmed, and answered, also in a whisper: "Thou observest everything. I know. I will write it again. But has any one else noticed it? No? I command thee to tell it to nobody, if life is dear to thee." Upon this Petronius furrowed his brow and answered as though he were vexed and disaffected: "Thou mayest, oh divinity, condemn me to death if I deceive thee, but do not terrify me. The gods know best if I fear thee." Saying this he looked straight into Caesar's eyes, who, after a while, returned: "Be not angry, thou knowest I love thee." "A bad sign," thought Petronius. "I wish to invite thee to day to a feast," continued Nero, "but I wish first to lock myself in and polish the cursed fourth line of the third strophe. Seneca and perchance Secundus Carinus may have noticed it as well as thou, but I shall quickly rid myself of both." He summoned Seneca and informed him that he would be sent with Acritus and Secundus Carinus to Italy, and to other provinces for money, which he was to draw from cities, villages, and famous sanctuaries. In a word, he was to get money wherever it could be obtained and by whatever means. Seneca, understanding that Caesar entrusted him with a work of plunder, sacrilege, and murder, refused flatly. "Lord," he said, "I must go to the country and there await death, for my years are many and my nerves are shattered." Seneca's Iberian nerves were stronger than those of Chilo, and were hardly shattered, perhaps, but in general his health was poor. He looked like a shadow, and his hair had lately grown entirely white. Nero, looking at him, thought that he would not have to wait long for his death, and said: "If thou art really ill I do not wish to expose thee to the perils of the journey, but because of my love for thee I wish to have thee within call. Therefore instead of going to the country, thou wilt stay in thine own house and not leave it." He laughed and added: "If I send Acritus and Carinus alone, 'twill be like sending wolves after sheep. Whom shall I place above them?" "Put me above them," said Domitius Afer. "No, I do not wish to bring upon Rome the wrath of Mercury, whom ye would shame with your thievery. I need a Stoic like Seneca, or like my new friend, the philosopher Chilo." Here Nero looked around and asked: "What has happened to Chilo?" Chilo, who had come to his senses in the open air and had returned to the amphitheatre to hear Caesar's song, approached and said: "Here I am, oh radiant offspring of the sun and moon. I was ill, but thy song cured me." "I will send thee to Achaea," said Nero. "Doubtless thou knowest to a copper the amount in each temple." "So be it, Zeus. The gods will grant thee tribute greater than they have ever given before." "I would, but I do not wish to deprive thee of the sight of the games." "Oh, Baal!" said Chilo. The Augustale, overjoyed at Caesar's return to good humor, laughed and exclaimed: "No, Lord, deprive not this brave Greek of the sight of the games." "But preserve me, oh Lord, from the sight of these strident geese of the Capitol whose brains all put together would not fill a nutshell," retorted Chilo. "Oh, firstborn of Apollo, I am composing a Greek hymn in thy honor, and I would fain spend a few days in the temples of the Muses to beg for inspiration." "Nay," exclaimed Nero, "thou desirest to escape the next games. That will not do." "I swear, Lord, that I am composing a hymn." "Thou canst write it at night. Beseech Diana for inspiration, she is Apollo's sister." Chilo bowed his head. He gazed angrily around, while all again burst into laughter. Caesar addressed himself to Senecio and Suilius Nerolinus. "Just think, that of the Christians allotted for to day we have hardly disposed of half." Hearing this, old Aquilus Regulus, who was a great critic of all things pertaining to the amphitheatre, bethought himself for a time and said: "Spectacles in which the performers appear unarmed and without skill endure almost as long as the others and are less interesting." "I shall command that the rest of the Christians be armed," replied Nero. But the superstitious Vestinius, suddenly rousing himself from a reverie, inquired in a mysterious voice: "Have ye taken notice that, dying, these people see something? They gaze upward, and one would say that they perish without suffering. Surely they see something." He raised his eyes towards the opening of the amphitheatre, over which night had spread its star strewn curtain. But others laughed and jested at the thought of what the Christians might see at the point of death. Then Caesar gave a signal to the torch bearers and left the circus. After him followed officials, vestals, senators, and Augustales. It was a bright, warm night. In front of the circus were crowds of people who had remained to witness Caesar's departure. All were morose and silent. Occasional applause was heard, but it ceased immediately. Creaking carts, laden with the bloody remains of Christians, issued from the gates. Petronius and Vinitius made their way homeward in silence. Only when approaching his villa did Petronius inquire: "Hast thou thought over what I said to thee?" "Yes," replied Vinitius.
"Dost thou understand that for me also this is an affair of the greatest moment? I must free her in spite of Caesar and Tigellinus. 'Tis a battle wherein I must conquer, a game which I must win even at the price of my life. This day has only strengthened my resolve."
"May Christ reward thee."
"Thou wilt see."
They had now reached the door of the villa. As they left the litter a dark figure confronted them asking: "Is this the noble Vinitius?" "Yes," answered the Tribune. "What is thy wish?" "I am Nazarius, the son of Miriam, come from the prison to bring thee news of Lygia." Vinitius laid his hand on the young man's arm. He looked in his eyes by the gleam of the torch, powerless to speak a word. Nazarius guessed the question dying upon his lips, and made answer: "She is still alive. Ursus sent me to thee, master, to tell thee that she prays in her fever, and repeats thy name." "Praise be to Christ who may return her to me," exclaimed Vinitius. Then he led Nazarius to the library. Soon Petronius entered also to take part in the conversation. "Her illness saved her from dishonor because the executioners were afraid," said the boy. "Ursus and Glaucus watch over her day and night." "Are the guards the same?" "Yes, master, and she is in their room. All the prisoners in the lower dungeon died of fever, or were suffocated by the foul air."
"Who art thou?"
asked Petronius. "The noble Vinitius knows me. I am the son of the widow with whom Lygia lived."
"Art thou a Christian also?"
The boy cast an inquiring glance at Vinitius. Seeing that he was praying, he lifted his head and answered: "Yea, master."
"How is it that thou art allowed free access to the prison?"
"I was engaged, master, to carry out the bodies of the dead. I hired myself with a view of aiding my brethren and bringing them news from the city." Petronius carefully scrutinized the handsome face of the boy, his blue eyes and dark hair. Finally he asked:
"Where art thou from, my lad?"
"I am a Galilean, master."
"Wouldst thou like to see Lygia free?"
The boy raised his eyes. "Even if I died the next moment." Vinitius finished his prayer and said: "Tell the guards to place her in a coffin as if dead. Thou wilt seek some helpers to bear her out in the night with thee. Near the Putrid Pits thou wilt find men waiting with a litter. Give them the coffin. Tell the guards I promise them as much gold as each can carry in his mantle." As he spoke, his face lost its usual pallor, and the soldier awoke in him, to whom hope brought courage. Nazarius, overjoyed, raised his hands with the cry: "May Christ restore her health, for she will be free."
"Dost thou believe that the guards will consent?" asked Petronius.
"Yes, master, if they knew that they would not meet with punishment and torture." "True," said Vinitius, "the guards would even consent to her flight, all the more will they let us carry her out as a corpse." "There is a man," said Nazarius, "who discovers by means of a red hot iron whether the bodies that we remove are really lifeless. But he will take a few sesterces not to touch the face of the dead. For one gold piece he would touch the coffin and not the body."
"Tell him that he will get a bagful of gold pieces," said Petronius. "But canst thou find trustworthy helpers?"
"I can find men who, for money, would sell their own wives and children."
"Where wilt thou find them?"
"In the prison itself or outside of it. Once the guards are bribed, they will admit any one I wish." "Then take me in the guise of a servant," said Vinitius. But Petronius dissuaded him from this course. The pretorians might recognize him even in disguise, and this would bring failure upon the enterprise. "Go neither to the prison nor to the putrid pits," he said. "It is necessary that all, including Caesar and Tigellinus, should be convinced that she had really died. Otherwise they would order immediate pursuit. We can allay suspicion only by staying in Rome, while she is being removed to the Alban Hills, or even farther, to Sicily. A week or two later thou wilt fall sick and summon Nero's physician, who will prescribe for thee the mountain air. There thou wilt join her, and afterwards—" He mused a little, then, waving his hand, he continued: "Afterwards the times may change." "May Christ have mercy on her," said Vinitius. "Thou speakest of Sicily, while she is ill and may die." "We can keep her nearer at first. The air alone will cure her, if we could but get her out of prison. Is there no one in the mountains whom thou canst trust?" "Yes," replied Vinitius, "not far from Corioli is a trustworthy man who used to carry me in his arms when I was a mere child, and who loves me still." Petronius handed him some tablets. "Write him to come here to morrow. I will send a messenger at once." Then he summoned the chief of the hall, and gave him the necessary orders. A few moments later a mounted slave left for Corioli. "I should like," said Vinitius, "that Ursus should accompany her on her journey. I should feel safer." "Master," said Nazarius, "he is a man of superhuman strength. He will break the grating and follow her. There is one window in a high, perpendicular wall, where no guard is stationed. I will bring a rope to Ursus and he will do the rest." "By Hercules!" exclaimed Petronius, "let him break from the prison as he pleases, but not at the same time with her, nor within 2 or 3 days after, for they would follow him and discover her hiding place. By Hercules, do ye wish us all to perish with her? I forbid you to name Corioli to him, or I will wash my hands of the whole affair." The others silently acknowledged the prudence of his remarks. Nazarius prepared to take leave of them, promising to come back the next morning at dawn. He hoped to strike a bargain with the guards that night, but he wished first to see his mother, who, on account of the terrible times, was very anxious about him. After some reflection he resolved not to seek an assistant in the city, but to bribe one of his comrades among the corpse bearers. Before leaving, he took Vinitius aside and whispered: "Master, I will mention our plan to no one, not even to my mother. But Peter the Apostle promised to come to our house from the amphitheatre, and to him I will tell everything." "In this house thou canst speak openly," said Vinitius. "The Apostle Peter was in the amphitheatre with the people of Petronius. But stay, I myself will go with thee." He ordered a slave to bring him a mantle, and they went out. Petronius drew a deep breath. "I hoped that she would die of the fever," he thought, "since that would be less terrible for Vinitius. But now I am ready to offer a golden tripod to Aesculapius for her restoration to health. Ah, Bronzebeard, thou wishest to make a show of the agony of a lover. Thou, Augusta, wert jealous of the beauty of this girl, and now thou wouldst destroy her because thy Rufius has perished. Thou, Tigellinus, wouldst ruin her to spite me. We shall see. I tell ye that your eyes shall not behold her in the arena, because either she will die a natural death, or I shall rescue her from you. And I shall rescue her in such a way that ye will not know it, and then, whenever I look at ye afterwards I shall think, these are the fools whom Petronius outwitted." And satisfied with himself he went into the dining room, where he sat down to supper with Eunice. A reader read to them meanwhile the bucolics of Theocritus. The wind drove cloud from the Soracte. A sudden storm broke the stillness of the peaceful summer night. Ever and anon thunder reverberated on the seven hills, while they, lying side by side, listened to the pastoral poet, who in the melodious Doric dialect celebrated the loves of shepherds. Soothed and lulled, they later prepared for sweet repose. But before this Vinitius returned. Petronius went out to meet him and asked: "Have ye determined on anything new? Has Nazarius gone to the prison?" "Yes," replied the Tribune, arranging his wet hair. "Nazarius has gone to bribe the guards, and I have seen Peter, who commanded me to pray and to have faith." "Good. If everything goes well we can carry her off to morrow night." "My steward from Corioli with his men must be here at dawn." "'Tis a short distance. Now go to rest." At sunrise Niger, the steward, arrived from Corioli. In accordance with the instructions of Vinitius, he brought with him mules, a litter, and 4 trusty men, selected from among British slaves. To avoid attracting attention he left them at the inn in the Suburra. Vinitius, who had not slept the whole night, stepped out to meet him. The steward was greatly moved at sight of his young master. Kissing his hands and eyes he exclaimed: "My dear master, art thou ill, or has sorrow sucked the blood from thy cheeks? At first sight I could scarce recognize thee." Vinitius led him to the interior colonnade, and there admitted him to the secret. Niger listened with close attention. On his healthy, swarthy face, a great emotion was evident, an emotion which he had made no attempt to suppress. "She is then a Christian?" he cried with an inquiring glance at the face of Vinitius. Evidently divining what that look meant, Vinitius replied: "I also am a Christian." Tears suffused the eyes of Niger. He was silent for a time. Then, lifting his hands, he said: "Thanks be to Christ for having removed the scales from the eyes that are dearest to me on earth." Then he embraced Vinitius, and weeping from sheer happiness, kissed his forehead. A moment later Petronius appeared, accompanied by Nazarius. "Good news!" he cried from afar. It was good news indeed. First, Glaucus, the physician, vouched for Lygia's life, though she was down with the same prison fever of which, in the Tullianum and other dungeons, hundreds were dying every day. As to the jailers and the men who tested the corpses with red hot iron, there had not been the slightest difficulty. The assistant, Attis, had also been fixed. "We made holes in the coffin so that the sick woman could breathe," said Nazarius. "The only danger is that she may groan or utter some word as we pass the pretorians. She is very weak and lies the whole day with closed eyes. Glaucus will give her a sleeping potion prepared from herbs which I myself will bring to him. The lid will not be nailed to the coffin. You will lift it easily and transfer the maiden to the litter. We will substitute in the coffin a long bag of sand which you will have ready." Vinitius, as he listened, grew pale as a sheet, but withal he listened so attentively that he seemed to anticipate all Nazarius had to say. "Will there be other bodies removed from the prison?" asked Petronius. "Nearly 20 people died last night. Before evening more will die," said the boy. "We will have to join the rest, but we will delay and drop to the rear. At the first turn my companion will begin to limp. In this way we shall fall considerably behind the others. Wait for us at the small temple of Libitina. May God give us a dark night." "God will do so," said Niger. "Yesterday evening that sky was clear again, but a sullen dampness has set in since morning. Every night now there will be wind and a rain." "Are ye going without any lights?" asked Vinitius. "The torches are carried only in front. In any case, wait in the vicinity of the temple of Libitina, as soon as the dusk comes, though usually we remove the dead bodies only about midnight." Silence fell upon all, and only the quick breathing of Vinitius was audible. Petronius turned to him. "I said yesterday," he remarked, "that it would be the best plan if we both would stay at home, but I see now that I could not stay. Besides, if it were a question of flight, we should have to be more careful, but since she will be carried out as a corpse, it seems to me that not the slightest suspicion will be aroused." "Yes, yes," said Vinitius, "I must be there. I myself will take her out of the coffin." "Once she is under my roof at Corioli, I answer for her," said Niger. This ended the conference. Niger wended his steps towards the inn to rejoin his men. Nazarius placed a heavy purse of gold under his tunic and went back to prison. For Vinitius began a day filled with uneasiness, excitement, fear and hope. "The undertaking should succeed, for it is well planned," said Petronius. "The matter could not have been arranged better. Thou must pretend to be in suffering, and don a dark toga. But do not miss the performances at the circus. Let the people see thee. Everything is so arranged that failure is impossible. But a word, art thou entirely sure of thy steward?" "He is a Christian," answered Vinitius. Petronius looked at him in astonishment, then shrugging his shoulders, said:
By Pollux, how it spreads, and how it takes possession of human souls. Under its powerful influence, people would abjure all the gods, Roman, Greek, and Egyptian. It is wonderful. By Pollux, if I believed that any of our gods had power, I would vow 6 white bulls to every one of them, and to Jupiter Capitolinus 12. But forget not to make an offering to your Christ." "I have given him my soul," answered Vinitius. Then they parted. Petronius returned to his bedroom. Vinitius, however, went to take a look at the prison from a distance. Thence he wended his way up the slope of the Vatican Hill to the cabin of the quarryman, where he had received baptism at the hands of the Apostle. It seemed to him that Christ would more readily listen to his petition in this hut than in any other place. Consequently, when he had found it, he threw himself upon the floor, and so gave up his suffering soul to prayer that he forgot himself entirely, and recalled not where he was or what he was doing. Not until the afternoon was he aroused by the sound of trumpets which came from the direction of Nero's circus. He then left the hut and looked about him as if freshly aroused from sleep. It was hot and perfectly still. The silence was only broken from time to time by the sound of trumpets and by the chirping of crickets. The air was sultry, the sky above the city was still clear, but near the Sabine hills, dark clouds were gathering about the horizon. Vinitius returned home. At the entrance Petronius was waiting for him. "I have been on the Palatine," he said. "I showed myself there purposely and even sat down to a game of dice. Anicius gives a banquet to night. I promised to go, but not until after midnight, because I must sleep a little before that hour. And I shall go, and it would be well if thou couldst be present also." "Hast thou any news from Niger or Nazarius?" inquired Vinitius. "No, we shall not see them before midnight. Hast thou noticed that a storm is approaching?" "Yes, I have." "To morrow there is to be an exhibition of crucified Christians, but rain might prevent the performance." Then coming closer to Vinitius and taking his arm, he said: "But thou shalt not see her on the cross, but only in Corioli. By Castor, I wouldn't exchange the moment in which we free her for all the gems in Rome. The evening is close at hand." And indeed the evening was approaching rapidly. Darkness began to envelop the city earlier than usual, on account of the clouds that now covered the entire horizon. With night came on a heavy rain, which, falling on the heated stones, turned into a steam and filled the streets of the city with a mist. Then followed a lull, and after that intermittent showers. "Let us hurry," said Vinitius at last. "Because of the storm they may carry the bodies away from the prison earlier than usual." "It is time," said Petronius. Donning Gallic mantles, they passed through the garden gate out into the street. Petronius had armed himself with a short Roman knife called a sica, which he always carried when out at night. The streets of the city were deserted on account of the storm. From time to time lightning rent the clouds, illuminating with lurid flashings the newly built walls of the houses lately erected, or in the process of erection, and the wet flagstones with which the streets were paved. By one of these lightning flashes they descried, at last, the mound whereon stood the little temple of Libitina. At the foot of the mound was a group of mules and horses. "Niger!" called Vinitius in a low voice. "Here, master," a voice answered from the fog. "Is everything ready?" "Yes, master, we were here immediately after dark. But get yourself under cover or you will be completely soaked. What a storm! I think that it is going to hail." Niger's apprehension was well founded. Soon hail began to fall. The hail was, at first, fine, but the stones became larger. The storm swept down heavily and the air grew chill. Having found shelter and protection from the wind and hail, they conversed in low tones. "Even if some one should discover us," said Niger, "suspicion would not be aroused, for we look like people who are only waiting for the storm to pass over. But I fear lest the removal of the bodies should be postponed until to morrow." "This storm will not last long," said Petronius. "We must wait even until daybreak." They waited, eagerly straining their ears to catch the sound of the procession. It ceased hailing, but immediately afterwards rain poured down. At times the wind rose and wafted from the putrid pits a dreadful odor of decaying bodies, interred carelessly near the surface. All at once Niger exclaimed: "I see a faint light through the mist. 1, 2, 3, those are torches."
and turning to his man, he said:
"See that the mules do not snort."
"They are coming," said Petronius. The lights were growing more and more distinct. Soon it was possible to discern the flames of the torches trembling in the wind. Niger crossed himself and began to pray. Meanwhile the dismal procession came nearer, and at last drew up before the temple of Libitina. Petronius, Vinitius, and Niger pressed up against the rampart, not knowing what was the meaning of this halt. But the men had stopped only for a moment to cover their faces and mouths with cloths in order to protect them from the stifling odor, which, at the edge of the putrid pits, was simply unbearable. Then they lifted the biers and went on. Only one coffin was halted just before the temple. Vinitius hurried towards it, followed by Petronius and Niger, and two Briton slaves with a litter. But ere they had reached it, the voice of Nazarius was heard saying, in tones of anguish: "Master, they have taken her with Ursus to the Esquiline prison. We are carrying another body, for she was removed before midnight." After his return home, Petronius was plunged in gloom, and did not even attempt to console Vinitius. He knew that it would be impossible to rescue Lygia from the Esquiline prison. He divined that she had probably been transferred from the Tullianum lest she should die of fever and thus escape the destined amphitheatre. On this very account she would be guarded all the more carefully. Petronius was deeply grieved for her and for Vinitius. Moreover, he was vexed because, for the first time in his life, he had failed and had been beaten in a contest.
"Fortune appears to have deserted me," he said to himself. "But the gods are mistaken if they think I will consent to such a life as his, for example."
Here he looked at Vinitius, who in turn gazed at him with wide staring eyes.
"What ails thee? Hast thou a fever?"
said Petronius. The other replied with a peculiar broken and halting voice, like that of a sick child:
"I still believe that he will restore her to me."
Above the city, the last echoes of the storm had died away. End of Part 3, Chapter 14. Part 3, Chapter 15 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 3, Chapter 15. A rain lasting for 3 days, a rare phenomenon in Rome during the summer season, and hail falling, against the natural order of things, not only during the day and evening, but even at night, interrupted the spectacles. People were growing alarmed. The failure of the vintage was predicted. When, at noon on a certain day, a thunderbolt melted the bronze statue of Ceres on the Capitol, sacrifices were ordered in the temple of Jupiter Salvator. The priest of Ceres gave it out that the wrath of the gods had been brought upon the city because the Christians had not been sufficiently punished. People then began to demand that, irrespective of weather, the spectacles should take place. Joy arose in Rome that the games would begin again after an interval of 3 days. Meantime fair weather returned. The amphitheatre, from dawn till night, was filled with thousands of people. Caesar arrived early with the vestals and the court. The spectacle was to commence with a battle among the Christians, arrayed for the purpose as gladiators, and supplied with all the various weapons used by gladiators for offensive and defensive warfare. But here came disappointment. The Christians threw the nets, darts, javelins, and swords down upon the arena, and instead of fighting, they embraced and encouraged one another to persist in the face of torture and death. The hearts of the populace were stirred with anger and indignation. Some accused the Christians of cowardice and baseness of mind, others asserted that they refused to fight because of their hatred of the people, and in order to deprive them of the enjoyment of a display of courage. Finally, at Caesar's command, real gladiators were summoned, who made short work of the kneeling and defenseless Christians. When the bodies were removed, the spectacle was changed to a series of mythological representations, conceived by Caesar himself. Hercules appeared, blazing in fire on Mount Oeta. Vinitius had trembled at the thought that perhaps Ursus had been selected for the part of Hercules. But evidently the turn of the faithful servant of Lygia had not yet come, since there perished at the stake some other Christian quite unknown to Vinitius. In the next picture, however, Chilo, whom Caesar would not excuse from attendance, saw people whom he knew well. The death of Daedalus and that of Icarus were represented. The role of Daedalus was taken by Euritius, the old man who had first explained to Chilo the symbol of the fish. The role of Icarus was sustained by his son Quartus. Both were hoisted in the air by means of machinery, and then hurled from an immense height down upon the arena. Young Quartus fell so near the imperial box that his blood spattered not only the external ornaments, but even the purple covered seat. Chilo did not witness the fall because he had closed his eyes. He heard only the dull thud of the body. When after a time he caught sight of blood just near him, he came near to fainting for the second time. The pictures changed rapidly. The hearts of the rabble were delighted by the shameful torments of virgins, dishonored before death by gladiators in the guise of wild beasts. Priestesses of Cybele and Ceres were to be seen, and the Daonids and Dirce and Pasiphae. Finally little girls were torn asunder by wild horses. The people applauded every new device of Nero, who, proud of his inventions and immensely pleased by the applause, did not take the emerald from his eye for an instant, while gazing upon white bodies torn with iron, and the convulsive contortions of the victims. Pictures representing the history of the city were also given. After the maidens appeared Musius Scaevola, whose hand, fastened to a tripod over a fire, filled the amphitheatre with the odor of burning flesh. Like the real Scaevola, he stood there silent, without emitting a groan, his eyes raised upward and the murmurs of a prayer on his blackened lips. When death had ended his torments and his body had been removed, the usual noonday interlude took place. Caesar, with the Vestals and the Augustales, left the amphitheatre and betook himself to a scarlet tent, erected purposely for the occasion, in which a gorgeous banquet had been prepared for himself and his guests. The onlookers, for the greater part, followed his example, and pouring out of the building, scattered into picturesque groups, and disposed themselves about the tent to enjoy the food which through Caesar's favor was lavishly bestowed upon them. The more curious among the spectators stepped down into the arena itself. Touching with their fingers the sand clotted with blood, discussed as connoisseurs the performances that had taken place and those that were to follow. Soon even these left the arena, lest they should miss the banquet. Only a few remained, and these not through curiosity, but out of compassion for the coming victims. These hid themselves in compartments, or beneath the lower seats. Meantime the arena was leveled and pits were dug in rows throughout the whole circuit, from one side to the other, so that the last row was but a few steps from the imperial box. From outside the circus came the voices of people, shouts and applause, while within everything was being prepared with feverish haste for new tortures. All at once the dungeons were opened, and through all the passages leading to the arena groups of Christians were driven, naked, with crosses on their shoulders. The great amphitheatre was filled with them. Old men, bent under the weight of wooden crosses, ran forward. Alongside of them were vigorous men in the prime of life, women with dishevelled hair, under cover of which they strove to conceal their nakedness, small boys and little children. Most of the crosses as well as the victims were decorated with flowers. The servants of the amphitheatre scourged the unfortunates with whips, and forced them to place their crosses beside the pits prepared for them, and to stand themselves in rows beside the crosses. In this way were to perish all those who had not on the first day of the games been driven out as food for dogs and wild beasts. Black slaves seized the victims, and laying them upon the wood, nailed their hands rapidly to the arms of the crosses, so that after the intermission, the people should find the crosses already erect. The noise of hammers reverberated through the whole amphitheatre, and, echoing among the higher tiers of seats, reached the place surrounding the amphitheatre, and even the tent where Caesar was entertaining his retinue and the Vestals. There he quaffed goblet after goblet of wine, bantered Chilo, and whispered strange words into the ears of the priestesses of Vesta. But in the arena the work was being pushed, nails were being hammered into the hands and feet of the Christians, and spades moved quickly, filling with earth the pits in which the crosses had been planted. Among the victims awaiting their turn was Crispus. The lions had not had time to tear him to pieces, therefore he had been sentenced to die on the cross. Always ready for death, he rejoiced that his hour was near. Today he seemed like another man, for his withered body had been entirely stripped. Only an ivy wreath encircled his hips. On his head was a garland of roses, but in his eyes there shone ever that same unsubdued energy, that same stern and fanatical face looked from beneath the garland of roses. Nor had his heart changed. As before, in the dungeon, he had threatened with the wrath of God his brethren sewed up in hides, so now, instead of consoling them, he thundered forth: "Thank the Saviour that He allows you to die the same death as Himself. Perhaps some of your sins will be forgiven on this account. But tremble, for justice must be satisfied, and there cannot be one reward for the wicked and the good." He spoke to the accompaniment of hammers which drove the nails into the feet and hands of the victims. The crosses multiplied in the arena. He, however, turning to those who stood by their crosses, spoke as follows: "I see heaven open before me, but I see also the open abyss. I do not know how I shall stand myself before the Lord, though I have believed and hated evil. I fear not death, but the resurrection; not torture, but the judgment, for the day of wrath is approaching." At that moment, from among the nearest tiers of seats, came a voice calm and solemn. "Not the day of wrath, but of mercy, the day of salvation and joy, because I tell you that Christ will receive you, will comfort you, and will seat you on His right hand. Be of good faith, for heaven is opening before you." At these words all eyes were turned towards the benches; even those already fastened to the crosses raised their pale, anguished faces and looked in the direction of the speaker. Then the man who had spoken came to the partition surrounding the arena, and blessed the victims with the sign of the cross. Crispus stretched out his hand, as if to expostulate, but when he saw the speaker's face, he dropped his hand, his knees bent under him, and his lips whispered: "Paul, the Apostle!" To the amazement of the servants of the circus, all those who were not yet nailed to the crosses fell upon their knees. Paul of Tarsus turned towards Crispus and said: "Crispus, threaten them not, for this day they will be with thee in paradise. Thou deemest that they will be damned, but who will condemn them? Will God condemn them, He who gave His Son for them? Will Christ, who died to save them, just as they die now for His sake? How could He who loves them condemn them? Who will accuse the elect of God? Who will say that this blood is accursed?" "Master, I have hated evil," cried out the old priest. "Christ laid more stress upon His command to love our fellow men than to hate evil, for He taught love, not hatred." "I have sinned in the hour of my death," cried Crispus, striking his breast. The manager in charge of the benches now came up to the Apostle and said to him: "Who art thou that dares to speak to the condemned?" "A Roman citizen," Paul replied calmly. Then turning to Crispus he said: "Have confidence, for today is a day of grace. Die in peace, O servant of God." Two negroes approached Crispus at this moment to place him on the cross, but he looked around once more, and exclaimed: "My brethren, pray for me." His face had lost its usual severity. His features had assumed an aspect of sweetness and mildness. He stretched his arms himself upon the cross, so as to facilitate the work, and looking straight upwards to the sky, he began to pray fervently. He seemed insensible to pain, for when the nails entered his palms not the least tremor shook his body, nor did the slightest contortion of pain appear upon his face. He prayed while his legs were being fastened, and continued to pray when they raised the cross, and the earth was being beaten down about it. Only when the rabble began to fill the amphitheatre with shouts and laughter did the brows of the old man contract, as if in anger that a pagan people were disturbing the peace of a sweet death. By this time all the crosses had been raised, so that the arena bore the appearance of a forest with people hanging on the trees. On the arms of the crosses and on the heads of the martyrs the sunshine fell, but on the arena was a thick shadow, like a black, tangled grating, through which gleamed the yellow sand. The whole pleasure of this spectacle consisted in the delight taken by the audience in watching a lingering death. Never before had there been such a large collection of crosses. The arena was so packed that the servants moved about among them with difficulty. On the crosses closest to the seats hung women, but Crispus, as a leader, was placed close to the imperial box, on an enormous cross, wreathed at the bottom with flowers. None of the victims had as yet expired, but a few who had been first crucified had fainted. No one groaned or cried for mercy. Some were hanging with their heads leaning upon the shoulder, or dropped upon the breast, as if overcome by sleep. Some seemed in meditation. Some, looking towards heaven, moved their lips silently. There was something ominous in that fearful array of crosses, in those crucified beings, and in the silence of the victims. The people, sated with the banquet and in a pleasant state of mind, had returned to the circus with joyful shouts, but now they grew silent, not knowing upon which body to fix their eyes, nor what to think of the performance. The nudeness of the women seemed to excite no interest. They even refrained from betting as to who should die first, a thing usually done when smaller numbers of convicted appeared in the arena. Even Caesar appeared to get little enjoyment from the spectacle, for he turned his head in indolent and drowsy fashion to arrange his necklace. Suddenly Crispus, who was hanging opposite, and who for a time had closed his eyes, as a man fainting or dying, opened them, and gazed at Caesar. His face assumed such a terrible expression, and his eyes blazed with such fire, that the Augustales began to whisper among themselves, pointing him out with their fingers, and at length Caesar himself directed his attention towards him, and slowly placed the emerald to his eye. Perfect stillness reigned. The eyes of the spectators were fixed upon Crispus, who attempted to move his right arm, as if to tear it from the cross. After a while his breast rose, his ribs stood out, and he cried: "Matricide, woe to thee!" The Augustales, hearing this mortal insult flung publicly into the very face of the Lord of the world, scarce dared to breathe. Chilo came near fainting. Caesar shuddered and let his emerald fall. The people too held their breath. Then the voice of Crispus reverberated again with greater power through the entire amphitheatre. "Woe to thee, murderer of wife and brother! Woe to thee, Antichrist! The abyss is opening under thee. Death is stretching its arms to embrace thee. The grave is yawning for thee. Woe to thee, living corpse! In terror thou shalt die, and thou shalt be damned forever." Unable to wrench away his hand, nailed to the cross, he strained himself in a frightful fashion. He resembled a death's head, inexorable as destiny. He shook his white beard at Nero's box, and with every motion of his head the roses fell from the garland which decorated it. "Woe to thee, murderer! Thy doom is sealed and thy hour has come." Thus speaking, he made a supreme effort. For a moment it seemed he would wrench his hand from the cross and extend it in menace over Caesar. But suddenly, his emaciated arms extended still more, his body slipped downwards, his head drooped upon his breast, and he gave up the ghost. Among the forest of crosses weaker victims began also to drop into that sleep that knows no waking. End of Part 3, Chapter 15. Part 3, Chapter 16 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 3, Chapter 16. "Lord," said Chilo, "the sea is like oil, and the waves seem to sleep. Let us go to Achaea. There the glory of Apollo, there crowns and triumph await thee. There the people adore thee, and the gods will receive thee as one of their own, whereas here, O Lord—" And he stopped, for his lower lip trembled so that his words changed into meaningless sounds. "When the games are over we shall go," replied Nero. "I know that already some style the Christians inoffensive. Should I depart all would say this same thing. What fearest thou, thou coward?" He knitted his brows, but looked with a questioning glance at Chilo, as if awaiting an explanation, for he only feigned to be unmoved. During that last exhibition he himself had been frightened by the words of Crispus, and when he had returned home he could not sleep from anger and shame, and from fear also. Then Vestinius, who had listened in silence to the conversation, looked cautiously about, and said in a solemn voice: Hearken, O Lord, to the words of that old man. There is something strange about these Christians. Their God grants them an easy death, but he may have vengeance in store for their enemies." Nero retorted quickly: "I did not arrange the games. Tigellinus was the manager." "Yes, I was the manager," said Tigellinus, who caught Caesar's words. "Yes, I am the man, and I defy all the Christian gods. Vestinius, my lord, is a bladder full of superstition, and this bold Greek is likely to die of terror at the sight of a hen defending her chickens." "Very well," said Nero, "but from this day give orders that the tongues shall be torn from the Christians, that thus their mouths may be silenced." "Fire will silence them, O divinity." "Woe is me!" groaned Chilo. But Caesar, whose courage was restored by the arrogant confidence of Tigellinus, burst out laughing, and exclaimed, pointing a scornful finger at the old Greek: "Behold this offspring of Achilles!" Chilo indeed looked dreadfully disturbed. What hair remained on his head had become white; on his face was an expression of great fear and distress. At times he appeared confused and as if only half conscious. Often he paid no heed to questions; sometimes again he became so angry and insolent that the Augustales preferred to let him alone. Such a moment came to him then. "Do what you please, but I will not go any more to the games," he cried in desperation. Nero regarded him attentively for a while, and turning to Tigellinus, said: "See to it that this Stoic is near to me in the gardens. I want to see how the torches will impress him." Chilo was frightened at the threat which trembled in Caesar's voice. "Lord," he said, "I shall see nothing, for I cannot see in the night." But Caesar, with a meaning smile, replied: "Then night will be as bright as day." Then he turned towards the Augustales, to whom he talked about some races with which he intended to wind up the games. Petronius approached Chilo and touching his arm said: "Did I not tell thee that thou wouldst not hold out?" The other, however, answered: "I am athirst." He stretched his trembling hand for a goblet of wine, but could not raise it to his lips. Seeing this, Vestinius took the goblet from him and approaching him closely, inquired with a curious and frightened face: "Are the Furies pursuing thee? Tell me." The old man stared at him for a while, with his mouth wide open, as if he did not comprehend the question. Vestinius then repeated: "Are the Furies pursuing thee?" "No," replied Chilo, "but the night is before me." "How is that, the night? The gods have mercy on thee. What dost thou mean?" "A night terrible and dark, in which something moves and comes towards me, something I know not what, and am very much afraid." "I have always believed in witches. Dost thou dream?" "No, because I cannot sleep. I did not think that they would be punished thus." "Art thou sorry for them?" "Why do you shed so much blood? Didst thou not hear what that man said from the cross? Woe to us!" "I heard," answered Vestinius, "but they are incendiaries." "That is a lie." "And they are foes of mankind."
"That is a lie."
"And the poisoners of water."
"That is a lie."
"And the murderers of children."
"That is a lie."
"How?" inquired Vestinius with amazement. "Hast thou not said so thyself? And didst thou not deliver them into the hands of Tigellinus?"
"Therefore night has encompassed me and death is approaching me. Sometimes I think that I am dead already, and you also."
"No, it is they who die, and we are alive. But tell me, what do they see as they expire?"
"Christ."
"Their God? Is he a powerful God?" But Chilo answered with a question:
"What kind of torches are to be lighted in the gardens? Didst thou hear what Caesar said?"
"I heard and I know. They are called Sarmentitii and Semaxii. They are made by clothing men in the tunics of torture steeped in pitch. After that the victims are bound to pillars and set on fire. May their God not visit some dreadful calamity upon the city. Semaxii, that is a horrible punishment."
"I prefer it, because there will be no bloodshed," replied Chilo. "Hold the goblet to my lips. I am thirsty, but I spill the wine, my hand trembles so from age."
Meantime others were talking about the Christians. Old Domitius Afer ridiculed them.
"There are such numbers of them," he said, "that they might raise a civil war, and remember it was feared that they would defend themselves, but they die like sheep." "Let them try any other way," said Tigellinus. Upon this Petronius exclaimed: "You are mistaken, they are arming themselves." "With what?" "With patience." "That is a new weapon." "Yes, but can you say that they die like common criminals?" "No, they die as if those were criminals who put them to death; that is, we and the whole Roman people." "What nonsense!" exclaimed Tigellinus. "What an Abderite!" replied Petronius. And others, struck with the appropriateness of his remark, looked at each other and repeated: "To be sure, there is something strange and peculiar in their manner of dying." "I tell you that they behold their deity," cried Vestinius. Thereupon several Augustales turned to Chilo. "Ho, old man! Thou knowest them well, tell us what they see." The Greek spat wine upon his tunic and answered: "The resurrection." And he trembled so that the guests who sat nearest to him burst into loud laughter. Part 3, Chapter 17 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 3, Chapter 17. For the last few nights Vinicius had been away from home. Petronius surmised that he had made some new plan for liberating Lygia from the Esquiline prison. But he did not like to question him lest he might bring misfortune upon his efforts. The skeptical exquisite had become, in a certain sense, superstitious. From the time that he had failed to free the girl from the Mamertine prison, he ceased to trust in his own star. Moreover, he did not look for good results from the efforts of Vinicius. The Esquiline prison, which had been arranged hurriedly from the cellars of houses torn down to check the conflagration, was not, it is true, so terrible as the old Tullianum near the Capitol, but it was much better guarded. Petronius understood very well that Lygia had been transferred there so that she might not die, and thus escape the amphitheatre. It was clear to him, therefore, that they were now guarding her all the more watchfully. "Evidently," he said to himself, "Caesar and Tigellinus are reserving her for some special spectacle more horrible than the others, and Vinicius is more likely himself to perish than to rescue his loved one." Vinicius also had lost hope that he would be able to rescue Lygia. Christ alone could save her. The young Tribune longed only to visit her in prison. It was in his mind that Nazarius had succeeded in entering the Mamertine prison, disguised as one of the servants, employed in removing the dead. He resolved to try this method also. The jailer of the Putrid Pits, whom he bribed with an immense sum of money, at length placed him on the list of those servants whom he sent every night to bear the corpses from the prison. The danger of discovery was slight. The night, the dress of a slave, and the meager light in the prison were good allies. Who, besides, would surmise that a patrician, the grandson of one consul and the son of another, could be found among hirelings, exposed to the foul air of prisons and of the Putrid Pits, and that he would be engaged in work to which men were forced only by slavery or by the direst penury? When the longed for evening came, he girded his loins gladly, bound a cloth soaked in turpentine about his head, and with a throbbing heart, accompanied a crowd of others to the Esquiline. The pretorian guards made no trouble, because all possessed the proper credentials, which the centurion scrutinized by the light of a lantern. After a time, the great iron gates swung open, and they entered. Vinicius saw before him a vast vaulted cellar, through which they passed to a number of others. Dim lamps lighted the interiors, which were crowded with prisoners. Some of these were lying on the floor sunk in sleep, or perhaps dead. Others crowded around large vessels of water which stood in the middle of the vaults, and from which they drank as do people suffering from fever. Still others sat upon the floor, their elbows on their knees and their heads upon the palms of their hands. Here and there children nestled close to their mothers, fast asleep. All about were heard groans, the loud breathing of the sick, sobs, whispered prayers, hymns in an undertone, and the curses of the jailers.
The air of the dungeon was heavy with the odor of men and corpses. In its gloomy deeps crouched dark figures. Nearer to the flickering lights might be discerned pale faces, terrified, emaciated, cadaverous, their eyes dimmed or shining with fever, their lips blue, drops of perspiration oozing from their foreheads and their clammy hair. In far corners the sick moaned aloud. Some cried for waters, others prayed for death. Yet this prison was not so horrible as the old Tullianum. At the ghastly sight the legs of Vinitius trembled beneath him and breath almost failed him. The thought that Lygia was in the midst of this horror and misery raised the hair on his head. He stifled a cry of despair. The amphitheatre, the tusks of wild beasts, the cross, anything was better than this horrible dungeon, full of foul air, from every corner of which rose plaintive human cries: "Lead us to death!" Vinitius dug his nails into his palms. He felt that he was growing weak, that his senses were leaving him. All that he had suffered heretofore, all his love and pain, changed into one intense yearning for death. Just then the guardian of the putrid pits asked: "How many corpses have ye today?" "About a dozen," replied the jailer, "but by the morning there will be more, because some are in their last agonies beside the walls." He complained about the women, that they concealed their dead children, so as to keep them as long as possible and not to yield them to the pits. The corpses, he further complained, were only discovered by their odor, and this rendered the foul air still more baleful and poisonous. "I should rather be a slave in some rural prison," he said, "than to watch these dogs rotting here alive." The overseer of the pits consoled him, saying that his own work was no easier. By this time Vinitius had regained his faculties, and began to look around the prison. But he sought for Lygia in vain, and feared that he might never see her alive again. Several cellars were connected by newly made passages. The corpse bearers entered only those from which dead bodies were to be removed. Vinitius feared lest all his pains might prove useless. Fortunately his patron aided him. "The bodies must be removed immediately," said he, "for infection spreads mostly on account of the corpses. If ye are not careful ye will yourselves die with the prisoners." "Only 10 men are allotted for all the cellars," said the watchman, "and we must sleep." "I will leave 4 of my own men who will visit the cellars during the night and report all cases of death." "We will drink to thy health to morrow if thou do that. Every corpse must be tested, because we have an order to pierce the neck of each corpse and then to take it at once to the pits." "Very well then, but we must have our drink," said the overseer. He selected 4 men and among them Vinitius. The rest he took to load the corpses upon the biers. Vinitius drew a long breath. He was now certain that he should be able to find Lygia. He started by examining the first dungeon and looked into all the dark nooks, and examined the figures who slept beside the walls covered with rags. He went among the most grievously ill, who were placed in a special corner, but he could not find Lygia. His search through the second and third dungeons was also without result. Meantime the night had advanced. All the bodies had been carried out. The jailers went to sleep in the corridors adjoining the dungeons. The children, weary of crying, were silent. In the vaults were heard only the breathing of troubled breasts, and ever and anon the whisper of prayers. Vinitius carried his torch into the fourth dungeon, which was much smaller, and lifting the light, he began to search through it. Suddenly he trembled, for he seemed to see the gigantic figure of Ursus close by a grating in the wall. Then putting out his light he approached and said: "Is it thee, Ursus?" The giant turned his head. "Who art thou?" "Dost thou not recognize me?" asked the young man. "Thou didst put out the light. How can I recognize thee?" Vinitius at that moment descried Lygia lying on a cloak near the wall, so without another word he knelt beside her. Ursus then recognized him and said: "Glory be to Christ, but do not awaken her, master." Vinitius, kneeling, gazed at Lygia through his tears. Despite the darkness, he could distinguish her face, pale as alabaster, and her emaciated arms. He was seized by an agony of love which penetrated his soul to the deepest depths and which at the same time was so full of compassion, reverence, and homage, that falling upon his face, he pressed to his lips the hem of the cloak upon which rested the head so dear to him. Ursus regarded him for a long time in silence. Finally he tugged at his tunic. "Master," he asked, "how didst thou enter here, and hast thou come to save her?" Vinitius rose, and for a time struggled with his emotions. "Show me a way," he said. "I thought thou wouldst find it, master. I know of one way only." Here he turned his eyes towards the grated opening in the wall, and then, as if in answer to himself, he said: "Yes, but there are soldiers outside." "100 pretorians," answered Vinitius. "We cannot get by then." "No." The Lygian rubbed his forehead and asked again: "How didst thou enter here?" "I have credentials from the overseer of the Putrid Pits." Suddenly he stopped as if a new thought had struck him. "By the passion of the Saviour," he said quickly, "I will remain here. Let her take my pass, let her cover her head with a cloth and her shoulders with the mantle and pass out. Among the slaves engaged about here, there are a few striplings. The pretorians will not recognize her, and if she goes to the house of Petronius, he will guard her." The Lygian dropped his head upon his breast and said: "She would not consent to this, for she loves thee. Besides, she is ill and cannot stand alone. If thou, oh master, and the noble Petronius, cannot save her from prison, who can?" "Christ only." Then both were silent. In his simple mind the Lygian thought: "Christ undoubtedly could save all of us. But since he does not do it, the hour of agony and death has evidently come." For himself he bowed to the decree, but he grieved for the dear child who had grown up in his arms, and whom he loved above all things. Vinitius knelt again beside Lygia. The pale beams of the moon stole through the grating in the wall, and gave better light than the solitary lamp which flickered over the entrance. Lygia opened her eyes and laying her hot hand on that of Vinitius, said: "I see thee. I knew that thou wouldst come." He took her hands, lifted them to his heart, then raising her somewhat, he pressed her to his breast. "I have come, my dear one," he said. "May Christ watch over and save thee, oh my beloved!" He could speak no more because of the pain which his love caused him, but he did not wish to betray his anguish. "I am sick, Marcus," said Lygia, "and I must die, either here or in the arena. I have prayed to see thee before I die, and thou hast come. Christ has heard my prayer." Unable to utter a word, Vinitius pressed her to his breast, and she continued: "I saw thee from the window in the Tullianum, and I knew that thou didst desire to come. And now the Saviour has granted me a moment of consciousness so that we may say farewell. I am going to him very soon, but I love thee, Marcus, and I shall love thee forever." By an effort Vinitius controlled himself. Stifling his pain, he spoke in a voice which he strove to make calm: "No, dear one, thou shalt not die. The Apostle commanded me to have faith, and promised to pray for thee. He knew Christ. Christ loved him and will not refuse his request. If it was ordained that thou shouldst die now, Peter would not have bid me to be confident, but he said, 'Have confidence.' No, Lygia, Christ will have mercy. He does not desire thy death. He will not permit it. I swear by the name of the Saviour that Peter prays for you." Silence followed. The solitary lamp over the doorway went out, but the moonlight streamed through the opening. In a corner of the cellar a child cried, and was silent again. From the outside came the voices of pretorians, who, after their watches, played at scriptae duodecim under the wall. "Oh, Marcus," replied Lygia, "Christ himself cried to the Father, 'Let this bitter chalice pass from me,' but still he drank it. Christ himself died on the cross and now thousands perish for his sake. Why should he spare me alone? Who am I, Marcus? I heard Peter say that he would also die on the cross, and what am I compared to him? When the pretorians came for us I was afraid of death and torture, but I fear no more. Look how terrible is this prison, but I am going to heaven. Think of it! Here is Caesar, but there is the Saviour, good and merciful. With him there is no death. Thou lovest me, think then how happy I shall be. Oh, Marcus, my loved one, think that thou wilt follow me." Here she paused for breath and then raised his hand to her lips. "Marcus?" "What, dear one?" Do not weep for me, and remember thou wilt follow me. I have lived only a short while, but God gave me thy soul. I desire to tell Christ that though I died, and that though thou didst look upon my death, and thou wert left in sorrow, yet thou didst not blaspheme against his will and didst love him always. Wilt thou love him and suffer my death patiently? For then he will unite us. I love thee and I wish to be with thee forever." Here again she paused for breath, and in a scarcely audible voice she continued: "Promise me this, Marcus." Vinitius embraced her with trembling arms and replied: "By that sacred head, I promise." Her face grew radiant in the pale light of the moon, and raising once more his hand to her lips, she murmured: "I am thy wife." Beyond the wall the pretorians, in the midst of their game, roused a loud dispute. But these two forgot the prison, the guards, the world, and feeling within themselves the souls of angels, they lifted up their hearts in prayer. End of Part 3, Chapter 17. Part 3, Chapter 18 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milewski. Part 3, Chapter 18. For 3 days, or rather 3 nights, nothing disturbed the peace of the lovers. After the usual prison work, which consisted of separating the dead from the living, and those who were very ill from those who were moderately so, had been completed, and after the tired jailers had gone to sleep in the corridors, Vinitius would enter the dungeon in which Lygia was, and remain there until the dawn. She put her head on his breast, and in low voices they conversed of love and death. By degrees their thoughts and conversation, even their desires and hopes, turned more and more from life, and they lost a realizing sense of it. Both were like people who, having left the land behind them in a ship, see the shore no more, and go out gradually into the infinite. Both were transformed by degrees into sad spirits enamored of each other and of Christ, and ready to fly away. Only at times did pain, like a storm, enter the breast of Vinitius. At times, like lightning, there flashed through him a hope, born of love and faith in the mercy of the crucified God, but more and more he abstracted his mind from the world and turned his thoughts to death. In the morning, when he emerged from the prison, he regarded the world, the city, his friends, and all the affairs of life as though in a dream. Everything seemed to him strange, distant, empty and vain. Even torture ceased to terrify him, since it might be passed through with thoughts and eyes fixed on other things. Both he and Lygia felt as if already they were entering eternity. They talked about how they would love each other and live together beyond the grave. If their thoughts turned sometimes toward worldly things, it was as the thoughts of people who, setting out for a long journey, discuss the preparations for the road. Moreover, they were surrounded by a silence such as might surround 2 columns standing forgotten in the solitude of a desert. They desired only that Christ should not separate them, and as every moment strengthened the faith of both, they loved him as a link which was to unite them in infinite bliss and repose. Though still on earth, the dust of earth fell from them, their souls became pure as tears. With death staring them in the face, environed by misery and suffering, yea, in that very prison, heaven had begun, for she had taken him by the hand and had led him, as one already saved and sainted, towards the source of eternal life. Petronius was astonished to see on the face of Vinitius an expression of calmness and marvelous serenity which he had never noticed before. At times, he imagined that Vinitius must have evolved some plan of rescue, and was piqued that he had not confided in him. Finally, he could stand it no longer and said: "Thou hast the look of another man. Keep no secrets from me, for I desire and am able to help thee. What is thy plan?" "I have a plan," answered Vinitius, "but thou canst not help me. After her death I will confess I am a Christian, and then I shall follow her." "Hast thou then no hope?" "Oh, yes, Christ will give her back to me, and afterwards we shall never be parted." Petronius paced up and down the room with an air of disapproval and impatience. "Thou dost not need Christ for this," he said at last, "for our own Thanatos can render the same service." Vinitius smiled sadly and said: "No, my friend, thou dost not understand." "I do not want to, and I cannot. This is not a time for argument, but dost thou remember thine own words after we failed to rescue her from the Tullianum? I lost all hope, but after we returned home, thou didst say, 'Still I believe that Christ will restore her to me.' Let him restore her now. Should I cast a costly goblet into the sea, no one of our gods could restore it to me. If thy God is also powerless, why should I honor him above the ancient ones?" "But he will restore her to me," said Vinitius. Petronius made a gesture of impatience. "Dost thou know," he asked, "that to morrow Caesar's garden will be illuminated with Christians?" "To morrow!" repeated Vinitius, and in a face of a near and dread reality his heart was shaken with agony and apprehension. He thought that this night might be the last which he could pass with Lygia. So, taking leave of Petronius, he hastened to get his credentials from the overseer of the pits. But a disappointment was in store for him, for the overseer refused to give it to him. "Pardon me, master," he said. "I have done what I could for thee, but I cannot risk my life. To night they will take the Christians to the gardens of Caesar. The prison will be filled with soldiers and officials. Should they recognize thee, I and my family would perish." Vinitius saw that it would be vain to insist. He hoped, however, that the soldiers, who had seen him before, would admit him without the credentials. So, when night approached, he disguised himself in the tunic that he had formerly worn, and with covered head wended his way toward the prison, only to find that on this day the credentials were scrutinized with particular care. What was more, the centurion Scevinus, a strict disciplinarian, devoted entirely to Caesar, recognized Vinitius. But evidently in his heart, beneath his steel armor, there yet beat some compassion for misfortune. Instead of striking his spear against his shield as an alarm, he pulled Vinitius aside and said: "Master, go home. I recognize thee, but not wishing thy death, I shall keep silent. I cannot admit thee. Go thou hence, and may the gods console thee." "Thou canst not admit me," said Vinitius, "but suffer me to remain here and watch those who are led forth." "I have no orders against that," said Scevinus. Vinitius stood before the gate and waited till the prisoners should appear. At last, about midnight, the gates were thrown open and there appeared long lines of prisoners, men, women, and children, surrounded by armed detachments of pretorians. The night was very bright, for the moon was full, and it was easy to identify not only the forms, but the faces of the unfortunates. They marched in pairs, in a long, gloomy procession, amidst silence broken only by the din of weapons. So many were led forth that it seemed as if all the dungeons must be emptied. Towards the end of the procession Vinitius caught a glimpse of Glaucus, the physician, but he did not see either Lygia or Ursus among the condemned. End of Part 3, Chapter 18. Part 3, Chapter 19 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 3, Chapter 19. Evening had not yet come when crowds of people began to gather in the gardens of Caesar. They were decked in holiday attire and crowned with wreaths, and joyously broke out into songs. Some were intoxicated. All had come to see the new and magnificent spectacle. Cries of "Symaxiae! Samintitiae!" echoed in the Via Tecta, on the bridge of Aemilius, and from the other side of the Tiber, on the Triumphal Way, around the Circus of Nero, and afar off on the Vatican Hill. People had been burned at the stake before in Rome, but never had there been such a number of victims. Caesar and Tigellinus, in order to have done with the Christians and to suppress the plague which was spreading from the prisons all over the city, had ordered all the dungeons to be emptied, so that there remained in them only a handful of people, destined for the close of the spectacle. Consequently, when the crowds had passed the gates of the gardens, they were greatly astonished. All the main and lesser walks which led through dense groves and along lawns, thickets, ponds and dales strewn with flowers, were studded with stakes smeared with pitch, to which the Christians were fastened. In higher places, where the view was not obstructed by trees, whole rows of stakes were to be seen, and bodies decked with flowers and ivy leaves. These rows extended over the hills and dales so far that, whereas the nearest looked like the masts of vessels, the farthest off seemed like colored darts or staffs thrust in the earth. The number of them surpassed all expectations. It seemed as if an entire nation had been fastened to the stakes to make a Roman and imperial holiday. Groups of spectators stopped before individual stakes when the form, the sex or the age of the victims attracted them. They looked at the faces, the wreaths, the garlands of ivy, and then went on and on to other stakes, asking themselves in amazement how there could be so many guilty, or how could children scarcely able to walk unaided have set fire to Rome. The astonishment changed gradually into fear. Meantime darkness fell and the first stars appeared in the sky. By the side of every victim appeared a slave with a lighted torch in his hand. When from various parts of the gardens came the sounds of trumpets, as a signal for the commencement of the performance, each slave put his torch under the stake. The pitch-covered straw, concealed under flowers, at once caught fire. The flames increased rapidly, withered the garlands and leaping upward, licked the feet of the victims. A hush fell upon the spectators. The gardens echoed with one vast groan and with cries of pain. Many of the victims, however, lifted their faces towards the starry heavens and sang hymns in praise of Christ. The people listened, but the stoniest hearts among them were touched with pity, when from the smaller stakes arose the heartrending cries of children: "Mamma! Mamma!" A tremor shook even the spectators who were intoxicated, when they saw the little heads and innocent faces distorted with pain, or choking in the smoke which was stifling them. But the flames leaped up still higher and swept away new wreaths of roses and ivy. The flames leaped up, and in their light could be seen groups of trees, and meadows, and flowery dales. The water in pools and lakes reflected the light. The trembling leaves of the trees reddened in the glow. Everywhere it was as light as day. The odor of burning bodies filled the gardens, but immediately slaves sprinkled aloes into incense burners placed among the stakes. From the crowds arose cries, whether of compassion or delight, who could tell? The cries rose with the flames, which embraced the stakes, climbed to the breasts of victims, shriveled with its burning breath the hair on their heads, licked their faces until they were black and charred, and then shot up higher as if to display the victory and triumph of the power at whose command they had burst forth. At the beginning of the spectacle Caesar had appeared in a splendid chariot drawn by 4 white steeds and dressed as a charioteer in the color of the Greens, the party to which he and the court belonged. After him followed other chariots with courtiers in brilliant costumes, senators, priests, bacchantes, with wreaths on their heads and pitchers of wine in their hands, partly drunk and uttering wild cries. By the side of these were musicians, disguised as fauns or satyrs, who played on lutes, harps, flutes and horns. In other chariots were Roman matrons and maidens, also drunk and half naked. About the chariots ran men who shook staffs decorated with ribbons, others beat drums, others scattered flowers. The brilliant pageant moved onward, shouting "Evoe!" along the widest road of the garden, amidst the smoke and the living torches. Caesar, keeping near him Tigellinus and Chilo, whose terror he enjoyed, drove the steeds himself and proceeding slowly looked at the burning bodies and listened to the cries of the populace. Standing on the high, golden chariot, surrounded by a sea of people, who bowed to his feet, in the glare of the fire, crowned with a wreath of a circus victor, he rose above the courtiers and the crowd. He appeared gigantic. His immense arms, stretched out to hold the reins, seemed to bless the people, a smile played over his face and in his blinking eyes. As a sun or a god, he shone above the throng, terrible but splendid and mighty. At times he stopped to look closer at some maiden whose bosom had begun to blacken in the fire, or at the face of a child distorted with agony, and then he went on leading a wild and frenzied retinue. At times he bowed to the people, and then again, bending backward, he drew in the golden reins, and conversed with Tigellinus. Finally, when he had reached a large fountain at the crossing of two roads, he alighted from the chariot, and beckoning to his followers, mixed with the crowd. He was greeted with shouts and applause. The Bacchantes, the nymphs, the senators and Augustales, the priest, the fauns, the satyrs and soldiers, surrounded him in an excited circle, but he, with Tigellinus on one side and Chilo on the other, walked around the fountain, about which were burning torches. Stopping before each one, he made remarks about the victims, or ridiculed the old Greek, whose face betrayed horror and affright. At last he stopped before a tall mast decked with myrtle and ivy. The red tongues of fire had reached to the knees of the victim, but it was impossible to see his face, for fresh burning twigs veiled it with smoke. In a little while, however, a breeze turned aside the smoke, and unveiled the head of an old man with a white beard falling over his breast. At sight of him Chilo wriggled like a wounded snake, and gave a cry resembling a raven's caw rather than a human voice. "Glaucus! Glaucus!" It was indeed the face of Glaucus that gazed at him from the burning stake. The physician was still alive. His face indicated pain and was inclined forward as if he wished to look closely for the last time upon his persecutor, upon the man who had betrayed him, who had robbed him of wife and children, who had hired an assassin to kill him, and who, after all this, had been forgiven in the name of Christ, had delivered him into the hands of the executioners. Never had any man outraged another in a more bloody and frightful manner. And now the victim was dying at the burning stake, and the persecutor was standing at his feet. The eyes of Glaucus looked directly into those of the Greek. At times smoke hid him, but when the breeze blew this away Chilo saw again those eyes gazing at him. He tried to flee, but could not. His legs seemed to have turned into lead. He thought that some unseen hand held him before that stake. He was petrified, he felt that something had given way within him, that he had had enough of tortures and blood, that his end was approaching and that everything was vanishing — Caesar, the court, the crowds. A black and frightful solitude encircled him, in which nothing was visible save the fiery eyes of the martyr, which summoned him to judgment. Glaucus, bending his head still lower, stared fixedly at him. All present divined that something was passing between those two men. Laughter died on their lips, for in Chilo's face there was something terrible. Such fear and pain distorted it, as if the tongues of fire were burning his own flesh. Suddenly he reeled, and, stretching imploring arms upward, he cried in a terrible and heartrending voice: "Glaucus, in the name of Christ, forgive me!" A deep silence fell all about, a shiver ran through the spectators, and all eyes were raised involuntarily. The head of the martyr moved slightly, and then from the top of the mast there came a voice like a groan: "I forgive thee." Chilo fell down upon his face and howled like a wild beast. Taking up sand with his hands he strewed it upon his head. Meantime the flames shot up and licked the breast and face of Glaucus. The myrtle crown upon his head began to burn, and also the ribbon on top of the pole, the whole of which blazed with flames. Chilo rose after a time, with a face so changed, that to the Augustales he seemed like another man. His eyes shone with an extraordinary light, joy spread over his wrinkled forehead. The Greek, who a minute ago seemed so helpless, looked now like a priest inspired by divinity, and panting to reveal new truths. "What is the matter? Has he gone crazy?" asked a number of voices. But he turned towards the multitude, and raising his right hand, cried, or rather shouted, in a voice so loud that not only the Augustales, but the multitudes heard it: "O Roman people, I swear to ye that the innocent are perishing. Behold the incendiary!" And he pointed his finger at Nero. A hush of silence followed. The courtiers were petrified. Chilo continued to stand with arm outstretched and with finger pointing at Nero. All at once a tumult broke out. The people, like a wave urged by a whirlwind, rushed towards the old man to get a better view of him. Here and there were heard cries, "Seize him!" In other places, "Woe to us!" Among the crowds arose hisses and shouts. "Bronzebeard! Matricide! Incendiary!" The uproars grew louder at every moment. The Bacchantes, shouting wildly, sought the shelter of the chariots. Then some of the stakes, having burnt through, fell down, and scattering sparks about them, increased the confusion. A blind, mad wave of people caught Chilo and swept him into the interior of the garden. The stakes began to burn through in every direction and to fall across the roads, filling the alleyways with smoke, sparks, and the smell of burnt wood and human flesh. The nearer lights went out. It grew dark. The terrified crowds pressed towards the gates. News of what had occurred spread rapidly, and was changed and augmented as it passed from mouth to mouth. Some said that Caesar had swooned, others that he had confessed that he had ordered Rome to be set on fire, still others that he had been taken seriously ill, and that he had been borne out in a chariot in a dying condition. Here and there were heard voices of sympathy for the Christians. If they had not burned Rome, why, then, all this blood, torture, and injustice? Would not the gods avenge the innocent, and what sacrifices would placate them? The words "innocent people" were repeated oftener and oftener. Women expressed aloud their pity for the children, so many of whom had been thrown to wild beasts, or had been crucified or burned in those cursed gardens. Finally compassion changed into maledictions against Caesar and Tigellinus. There were some also who asked themselves or others, "What kind of a God is this who gives such strength to meet torture and death?" And they went towards their homes in meditation. Chilo, however, roamed about the gardens, not knowing where to go or what to do. Again he felt himself a sick and helpless old man. Now he stumbled over half burned corpses, now he trod on embers which sent after him a shower of sparks, now he sat down and gazed about him with a vacant stare. Already the gardens were becoming dark. The trees no longer stood out in a red glare. Only the pale moon lighted the alleys, the dark pillars fallen across them, and the partly consumed victims changed into formless lumps. But the old Greek thought that still in the moonlight he could see the face of Glaucus, with eyes fixed upon him. Shunning the light he hid himself amid the shadows. Finally, however, he emerged again, and, as if led by some hidden force, directed his steps towards the fountain beside which Glaucus had expired. A hand touched his shoulder. The old man turned and seeing an unknown person before him, cried out with terror, "Who art thou?" "Paul of Tarsus, the Apostle."
"I am accursed. What dost thou desire?"
"I wish to save thee." Chilo leaned against a tree. His legs trembled beneath him, and his arms hung down by his sides.
"There is no salvation for me," he said despairingly.
"Hast thou not heard that Christ forgave the thief upon the cross?" asked Paul.
"Dost thou know what I have done?"
"I beheld thy distress and heard thee bear witness to the truth."
"Oh, master!"
"The servant of Christ forgave thee in the hour of agony and death. Why then should not Christ forgive thee?" Chilo bowed his head on his hands as if bewildered.
"Forgiveness, forgiveness for me?"
"Our God is a God of mercy," said the Apostle.
"For me?"
repeated Chilo, and he began to groan like a man who is too feeble to restrain his pain and suffering. "Take my arm and come with me." And taking him upon his arm, Paul went towards the crossing of the roads, guided by the murmur of the fountain, which seemed to mourn in the stillness of the night over the bodies of the martyrs. "Our God is a God of mercy," said the Apostle again. "Wert thou to stand on the shore and cast pebbles into the sea, couldst thou fill up its depths? I tell thee that the mercy of Christ is like the sea, and that the sins and transgressions of men disappear in it like the pebbles. I tell thee that it is like the sky which covers lands and mountains and seas, for it is everywhere and is without limit and without end. Thou hast suffered at the stake of Glaucus.
Christ beheld thy anguish. Regardless of what might happen on the morrow, thou didst say, 'Behold the incendiary.' Christ will remember thy words. Thy depravity and falsehood are gone. In thy heart there remains only contrition. Follow me and hearken to my words. I am he who hated Christ and persecuted the elect. I did not desire him and did not believe in him, until he appeared before me and called me. Since that time he is my love, and now he has visited thee with compunction, and fear, and agony, in order to call thee to himself. Thou didst hate him, but he loved thee. Thou didst deliver his followers to torture, but he will forgive thee and save thee." Great sobs shook the breast of the wretched man and rent his soul to its depths. But Paul embraced him, comforted him, and led him away as a soldier leads a captive. After a time the apostle spoke again. "Come with me, I will lead thee to him, for why else would I come to thee? He commanded me to gather souls in the name of love, and I obey his command. Thou believest thyself to be damned, but I say to thee, believe in him, and salvation awaits thee. Thou considerest that thou art hated, but I tell thee once more that he loves thee. Look at me. When I possessed him not, I possessed nothing save the malice which dwelt in my heart, but now his love takes the place of father and mother, of riches and power. In him alone is refuge. He will consider thy penitence, will have mercy on thy misery, will free thee from fear and raise thee to himself." So speaking, he led him to the fountain, whose silvery spray gleamed in the light of the moon. Silence reigned all about and the gardens were deserted, for slaves had already removed the charred stakes and the bodies of the martyrs. Chilo fell upon his knees with a groan, and, hiding his face in his hands, remained motionless. But Paul raised his face towards the stars and prayed: "O Lord, behold this wretched man, his sorrow, his tears, and his agony. O Lord of mercy, who didst shed thy blood for our sins, forgive him through thy passion, thy death, and thy resurrection." Then he was silent, but for a long time he looked upward at the stars and prayed. Meantime at his feet arose a cry like a groan: "O Christ, forgive me." Then Paul approached the fountain, and, dipping water in his hand, he returned to the kneeling wretch. "Chilo, I baptize thee in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen." Chilo raised his head, and, crossing his arms, remained motionless. The moon shone full upon his white hairs, and upon the equally white face, still as if dead, or chiseled out of stone. The moments passed. From the great aviaries in the gardens of Domitian came the crowing of cocks, but Chilo remained in his kneeling posture, like a monument. Finally he arose and said to the apostle: "What shall I do before death?" Paul, roused from his meditation on the boundless power that moved even such minds as that of the Greek, answered: "Have faith and testify to the truth." They went out together. At the gates of the garden the apostle blessed the old man once more, and then they parted. Chilo insisted upon this, because he foresaw that after what had happened both Caesar and Tigellinus would give orders that he should be pursued. His presentiment was fulfilled. When he returned home he found the house surrounded by pretorians, who seized him, and, under the direction of Scevinus, took him to the palace. Caesar had retired, but Tigellinus was waiting. As soon as he saw the wretched Greek, he greeted him with a calm, though ominous face. "Thou art guilty of treason," said he, "and punishment will not be spared thee. But shouldst thou confess to morrow in the antechamber that thou wert drunk and mad, and that the instigators of the conflagration were the Christians, thy punishment will be reduced to flogging and expulsion." "I cannot do that," said Chilo. Tigellinus approached him with a slow step and said in a low but terrible voice: "How is that, dog? Wert thou not drunk, and dost thou not understand what is awaiting thee? Look there!" And he pointed to a corner of the chamber, where, beside the long wooden bench, stood 4 Thracian slaves, with cords and pincers in their hands. But Chilo replied: "I cannot." Rage seized Tigellinus, but he restrained himself.
"Hast thou seen," he asked, "how Christians die? Dost thou wish to die in the same way?" The old man raised his pale face. His lips moved silently for a time, then he said: "I also believe in Christ." Tigellinus looked at him in surprise. "Dog, art thou mad?" Suddenly the rage which had accumulated in his breast burst forth. Springing at Chilo, he caught his beard with both hands, threw him upon the floor, and trampled on him, repeating with foam upon his lips: "Thou shalt retract! Thou shalt!" "I cannot," said the prostrate Chilo. "Take him to the rack." At this order the Thracians seized the old man and laid him on the bench; then fastening him to it with cords, they began to squeeze his lean legs with pincers. But he kissed their hands with humility as they bound him to the bench, and then he closed his eyes and seemed dead. He was alive, however, for when Tigellinus bent over him and asked him once more: "Wilt thou retract?" his pale lips moved slightly and he whispered: "I cannot." Tigellinus ordered the torture to be stopped. Helpless, his face distorted by anger, he strode up and down the room. At last a new thought came to his head. He turned to the Thracians and said: "Tear out his tongue." End of Part 3, Chapter 19. Part 3, Chapter 20 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milewski. Part 3, Chapter 20. The drama entitled Aureolus was usually performed in theatres or amphitheatres so arranged that they could open and present, as it were, two separate stages. But after the spectacle in Caesar's gardens this device was discarded, for in this case it was essential that the greatest number of spectators could enjoy the death of a crucified slave who is devoured by a bear. In the theatre the role of the bear was played by an actor sewed up in a bearskin, but this time a real bear was to appear upon the scene. This was a new device of Tigellinus. At first Caesar announced that he would not come, but at the urgent request of his favorite he changed his mind. Tigellinus convinced him that after what had happened in the gardens he ought to show himself to the people, and at the same time assured him that the crucified slave would not abuse him as had Crispus. The people were becoming sated and tired of bloodshed. Consequently a new distribution of lottery tickets and gifts was announced, as well as a banquet, for the performance was to be given at night in a brilliantly illuminated amphitheatre. By dusk the whole building was packed. The Augustales, with Tigellinus at their head, came in a body, not so much for the sake of the performers, as to show their devotion to Caesar and their opinion of Chilo, about whom all Rome was talking. It was rumored that Caesar, after his return from the gardens, had fallen into a frenzy and could not sleep, that fears and strange apparitions tormented him, in consequence of which he announced the next morning that he would soon depart for Achaea. But others denied this and expressed an opinion that Caesar would now be all the more relentless against the Christians. Cowards also were not lacking, who predicted that the accusation which Chilo had flung into Caesar's face might have the worst possible consequences. Finally there were others who, through humanity, petitioned Tigellinus to stop further persecution. "Behold what is happening," said Barcus Soranus. "Thou wished to satisfy the anger of the people and to convince them that the guilty were being punished, but the result is just the opposite." "That is true," added Antiscius Verus. "All now whisper to one another that the Christians are innocent. If that be cleverness, then Chilo was right in saying that thy brains would not fill an acorn's cup." Tigellinus turned to them and said: "Marcus Soranus, people also whisper that thy daughter Servilia screened her Christian slaves from the justice of Caesar. The same thing they say also of thy wife Antistius." "That is false," exclaimed Barcus in alarm. "Thy divorced women," said Antiscius Verus, with equal alarm, "wish to ruin my wife because they are envious of her virtue." But others talked of Chilo.
"What is the matter with him?" said Eprius Marcellus. "He himself delivered the Christians into the hands of Tigellinus. From a beggar he became wealthy. It was possible for him to live out his days in peace, to have a grand funeral and a fine tomb, but now what has happened? All at once he chooses to lose everything and ruin himself. Without doubt he must be mad." "He is not mad, but he has become a Christian," said Tigellinus. "Impossible," said Vitelius. "Have I not said," remarked Vestinius, "that ye may butcher Christians, but ye cannot war against their deity? It is no joking matter. See what is taking place. I did not set Rome on fire, but should Caesar permit me I should immediately sacrifice a hecatomb to the Christian God. And all should do the same thing, because, I repeat, it is no joking matter. Remember what I have said." "And I said something else," said Petronius. "Tigellinus laughed at me when I asserted that the Christians were arming, but now I say more, they are conquering." "How is that? What do you mean?" asked a number of voices. "By Pollux! If such a man as Chilo could not resist them, who can? If you think that after every spectacle the numbers of Christians do not increase, then you had better become potters or barbers, for you will then find out what people think, and what is going on in the city." "He speaks the truth by the holy garment of Diana," cried Vestinius. But Barcus turned to Petronius and said: "What is thy conclusion?" "I conclude where thou didst begin. There has been enough of bloodshed." Tigellinus looked at him scornfully and said: "Nay, a little more." "If thy head does not suffice thee, thou hast another on thy cane," retorted Petronius. The arrival of Caesar interrupted the conversation. Caesar took his place, with Pythagoras next to him. The performance of Aureolus began immediately, but nobody paid much attention to it, for the minds of the audience were fixed on Chilo. The people, tired of torture and blood, began to hiss and to shout out uncomplimentary remarks, and to call for the bear scene, which was the only thing they cared to see. Had it not been for the promised gifts and the hope of seeing Chilo, the show would not have held the crowd. At length the looked for moment came. The circus servants first brought in a wooden cross, low enough to allow the bear, standing on his hind legs, to reach the breast of the victim, then two men dragged in Chilo, for, as the bones in his legs were broken, he could not walk. He was nailed to the cross so quickly that the curious Augustales had not a good look at him, and only after the cross had been fixed in the place prepared for it, did all eyes gain a view of the victim. But few could recognize Chilo in this naked old man. After the tortures which Tigellinus had inflicted, not a drop of blood remained in his face, and only on his beard was to be seen a red spot caused by the blood after his tongue had been torn out. It was almost impossible to see his bones through the transparent skin. He seemed to have grown much older also. His eyes formerly had cast glances filled with malice and ill will, his face had before reflected alarm and uncertainty, but now, though it had an expression of pain, it was calm and serene as the faces of the sleeping or the dead. Perhaps he was comforted by the memory of the crucified thief, whom Christ forgave, or perhaps he said in his soul to the merciful God: "Oh, Lord, I bit like a venomous worm, but all my life I was unfortunate. I was hungry, but people trampled upon me, beat me and jeered at me. I was poor and very unhappy, and now they put me to torture and I am hanging on a cross. But thou, O merciful one, will not reject me in the hour of my death." Evidently peace came to his penitent heart. No one laughed, for in this crucified man there was something pathetic, he seemed so old, so defenseless, so feeble, and his humility invited compassion, so that each one asked himself why men should be crucified and nailed to crosses who would soon die in any case. The crowd was silent. Among the pretorians Vestinius, looking to right and left, whispered in a frightened voice: "See how they die." Others were looking for the bear and wishing a speedy end to the spectacle. The bear appeared at last in the arena, and swaying his drooping head from side to side, he looked about as if seeking for something. When he saw the cross, with the naked body upon it, he approached and stood on his hind legs. After a moment he dropped down and, sitting beneath the cross, began to growl as if in his heart there were pity for this poor remnant of a man.
The servants of the circus urged on the bear with cries, but the people were silent. Meanwhile Chilo raised his head slowly, and looked at the audience for some time. At last his eyes rested somewhere among the highest tiers of the amphitheatre. His breast began to heave, and then appeared something which caused wonder and astonishment. His face lighted with a smile. A ray of light seemed to encircle his forehead. His eyes were raised, and two great tears rolled down his cheeks. Suddenly he expired. And at the same moment a man's voice rang out from under the awning: "Peace to the martyrs!" In the amphitheatre deep silence reigned. End of Part 3, Chapter 20. Part 3, Chapter 21 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milewski. Part 3, Chapter 21. After the performance in Caesar's gardens, the prisons were almost empty. New victims indeed, suspected of the Oriental superstition, were still seized and imprisoned, but fewer and fewer people were captured, so that it was difficult to fill out the programme of the spectacles which were approaching. The people had become sated with blood. They evinced great weariness and increasing alarm on account of the unparalleled conduct of the victims. Fears like those of the superstitious Vestinius spread among thousands of people. More and more the people talked of the vengefulness of the Christian God. The prison fever, which had spread all over the city, increased the general dread. Funerals were frequent. It was reported that fresh victims were needed to placate the unknown God. In the temples sacrifices were offered to Jove and Libitina. At last, in spite of all the efforts of Tigellinus and his followers, the belief spread rapidly that the city had been set on fire at the command of Caesar, and that the Christians were suffering innocently. But for this very reason, Nero and Tigellinus continued the persecution. To placate the people fresh orders were issued to distribute corn, wine, and oil. New rules were proclaimed to facilitate the rebuilding of houses, and these rules granted special privileges to the owners. New ordinances were given out also as to the width of the streets and the materials to be used for building, so as to avoid fires in the future. Caesar himself participated in the sessions of the Senate, and counseled with the Fathers as to the welfare of the people and the city. But no favor was granted to the doomed. The ruler of the world desired to impress upon the people the idea that such cruel punishment could be inflicted only upon the guilty. In the Senate no voice was raised in behalf of the Christians, for no one cared to risk Caesar's wrath. Besides, those who looked into the future asserted that the very foundations of the Roman Empire were threatened by the new creed. The dead and the dying were given to their families, as the Roman law took no vengeance on the dead. Vinicius consoled himself to some extent with the thought that should Lygia die, he would bury her in his family vault, and himself rest alongside of her. He lost all hope of saving her from death. Half separated from life and absorbed in Christ, he did not now dream of any union save an eternal one. His faith had become so strong that eternity seemed to him something incomparably more real and true than the fleeting existence which he had lived up to that time. His heart overflowed with happiness. While yet alive, he had become transformed into an almost immaterial being, which, longing after a complete deliverance for itself, desired it also for another. He imagined that, when freed from earthly bondage, he and Lygia would go hand in hand to heaven, where Christ would bless them, and allow them to live forever in a light like that of the dawn. He only implored Christ to save Lygia from the torments of the circus, and let her fall asleep in the prison, feeling that he himself would die simultaneously. In view of the enormous amount of blood which had been shed, he could not hope that she alone would be saved. He had heard from Peter and Paul that they, too, must die as martyrs. The sight of Chilo on the cross had convinced him that the death of a martyr could be sweet. Hence he desired it for both himself and Lygia, as a change from a sad and wretched condition to something better. At times he experienced a foretaste of the afterlife. The sadness which hung over the souls of both was gradually losing its former burning bitterness, and changing into a peaceful and heavenly submission to the will of God. Vinitius, who formerly had striven against the current, and had struggled and tortured himself, now let himself drift, believing that the stream would bear him into eternal rest. He divined also that Lygia, as well as himself, was preparing for death; that despite the walls of the prison which separated them, they were going onward together, and this thought brought him much happiness. In fact, they were going onward together, just as if they had exchanged thoughts every day. Lygia had no desire or hope save the hope of an after life. She looked upon death, not only as a deliverance from the terrible walls of the prison, from the hands of Caesar and Tigellinus, but as the wedding day with Vinitius. Besides this certainty, all else lost importance. After death there would begin for her even earthly happiness, so that she awaited it as a bride waits for the wedding day. The great current of faith which swept thousands of believers away from life and bore them beyond the grave, seized Ursus also. He also, for a long time, could not resign himself to the thought of Lygia's death. But when every day, through the prison walls, came into the prison news of what was going on in the amphitheatre and in the gardens, when death seemed the inevitable lot of all Christians, and also their good, higher than any earthly idea of happiness, Ursus did not dare to ask Christ to deprive Lygia of such bliss, or delay it for long years to come. In his simple barbarian soul he thought, also, that the daughter of the Lygian chief would possess more of those heavenly delights than the common crowd to which he himself belonged, and that she would sit nearer to the Lamb than others. Though he had heard that before God all are equal, still a conviction lingered at the bottom of his soul that the daughter of a chief, the chief of all the Lygians, was much better than a slave. He hoped also that Christ would allow him to continue to serve her. His dearest wish was to die on the cross like the Lamb, but this he considered bliss so great that he did not dare to pray for it. Although he knew that in Rome even the lowest criminals were crucified, he thought that he would certainly have to perish torn by the teeth and claws of wild beasts. This was a source of sorrow to him. From his childhood he had roamed through forests in pursuit of wild animals. While still a youth, thanks to his superhuman strength, he had become famous as a hunter among the Lygians. Hunting was his chief delight, so much so that later, when in Rome, he visited the menagerie and the amphitheatres, just to look at beasts, known and unknown to him. The sight of these incited within him a great desire for struggle and killing. So now he feared that when he should meet the beasts in the arena, he would be possessed by thoughts unbecoming a Christian, whose duty was to die piously and patiently. But he committed himself to Christ, and found other thoughts to console him. Hearing that the Lamb had declared war against the powers of hell and evil spirits, which, according to the Christian creed, included the pagan gods, he thought that in this conflict he might be of considerable service to the Lamb, and serve him all the better, because he believed that his soul must be stronger than that of others. He prayed through entire days, rendered service to the prisoners, helped the jailers, and consoled his princess, who regretted at times that in her short life she had not been able to perform as many good deeds as the famous Tabitha, of whom the Apostle Peter had told her. Even the prison guards, who feared the great strength of the giant, since neither chains nor bars could restrain it, took a liking to him for his gentleness. Amazed at his serenity, they asked him the cause. He spoke with such certitude of the life that awaited him after death, that they listened with astonishment, seeing for the first time that happiness might come into a dungeon whither the sun's rays could not penetrate. And when he exhorted them to believe in the Lamb, it struck more than one of them that his own service was the service of a slave, and his life the life of a wretched being, and more than one fell to thinking over his lot, the end of which was death. But death brought new fear and promised nothing, whereas the giant and the maiden, who resembled a flower cast upon the floor of the prison, these two looked upon death with delight, as the gate of happiness. End of Part 3, Chapter 21. Part 3, Chapter 22 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 3, Chapter 22. On a certain evening Scevinus, a senator, called upon Petronius and conversed with him at length about the grievous times in which they lived, and also about Caesar. He spoke so openly that Petronius, though friendly, thought it best to be on his guard. Scevinus complained that the world was becoming mad, and that all must end in some calamity more terrible even than the burning of Rome. He said that even the Augustales were discontented, that Fenius Rufus, second prefect of the Pretorians, endured only with the greatest effort the vile rule of Tigellinus, and that Seneca's entire family had been driven to the utmost despair by the conduct of Caesar towards his old master and towards Lucan. Finally, he began to speak of the dissatisfaction of the people, and even of the Pretorians, a considerable part of whom had been won over by Fenius Rufus. "Why dost thou talk in this manner?" asked Petronius. "Out of solicitude for Caesar," replied Scevinus. "I have a distant relative among the Pretorians, whose name is also Scevinus. From him I learn what is going on in the camp. Discontent is growing there also. Caligula was mad, and see what happened. Cassius Chaerea appeared. It was a terrible deed, and no one of us applauded it, but still Chaerea freed the world from a monster." "Or in other words," remarked Petronius, "this is thy meaning. I do not praise Chaerea, but he was an excellent man, and would that the gods gave us more like him." Scevinus changed the subject and began of a sudden to praise Piso, glorifying his family, his generosity, his attachment to his wife, and finally his intellect, his calmness, and his peculiar gift of winning people. "Caesar is childless," said he, "and all see his successor in Piso. Doubtless every one would help Piso to ascend the throne. Fenius Rufus loves him, the family of Aeneas is entirely devoted to him. Plautius Lateranus and Tullius Senecio would go through fire for him. Equally devoted to him are Natalius, and Subrius Flavius, and Sulpicius Asper, and Atranius Quinetianus, and even Vestinius." "The last will not be of much avail to Piso," said Petronius. "Vestinius is afraid of his own shadow." "Vestinius believes in dreams and apparitions," said Scevinus, "but he is a valiant man, who, rumor says, will be nominated for consul. If in his heart he is opposed to persecuting the Christians, thou shouldst not blame him for it concerns thee also that this madness should cease." "Not for me, but Vinicius," said Petronius. "On his account I should like to save a certain girl, but I cannot, because I have lost favor with Caesar." "How is that? Dost thou not see that Caesar wishes to be friendly with thee again? And I will tell thee why. He intends returning to Achaea, where he will sing Greek songs of his own composition. He is crazy about the trip, but trembles at the thought of the critical disposition of the Greeks. He imagines that a great triumph awaits him or a great failure. He needs good advice, and he knows that no one can counsel him as well as thou. That is the reason why thou art returning to favor." "Lucan might take my place." "Bronzebeard hates Lucan and destines him for death. He is awaiting a pretext, for he always seeks pretexts. Lucan understands that it is necessary to make haste." "By Castor," said Petronius, "this may be, but I have still another way to regain favor." "What is it?" "To repeat to Bronzebeard what thou hast said to me just now." "I have said nothing," said Scevinus, aghast. Petronius laid his hand upon the other's shoulder. "Thou hast called Caesar a madman, thou hast predicted the succession of Piso, and thou hast said Lucan understands that it is necessary to make haste. What wouldst thou hasten, my dear friend?" Scevinus grew pale, and for a moment the two looked at each other. "Thou wilt not repeat?" "By the hips of Cypris, I will not. Thou knowest me well. No, I will not repeat. I have not heard anything, and I do not wish to hear anything. Dost thou understand? Life is too short to take any trouble. I pray thee only to visit Tigellinus to day, and talk with him as long as thou hast with me, about anything that may please thee."
"What for?"
"So that should Tigellinus some day say to me, Scevinus was with thee, I might retort, that same day he was also with thee."
Scevinus, hearing this, broke the ivory cane which he held in his hand and said: "I will see Tigellinus to day, and afterwards I will go to Nerva's banquet. Wilt not thou be there? But anyway we shall see each other the day after to morrow in the amphitheatre, where the remainder of the Christians will appear. Farewell."
"The day after to morrow," repeated Petronius, when alone. "There is no time to lose. Bronzebeard will need me in Achaea, hence he may perhaps show some regard for my wishes."
And he determined to try the last means. At Nerva's banquet Caesar himself asked that Petronius should occupy the seat opposite to him, because he wished to ask his advice about Achaea, and about what cities he might appear in with the greatest chances of success. He feared most the Athenians. Other Augustales listened to the conversation with attention, so as to retain in their memory the opinions of Petronius, and repeat them afterwards as their own.
"It seems to me as if I had not lived until this time," said Nero, "and that I shall be born only in Greece."
"Thou wilt be born to new fame and immortality," said Petronius.
"I trust that it will be so, and that Apollo will not be jealous. Should I meet with success I will offer to him a hecatomb such as no god has ever had before."
Scevinus quoted the lines of Horace:
"Sic te diva potens, Cypri, sic fratis Helenae, lucida sidera, ventorum quae regat pater."
"The vessel is waiting at Naples," said Caesar. "I should like to set out even to morrow."
Petronius arose and, looking straight at Nero, said:
"Permit me, O divine one, first to celebrate a wedding feast, to which I shall invite thee before others."
"A wedding feast? What wedding feast?" asked Nero.
"The wedding feast of Vinicius with the daughter of the king of the Lygians, who is thy hostage. Though she is now in prison, as a hostage she is not subject to imprisonment. Thou thyself didst permit Vinicius to marry her, and as thy decrees, like those of Zeus, are unchangeable, thou wilt order her to be set free, and I will give her to the bridegroom." The cool and calm self-possession with which Petronius spoke impressed Nero, who was always impressed by this method of addressing him.
"I know," he said, with his eyes cast down. "I have thought of her, and of the giant who choked Croto."
"Then both are saved?"
asked Petronius quietly. But Tigellinus came to the rescue of his master. "She is in prison at the command of Caesar, and thou thyself hast said, Petronius, that his decrees are unchangeable." All present, knowing the history of Vinicius and Lygia, understood the situation, and they preserved silence, curious to see how the affair would end.
"She is in prison against the will of Caesar, through thy mistake and through thy ignorance of the law of nations," replied Petronius, laying stress upon his words. "Thou art a dull man, Tigellinus, but even thou darest not assert that she set Rome on fire, for Caesar would not believe thee."
But Nero had recovered himself. Through his half closed eyes shone indescribable malice.
"Petronius is right," he said after a while.
Tigellinus looked at him with surprise.
"Petronius is right," repeated Nero. "To morrow the gates of the prison will be opened for her. As to the wedding feast, we will talk it over the day after to morrow in the amphitheatre."
"I have lost again," thought Petronius.
When he had returned home he was so sure that Lygia's fate had been decided that he sent a trustworthy servant to the amphitheatre to make arrangements for the delivery of her body, which he wished to give to Vinicius. End of Part 3, Chapter 22. Part 3, Chapter 23 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyan and Malevski. Part 3, Chapter 23. During Nero's reign, evening exhibitions in the circus and amphitheatre had been common. Before that time exhibitions at night were rare. They were popular among the Augustales, because they were often followed by feasts and revels which lasted until the morning. Though the people had had enough of bloodshed, still when the news was spread that the end of the games was approaching, and that the last of the Christians were to expire during the night performance, great crowds filled the amphitheatre. The Augustales appeared in a body, for they understood that this would be an unusual performance, and they knew that Caesar had determined to make a tragic show of the agony of Vinitius. Tigellinus had not betrayed what kind of torture was intended for the bride of the young Tribune, but this only increased the general curiosity. Those who had seen Lygia at the house of Plautius extolled her beauty to the skies. Others were mainly concerned with the question as to whether they would really see her in the arena that night, because many of those who had heard the reply of Caesar to Petronius gave it a double meaning. Some believed that Nero would deliver, or perhaps had already delivered, the maiden to Vinitius. They remembered that she was a hostage, and hence could worship any god she pleased, and that the law of nations did not allow her to be punished. Uncertainty, expectation, and curiosity possessed all the spectators. Caesar arrived earlier than usual. Immediately on his coming conjectures were whispered about that something unusual would happen, for beside Tigellinus and Vinitius, Caesar had with him Cassius, a centurion of enormous size and strength, whom Caesar took with him only when he needed a defender, for instance, on his night escapades to the Subura. Here he enjoyed an amusement called sagatio, which consisted in tossing on a soldier's cloak every maiden he met on his way. It was noted also that precautions had been taken in the amphitheatre itself. The pretorian guards were increased, and they were commanded, not by a centurion, but by the Tribune Subrius Flavius, known for his blind attachment to Nero. It was generally understood that Caesar wished in any case to secure himself against an outburst of despair from Vinitius, and this added to the interest. All eyes were turned upon the seat occupied by the unfortunate lover. He was very pale, and his forehead was covered with perspiration. He was uncertain as to Lygia's fate, as were the other spectators, but also he was alarmed to the very depths of his soul. Petronius, ignorant himself of what would happen, said nothing to him, except that when he had returned from Nerva's banquet, he had asked Vinitius whether he was prepared for everything, and then whether he would be present at the performance. To both questions Vinitius answered yes, but a shudder passed through him because he surmised that Petronius did not ask these questions without reason. For some time he had been only half alive. He had been sunk in death, and had consented to Lygia's death, since for both it was to be a deliverance and a marriage. But now he realized that it is one thing to meditate over the last moment as if it were to be a calm falling into sleep, and another to behold the agonies of a person dearer than life to him. All his former anguish came back again. The despair which he had repressed began again to cry in his soul. He felt again the old desire to save Lygia at any price. In the morning he had tried to get into the prison to be sure that she was there. But the pretorian guards watched all the entrances, and the orders were so strict that even the soldiers whom Vinitius knew personally could not be moved by entreaties or bribes. It seemed to Vinitius that uncertainty would kill him before the spectacle came off. In his heart there still lingered a faint hope that Lygia was not in the amphitheatre, and that his fears were groundless. At times he clung to this hope with all his strength. He thought to himself that Christ might have taken her to himself from the prison. He only knew that he could not bear to witness her agony in the circus. Formerly he had submitted in everything to the divine will, but now, when repulsed from the doors of the prison, he returned to his seat in the amphitheatre. From the curious eyes directed towards him he inferred that the most terrible conjectures might prove true, and in his soul he implored help with a passion that resembled a menace. "Thou canst!" he repeated, clenching his fist convulsively. "Thou canst!" He had not realized heretofore that this moment would be so terrible. Now his mind was clouded, and he felt that if he should see Lygia tortured, his love for God would change into hatred and his faith into despair. He was terror stricken at the same time, for he feared to offend Christ, whom he was imploring for mercy and miracles. He asked no longer for her life, but only that she might die before being led into the arena. With unspeakable anguish he repeated in his heart: "Refuse me not this one request, and I will love thee more than I have hitherto loved thee." Then his thoughts raged like waves tossed about by a hurricane. A desire for blood and vengeance arose in him. He was seized with a mad desire to swoop down upon Caesar and choke him in the presence of all the spectators. But he felt this desire was an offense against Christ and his command. At times flashes of hope whirled through his brain that an almighty and merciful hand would turn away all that his soul feared. But these hopes vanished before his overwhelming despair, as he thought that he who could destroy this circus with a word and save Lygia, had abandoned her, though she trusted in him and loved him with all her pure heart. And he thought, moreover, that she was lying in the dark dungeon, weak, defenceless, deserted, dependent upon the mercy of the brutal guards, drawing perhaps her last breath, while he had to wait in that horrible amphitheatre, not knowing what torture was destined for her, or what the next moment might bring forth. Finally, like a man who, falling down a precipice, grasps at everything that grows on the edge of it, so did he grasp frantically at the thought that faith alone could save her. This means alone was left. Peter had said that faith could move the earth to its very foundations. Therefore he concentrated his thoughts, hushed his misgivings, and compressed his whole being into the sentence, "I believe," and awaited a miracle. As a cord stretched too tightly may break, so he was broken by the strain. A deathly pallor covered his face, his body relaxed. Then he thought that his prayer had been heard, and that he was dying. He thought that Lygia must have died, and that Christ was taking them both to himself. The arena, the white robes of the countless spectators, the lights of innumerable lamps and torches, all vanished from his sight. His weakness did not last long. In a moment he awoke, or rather, was awakened by a stamping of the expectant multitude.
"Thou art ill," said Petronius. "Give orders that thou be taken home."
Regardless of what Caesar would say, he rose to support Vinitius and leave with him. His heart was full of compassion. Moreover, he was vexed beyond endurance by the fact that Caesar was gazing through the emerald at Vinitius, and studying his agony with satisfaction, perhaps in order to describe it afterwards in pathetic verses and gain the applause of an audience. But Vinitius shook his head. He might die in the amphitheatre, but he could not leave it. Moreover, the spectacle might begin at any moment. Indeed, at that instant the prefect of the city waved a red handkerchief. Upon this signal the hinges of the doors opposite Caesar's box creaked, and out of the dark chasm came Ursus, into the brightly illuminated arena. The giant blinked, evidently dazzled by the brightness of the arena, then he moved towards the center, looking about as if to see what he had to encounter. All the Augustales and most of the spectators knew that this was the man who had strangled Croto, hence at his appearance murmurs arose from all the benches. There was no lack of gladiators in Rome larger in stature than ordinary men, but Roman eyes had never seen the like of Ursus. Cassius, who stood by Caesar, appeared puny in comparison. Senators, Vestals, Caesar, the Augustales, and the people gazed with the delight of experts at his powerful limbs, like the trunks of trees, at his breast, which seemed like two joined shields, at his Herculean arms. The murmurs grew louder at every moment. For the multitudes there could not be any greater pleasure than to see those muscles play in the exertion of struggle. The murmurs changed to shouts and to eager questionings. "Where live the tribes who produce such giants?" Ursus stood there in the middle of the amphitheatre naked, resembling a stone colossus rather than a man. Calm, collected, yet at the same time with the melancholy of a barbarian. Looking about the empty arena, he fixed his blue eyes in wonderment, now on the spectators, now on Caesar, now on the grating of the dungeons, whence he expected his executioners. At the moment when he stepped into the arena his simple heart was throbbing with the hope that death on the cross was awaiting him. But when he saw neither a cross nor a pit, he thought that he did not deserve such favor, and that he would have to perish in some other way, most probably from wild beasts. He was unarmed, and had resolved to die as became a follower of the Lamb, peacefully and patiently. Meanwhile he wished to pray to the Saviour. So kneeling in the arena, he joined his hands and raised his eyes to the stars, which twinkled above the lofty opening on the arena. This attitude displeased the crowds. They had had enough of those Christians who died like sheep. They understood that should the giant refuse to defend himself, the spectacle would be a failure. Here and there hisses arose. Some cried for the scourgers, whose office it was to chastise combatants who refused to fight. But silence soon followed, for no one knew what awaited the giant, nor whether he would not be ready to fight when he looked death in the face. Indeed, they had not long to wait. Suddenly a deafening noise of trumpets arose, and at this signal a grating opened opposite the imperial box, and into the arena rushed, amid the shouts of the people, an enormous German bull, bearing on his horns the naked body of a woman.
"Lygia! Lygia!"
cried Vinicius. Then he seized his hair near the temples, writhed like a man wounded by a spear, and in a hoarse voice cried out: "I believe! I believe! Grant a miracle, O Christ!" He was not aware that Petronius, at that moment, covered his head with a toga. He thought that death or agony had covered his eyes. He did not look. He did not see. A feeling of awful emptiness seized him. No thought remained in his head, only his lips repeated, as if in delirium: "I believe! I believe!" Suddenly the amphitheatre was hushed. The Augustales rose in their seats as one man, for something uncommon had happened in the arena. The Lygian, humble and ready to die, seeing his princess on the horns of the wild beast, sprang up as if burned by fire, and bending forward, rushed towards the frenzied animal. Cries of astonishment were heard on all sides. The Lygian overtook in a twinkling the raging bull, and seized him by the horns. "Look!" cried Petronius, unveiling the head of Vinicius. Vinicius raised his face, pale as a sheet, and he looked at the arena with a glassy, vacant stare. Everyone held his breath. In the amphitheatre a fly might have been heard. People could not believe their own eyes. Never before was seen anything like this. The Lygian held the wild beast by the horns. His feet were buried in the sand to his ankles. His back was bent like a bow. His head was hidden between his shoulders. The muscles swelled on his arms, so that the skin seemed to crack from the pressure, but he stopped the bull on the spot. The man and the brute remained so motionless that the spectators seemed to look at a picture representing a deed of Hercules or Theseus, or a group cut in stone, but in that apparent repose was evident the terrible exertion of two struggling forces. The bull as well as the man sank his feet deep into the sand, and his dark, shaggy body was so curved that it resembled a huge ball. Which would first be exhausted? Which first would yield? This was the question which at the moment was of greater importance to the spectators than their own fate, than that of Rome and its rule over the world. The Lygian in their eyes was a demigod, worthy of admiration and statues. Caesar himself arose. He and Tigellinus, hearing of the strength of this man, had purposely prepared the spectacle, and laughing to each other had said: "Let the slayer of Croto vanquish the bull chosen by us." But now they looked with amazement at the picture before them, hardly believing that it could be real. There were some of the spectators who had raised their arms and remained in this attitude. Sweat poured down the faces of others, as if they themselves were struggling with the animal. In the circus nothing was heard save the hiss of the flames in the lamps and the crackle of the torches. Words died in the throats of the spectators, but their hearts beat against their breasts as if to split them. It seemed to all that the struggle was lasting for ages. But the man and the brute continued motionless in their terrible struggle. They seemed rooted in the earth. Suddenly there reverberated through the arena a muffled roar, and then a shout arose from the spectators and then again silence fell. The people saw as in a dream that the monstrous head of the bull was twisting around in the iron grasp of the barbarian. The Lygian's face, neck, and arms grew purple, his back curved still more. He was evidently rallying the rest of his superhuman strength, but he could not stand the strain much longer. Gradually the groans of the bull grew hoarser and duller and more painful as they mingled with the whistling breath of the giant. The head of the brute was twisted more and more. A long foaming tongue protruded from its muzzle. Next instant the crack of breaking bones reached the ears of the nearest spectators, then the beast sunk to the earth with a broken neck. In a twinkling the giant slipped the cords from the horns of the bull, and panting, raised the maiden in his arms. His face had paled, his hair was matted with sweat, his arms and shoulders were wet as though with water. For a moment he stood as if he were scarce conscious, then he lifted his eyes and gazed around the amphitheatre. The immense audience had gone wild. The walls of the building trembled from the shouts of tens of thousands of spectators. Since the beginning of the games no such enthusiasm had ever been known. Those who occupied the higher tiers left them and crowded down the aisles between the seats, in order to get a better view of the athlete. From all sides came cries for mercy, passionate and insistent, which soon turned into one fierce roar. The giant was now the darling of the people, who, above all things, worshipped physical strength. For the time he was the greatest personage in Rome. The Lygian understood that the mob were demanding his pardon and freedom, but his thoughts were not upon himself alone. For a time he looked about him, then he approached the imperial seat, and holding the maiden on his outstretched arms, he raised his eyes in supplication as if to say: "Take pity on her! Save her! For her sake this has been done!" The spectators understood his desire. The sight of the fainting girl, a mere child in comparison with the gigantic Lygian, had its effect upon the crowd and the soldiers and senators. That slender figure, white as if cut from alabaster, her swooning condition, the awful peril from which the giant had rescued her, and finally her beauty, moved every heart. Some thought that the Lygian was a father begging mercy for his child. Pity burst forth like a flame. Enough of blood and death and tortures. On every side arose entreaties for mercy from voices broken by sobs. Ursus, still carrying the girl in his arms, moved around the arena, and, by eye and gesture, begged mercy for the girl. Then Vinicius started up from his seat, leaped over the barrier which separated the front seats from the arena, and running to Lygia, threw his toga over her naked body. Then he rent the tunic on his breast and exposed the scars of wounds received in the Armenian war, and stretching his arms out towards the people. The enthusiasm of the crowd now passed all bounds. The mob stamped and howled. Voices demanding mercy grew terrible in their insistence. People not only took the part of the athlete, but rose in defense of the maiden and the soldier. With flashing eyes and clenched fists thousands of spectators turned towards Caesar. He, however, demurred and hesitated. He cherished no hatred for Vinicius nor did he particularly desire the death of Lygia, yet it would have given him pleasure to see the body of the girl torn by the horns of the bull, or the tusks of beasts. His cruelty and his degenerate disposition found a strange delight in such sights. And now the people wished to deprive him of one. This thought angered him. Wrath burned red on his bloated face. His self-love made it hard for him to yield to the will of the people. On the other hand his cowardice prevented him from opposing it. He looked around among the Augustales to see if he could discover thumbs pointing downwards to give the verdict of death. But Petronius held up his hand and looked almost defiantly into Caesar's face. Vestinius, superstitious yet enthusiastic, who feared ghosts but not the living, also gave the sign for mercy. So did Scevinus, the senator, and Nerva, and Tullius Senecio, and the famous warrior Ostorius Scapula, and Antistius, and Piso Vetus, and Crispinus, and Minucius Thermus, and Pontius Telesinus, and most important of all, Thrasea, who was adored by the people. In view of this opposition, Caesar dropped the emerald from his eye with an expression of scornful indignation. Tigellinus, who wished to spite Petronius, bent over him and said: "Yield not, O divine one! We have the pretorians at our command." Nero turned to the place where Subrius Flavius stood, in command over the pretorians. He saw something which he little expected. The face of the old Tribune, hitherto always devoted to him, was now set and stern, although bathed with tears, and his hand was raised in sign of mercy. Meantime the masses had become enraged. Clouds of dust rose from beneath the stamping feet, and filled the amphitheatre. Mingled with the shouts were heard cries:
Ahenobarbus! Matricide! Incendiary!"
Nero became frightened. In the circus the people were masters of the situation. Former Caesars, and especially Caligula, had ventured sometimes to withstand the popular will, and the consequent disturbances sometimes ended in bloodshed. Nero's position was different. Not only as a comedian and a singer did he need the favor of the people, but also as a bulwark against the Senate and the patricians. Since the burning of Rome he had striven to win it by all means, and so had turned the anger of the people against the Christians. He understood that further opposition would be perilous. A riot begun in the circus might spread over the city, and produce incalculable results. Once more he looked at Subrius Flavius, at Scevinus the centurion, a kinsman of the Senator, and the soldiers. And seeing everywhere knitted brows, and stern eyes fixed upon him, he gave the sign for mercy. Then thunders of applause burst out and echoed from the highest to the lowest seats. The people were now assured of the safety of the condemned ones. From this moment they passed under their protection. Caesar himself would not dare to molest them further. End of Part 3, Chapter 23. Part 3, Chapter 24 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milewski. Part 3, Chapter 24. Bithynian slaves bore Lygia to the house of Petronius. Vinicius and Ursus accompanied her. They made haste in order to place her as soon as possible under the care of the Greek physician. They spoke no word, for, after the experiences of the day, speech seemed to have forsaken them. Vinicius was scarcely conscious. Again and again he repeated to himself that Lygia was saved, that neither imprisonment nor death in the circus menaced her longer, that their misfortunes were ended once and forever, and that now he was carrying her home, and would never part from her again. From time to time he bent over the open litter to look at the face of his beloved, which in the moonlight appeared still as if in sleep, and he repeated to himself, "This is she. Christ saved her." He remembered also that, while he and Ursus were carrying her from the Spolarium, an unknown physician had looked at her, and assured him that the girl was living and would surely recover. This thought filled him with such delight that he grew weak, and was obliged to lean upon the arm of Ursus. Ursus looked up at the star-studded sky and offered up a silent prayer. Quickly they moved along the streets in which newly built houses gleamed white in the moonlight. The streets were deserted save where here and there they came upon groups of ivy-covered people, who sang and danced before porticos to the accompaniment of flutes, taking advantage of the marvelous night and the holiday season, unbroken since the beginning of the games. Only when they were near the house did Ursus cease praying, and, in a low voice, as if he feared to waken Lygia, said: "Oh, master, the Saviour preserved her from death. When I saw her on the horns of the bull I heard a voice in my soul crying, 'Defend her!' and this I knew was the voice of the Lamb. The prison had robbed me of my strength, but in that moment he restored it to me, and he inspired the cruel multitude to speak in her behalf. Praise be to him!" And Vinicius answered, "Glorified be his name!" He could speak no further, for tears choked him. He felt an uncontrollable desire to fall down upon the earth and thank the Saviour for the miracle and mercy he had vouchsafed. They had now reached the house. The servants, warned by a slave who had been sent ahead, swarmed out to meet them. Paul of Tarsus had converted the greater part of these people. They knew of the misfortunes of Vinicius. Great was their joy at sight of the victims rescued from the power of Nero. It increased still more when Theocles, the physician, after examining Lygia, pronounced that she had suffered no serious injury, and that when the exhaustion produced by the prison fever had passed, she would surely recover. During the night she became conscious. Awakening in the gorgeous chamber lighted with Corinthian lamps, and fragrant with the scent of flowers, she knew not where she was nor how she had come hither. She recalled the moment when she had been tied to the horns of the chained bull, and beholding above her the face of Vinicius, Lighted by the pale glow of the lamp, she imagined that she was no more upon earth. Her thoughts were confused. She thought that she had been halted somewhere on the way to heaven on account of exhaustion and weakness. Not feeling any pain, she smiled at Vinitius, and attempted to ask him where they were, but could speak only in a low whisper, so that Vinitius could scarcely catch his name. He knelt beside her, and laying his hand softly upon her forehead, said: "Christ saved thee and returned thee to me." Her lips murmured some unintelligible words, her bosom heaved, and she fell into a deep sleep, which the physician was expecting, and from which he said she would awaken to life and health. Vinitius remained on his knees by her, sunk in prayer. His soul was transported with so mighty a love, that he forgot himself entirely. Theocles now returned to the chamber, and from behind the lace curtain the golden head of Eunice appeared frequently. At last the cranes outside in the garden announced the dawn of day, but Vinitius still knelt, embracing in imagination the feet of Christ, and not knowing or hearing what was going on about him. His heart, full of thanksgiving, burned like a sacrificial flame, and he was carried away by his ecstasy to the very portals of heaven. End of Part 3, Chapter 24. Part 3, Chapter 25 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Benyon and Milevsky. Part 3, Chapter 25. After Lygia was liberated, Petronius, lest he should offend Caesar, went to the Palatine with other Augustales. He wished to hear what they were saying, and especially to find out whether Tigellinus was plotting anew to destroy Lygia. Both she and Ursus were now under the protection of the people. No one could molest them without creating a tumult. But Petronius, knowing how the powerful prefect of the pretorians hated him, thought it likely that Tigellinus, powerless to injure him directly, would try to revenge himself upon his nephew. Nero was in high dudgeon because the show had ended in a way quite different from his wishes. At first he would not look at Petronius, but the latter, preserving a calm temper, approached him with all the freedom of the arbiter of elegance and said: "Do you know, O divine one, what has struck me? Compose a song about the virgin who, at the command of the ruler of the world, was rescued from the horns of a wild bull, and returned to her lover. The Greeks are impressionable, and I am certain that such a song will delight them." Despite his vexation, Nero was pleased with the suggestion, and for two reasons. In the first place, it was a good subject for a song, and secondly, he could glorify himself as the magnanimous ruler of the world. He regarded Petronius kindly and said: "Yes, mayhap thou art right, but would it become me to chant my own praises?" "Thou needest not mention thyself by name. In Rome everybody will know who is the hero of the song, and from Rome the news will spread all over the world." "Art thou sure this would meet with approbation in Achaea?" "By Pollux it will," cried Petronius. And he took his departure, feeling certain that Nero, who loved to weave reality into his literary inventions, would not spoil the theme. Thus the hands of Tigellinus would be tied. But this did not alter his plans of sending Vinitius away from Rome as soon as Lygia's health would allow it. When he saw him the next day he said: "Take her to Sicily. As things have turned out, you need fear Caesar no longer, but Tigellinus is perfectly capable of poisoning you both, if not for his hatred for you, out of hatred to me." Vinitius smiled and replied: "She was on the horns of a wild bull, and yet Christ saved her." "Sacrifice then a hecatomb to him," said Petronius, impatiently. "But do not expect him to save her a second time. Dost thou remember how Aeolus received Ulysses, when he asked him a second time for favoring winds? Gods do not like to repeat themselves." "As soon as she is restored to health," said Vinitius, "I will take her to Pomponia Graecina." "And thou wilt do well, since Pomponia is lying ill. I heard it from Antistius, a cousin of Aulus.
In the meantime, occurrences will take place here to make people forget you, and in our day, those who are forgotten are the happiest. May fortune be thy sun in winter, thy shade in summer." He left Vinitius to his happiness while he went himself to inquire of Theocles concerning the life and health of Lygia. She was out of danger. Exhausted as she was after the prison fever, foul air and discomfort would have ended her life. Now she was surrounded by the tenderest care, and not merely by plenty, but by luxury. By order of Theocles she was borne daily into the gardens of the villa. She would spend hours in those gardens. Vinitius would adorn her litter with anemones and irises to remind her of the hall of the Auli. Hand clasped in hand, they frequently spoke of the past, as they sat under the spreading trees. Lygia told Vinitius that Christ had allowed him trials and terrors for the express purpose of changing his soul and raising it to himself, and Vinitius acknowledged that this was true. He felt, indeed, that there was little in him of the former patrician who had known no law save his own will. There was no bitterness in these memories, however. It seemed to both of them that whole years had rolled over their heads and that the terrible past lay very far behind. A feeling of calmness possessed them which they had never experienced before. A new and blissful life lay before them. In Rome Caesar might rage and fill the world with terror, but they felt that they were under the protection of a far mightier power. They need have no further fear of Caesar's rage or malice, as if he had ceased to be master of their lives. Once, about sunset, they heard the roar of the lions and other wild beasts. Formerly these sounds would have frightened Vinitius as a bad omen, but now the lovers regarded each other with a smile and raised their eyes toward the glow of the sunset. At times Lygia, still very weak and unable to walk unaided, fell asleep in the quiet of the garden. Vinitius watched over her and, regarding her sleeping face, the thought would come to him that this was not the same Lygia whom he had met at the home of Aulus. Indeed, the prison and the sickness it had brought had impaired somewhat her beauty. When he saw her at the house of Aulus, and when he came to take her from Miriam's house, she was as beautiful as a statue, but now her face was almost transparent. Her arms were thin, her body emaciated by illness, her lips pale, and even her eyes seemed less blue than formerly. The golden-haired Eunice, who brought flowers for her and costly rugs to cover her feet, seemed like a Cyprian deity in comparison. Petronius, seeing that she had lost so many of her charms, shrugged his shoulders and thought that this shadow from Elysian fields was not worth the trouble and pain and torture which was sapping the life of Vinitius. But Vinitius, now in love with her spirit, loved her all the more, and when he watched her as she slept, he felt as if he were watching over the whole world. End of Part 3, Chapter 25. Part 3, Chapter 26 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 3, Chapter 26. The news of Lygia's miraculous rescue spread rapidly among those Christians who had escaped destruction. Believers came to look upon her to whom the grace of Christ had been so manifestly shown. First came Nazarius and Miriam, at whose house Peter the Apostle was concealed, and after them came others. All of them, together with Vinicius, Lygia, and the Christian slaves of Petronius, listened with rapt attention to the narrative of Ursus, as he related how a voice had spoken to his soul and commanded him to struggle with the wild bull. All departed much consoled, and believing that Christ would not allow his followers to be exterminated in this vale of tears before his coming to the day of judgment, and this hope supported them, for the persecution was not yet over. Whomever public opinion denounced as a Christian, him the officers of the city seized and dragged to prison. The number of victims, indeed, were growing fewer, because the majority of the faithful had been seized and tortured to death. The Christians who were left had either deserted Rome to wait in distant provinces until the storm was over, or were concealing themselves in hiding places, not daring to assemble for common prayers except in sand pits in the outskirts of the city.
But the persecution was still going on, however, for though the games were over, the newly arrested were preserved for future series of games or were convicted without delay. Though the Roman people did not believe that the Christians had caused the conflagration, still they were denounced as the foes of mankind and the state, and the edict against them remained in full force. For a long time the Apostle Peter did not venture into the house of Petronius, but at last one evening Nazarius announced his arrival. Lygia, who was now able to walk unaided, and Vinicius hurried to meet him and embraced his feet. He greeted them with all the greater emotion because so few sheep remained in the fold over which Christ had placed him, and the fate of whom filled his great heart with anguish. Consequently, when Vinicius said to him, "O Lord, through your intercession the Saviour gave her back to me," he replied, "He gave her back to you because of your faith, and that not all the lips which praised him might be silent." Evidently he was thinking then of the thousands of his children who had been torn to pieces by wild beasts, of those crosses which had filled the arena, and those fiery pillars in the gardens of the Beast, for he spoke with great emotion. Vinicius and Lygia noticed also that his hair had grown quite white, that his body was bent, and that his face gave as much evidence of sadness and suffering as if he had passed through all the pains and tortures which had been endured by the victims of Nero's rage and malice. But they both understood as Christ had delivered himself to torture and death, nobody could avoid such suffering. Nevertheless the sight of the Apostle, bent by age and pain, pierced them to the heart. So Vinicius, who intended in a few days to take Lygia to Naples to meet Pomponia there and go on to Sicily, entreated him to leave Rome with them. But the Apostle laid his hand on the head of Vinicius, and replied: "I hear in my soul the words of the Lord which he spoke to me on Lake Tiberias. When thou wert young, thou didst gird thyself and go whither thou wouldst. But when thou shalt be old, thou shalt stretch forth thy hand and another shall gird thee, and carry thee whither thou wouldst not. It becomes me therefore to follow my flock." And when they were silenced by the words, although they did not understand them, he added: "My toil is nearly over. I shall find refuge and rest only in the house of the Lord." And then he turned towards them and said: "Remember me, because I have loved you as the father loves his children. And whatever ye do in life, do it for the glory of God." With these words he raised his aged hands and blessed them. They nestled up to him, feeling that this perhaps would be the last blessing they should receive from him. But it was destined that they should see him once again. A few days later Petronius brought dreadful news from the Palatine. It had been discovered that one of Caesar's freedmen was a Christian, and on him were found letters of the apostles Peter and Paul, and also letters of James, John, and Judas. Peter's presence in Rome had been known to Tigellinus, but he thought that the apostle had perished with the thousands of other believers. Now it was evident that the two leaders of the new faith were still alive and that they were in Rome. It was determined that they must be found and captured at any price, because it was believed that only with their deaths could the hated sect be eradicated. Petronius was told by Vestinius that Caesar himself had issued an order to cast Peter and Paul in the Mamertine prison within 3 days, and that whole detachments of the pretorians had been sent to search all the houses in the Trans Tiber. As soon as he heard this Vinicius resolved to warn the Apostle. In the evening, he and Ursus donned Gallic mantles, whose hoods covered their faces, and made their way to the house of Miriam, situated in the outskirts of the city at the foot of the Janiculum hill. On the way they saw houses surrounded by soldiers, led by unknown persons. This division of the city was alarmed. Here and there groups of curious people had assembled. Centurions went about examining the prisoners and endeavoring to gain information about Simon Peter and Paul of Tarsus. Ursus and Vinicius, however, outstripped the soldiers and arrived safely at the house of Miriam, where they found Peter surrounded by a handful of the faithful. Timothy, Paul's assistant, and Linus were at the side of the Apostle. On hearing of the approaching danger, Nazarius led all by a hidden passage to the garden gate, and then on to some deserted quarries a few hundred yards from the Janiculum gate. Ursus was obliged to carry Linus, whose bones, broken by tortures, had not yet knit together. But when they had entered a quarry they felt safe, and by the light of a torch which Nazarius lit, they held a consultation, carried on in low voices, as to the best means of saving the life of the Apostle who was so dear to them. "Master," said Vinicius to Peter, "let Nazarius at the break of day guide thee to the Alban Hills. We will find thee there and take thee to Antium, where a vessel waits to transport us both to Naples and Sicily. It will be a blessed day and hour when thou shalt enter my house and bless my home." All the others approved this plan and urged the Apostle to accept, saying: "Take refuge, O shepherd! Stay not in Rome. Preserve the living truth, so that it may not perish with us and with thee. Hear us, who implore thee as our father." "Do this in the name of Christ," cried others, clinging to the Apostle's garments. But Peter answered: "My children, who knows when the Lord will mark the end of his life?" But he did not say that he would not leave Rome, and he was in doubt as to what course to pursue, because, for some time, uncertainty and fear had stolen into his soul. His flock was dispersed. His work had come to naught. The church which, before the burning of the city, had flourished like a great tree, had been annihilated by the power of the beast. There was nothing left but tears and the remembrances of agonies and death. The sowing had yielded an abundant crop, but Satan had trampled it down. Legions of angels had not come to rescue the perishing, and Nero sat upon the throne of the world, terrible and more powerful than ever, Lord of the sea and of the land. Many a time had the fisherman blessed the Lord, stretched his hands towards heaven in his loneliness, and asked: "Oh Lord, what shall I do? How can I, a powerless old man, wage war against the invincible power of evil, which thou hast allowed to rule and to whom thou hast granted victory?" And from the depths of his anguish he cried out in his soul: "The sheep which thou didst command me to feed are no more. Thy church is no more. In thy capital are only sounds of mourning. What are now thy commands? Am I to stay here, or shall I lead forth what remains of thy flock to glorify thy name in concealment somewhere beyond the sea?" He hesitated. He believed that the living truth could not perish, that it must prevail. But at times he thought that the hour had not yet come, that it would come only when the Lord should descend upon earth on the day of judgment, in glory and power greater 100-fold than those of Nero. Often it seemed to him that if he left Rome the faithful would follow him, and then he would lead them far away to the shady groves of Galilee, to the quiet waters of the Lake of Tiberias, to throw in their lot with shepherds as peaceful as doves, or as the sheep that grazed there in the valleys. And the heart of the fisherman was filled with a yearning for peace and rest, and for the lake, and for Galilee. His eyes frequently moistened with tears. But the moment he made up his mind a sudden fear and anxiety seized him. How was he to leave that city whose sacred soil had drunk the blood of martyrs, and where so many dying lips had given witness to the truth? Should he alone shrink from his fate? And what answer could he make to the words of the Lord: "These have suffered death for the faith, but thou didst flee"? He passed nights and days in anxiety and distress. Others whom lions had torn to pieces, who had expired on crosses, who had been burned in the gardens of Caesar, now slept in peace after their moments of torture. But he could not sleep and suffered greater tortures than any of those invented by persecutors for victims. Often the dawn whitened the roofs of houses while he was still crying from the depths of his suffering heart: "Oh Lord, why didst thou order me to come here, and found thy capital in the den of the beast?" During all the 34 years since the death of his master, he had known no rest. With staff in hand he had traveled over the wide world to spread the good tidings. His strength had been exhausted by his travels and toils, and at last, when in this city, the capital of all the world, he had established the work of his master, the fiery breath of malice had blighted it, and he saw that the struggle must be undertaken anew. And what a struggle! On one side Caesar, the Senate, the people, the legions, encircling the world with chains of iron, lands innumerable, such power as was never seen before; and on the other side he, so weakened with age and toil, that his trembling hand could scarcely carry his staff. Often he told himself that he was no match for the great Caesar, and that Christ alone had the power to uphold him. These thoughts passed through his careworn head as he listened to the prayers of the last handful of his faithful followers who, surrounding him in an ever narrowing circle, besought him with imploring voices: "Hide thyself, O Rabbi, and deliver us from the power of the beast." Linus himself at last bowed before him his tortured head.
"Master," he said, "the Saviour commanded thee to feed his sheep, but they are here no longer, or they will disappear on the morrow. Go, therefore, where thou mayst still find them. The word of God still lives in Jerusalem, in Antioch, in Ephesus, and in other cities. What wilt thou gain by staying in Rome? If thou shouldst fall, thou wilt only magnify the triumph of the beast. The Lord has not foretold the limit of John's life. Paul is a Roman citizen and cannot be condemned without a trial. But if the powers of hell prevail against thee, O teacher, those who have lost heart already will ask, who is greater than Nero? Thou art the rock upon which the church of the Lord is founded. Let us die, but suffer not Antichrist to prevail over the vicegerent of God, and return not here, till the Lord has crushed him who shed the blood of innocents." "Regard our tears," repeated all who were present. Tears coursed down the cheeks of Peter also. After a time he rose, and stretching his hands over the kneeling people, said: "May the name of the Lord be glorified, and may his will be done." End of Part 3, Chapter 26. Part 3, Chapter 27 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 3, Chapter 27. At dawn of the following day two dark figures were stealing along the Appian Way towards the valley of the Campania. One of them was Nazarius, the other the Apostle Peter, who was leaving Rome and his distracted brethren. In the east the sky was already assuming a slight tinge of green, which changed gradually into a saffron color. From out the shadows appeared trees with silvery foliage, white marble villas and the arches of aqueducts stretching along the plain toward the city. The green tinge of the sky was becoming shot with gold. Soon the rays began to redden and illuminate the Alban hills, which appeared as if wrapped in a violet frame. The dawn was mirrored in drops of dew trembling on the leaves of trees. The haze grew thinner, and unveiled a wider view of the plain, the houses that dotted it, the cemeteries, towns, and groups of trees, among which gleamed the white columns of temples. The road was deserted. The peasants who brought vegetables to the city had evidently not yet harnessed their horses. The blocks of stone with which the road was paved as far as the mountains echoed from the wooden soled shoes of the wayfarers. The sun rose over the hills, and then a wonderful vision burst upon the Apostle. It seemed to him that the golden disc, instead of rising higher and higher in the sky, came gliding down from the heights and moved along the road. Then Peter stopped and said: "Dost thou see the brightness approaching us?" "I see nothing," replied Nazarius. Peter, shading his eyes with his hands, continued: "Some figure is approaching us in the gleam of the sun." But no sound of footsteps reached their ears. Nazarius saw only that the trees in the distance were trembling as if shaken, and that the light was spreading more widely over the valley. With amazement in his eyes he looked at the Apostle. "Rabbi, what troubles thee?" he cried in alarm. Peter dropped his staff, his eyes looked straight ahead, his mouth was open, his face expressed wonder, delight, ecstasy. Suddenly he fell upon his knees, with his hands stretched out, and cried: "O Christ! O Christ!" And he pressed his face towards the earth, as though kissing some one's feet. There was a long silence. Then the voice of the old man was heard, choked with tears. Quo Vadis, Domine?
Whither goest thou, O Lord? Nazarius did not catch the answer, but to Peter's ears came a sad, sweet voice which said: "As thou art deserting my people, I go to Rome to be crucified for the second time." The Apostle lay on the ground, his face in the dust, motionless and silent. It seemed to Nazarius that he had fainted, or perhaps even that he was dead. But suddenly he arose and, without a word, turned his back towards the city of the seven hills. The lad, seeing this, repeated like an echo: "Quo Vadis, Domine?"
"To Rome,"
replied the Apostle. And he returned. Paul, John, Linus, and all the faithful greeted him with consternation in their eyes. Their alarm was all the greater because, at daybreak, just after Peter's departure, the pretorians had surrounded the house of Miriam and had searched it for the Apostle. But to all questions he simply answered in a calm voice:
"I have seen the Lord."
And in the evening he went to the Ostian cemetery to teach and baptize those who wished to bathe in the water of life, and afterwards he went there daily, followed by increasing crowds. It seemed that from every tear of the martyrs there were born new believers, and that every groan in the arena reverberated in thousands of breasts. Caesar wallowed in blood, Rome and the whole pagan world went mad, but those who were weary of crimes and bloodshed, those who were downtrodden, those whose lives were a succession of misery and oppression, all the weary and the sorrowful and the heavy laden, came to listen to the wonderful tidings of that God who, moved by pity for men, had given himself to be crucified in order to atone for their transgressions. When they found a God they could love, they found that which the world at that time could not give, the happiness born of love. Peter understood that Caesar, with all his legions, could not crush the living truth, that it could not be quenched in tears or blood, and that now was the commencement of its victory. He understood now why the Lord had turned him back from the threshold of his journey. The city of pride, of crime, of debauchery, and of power, was now becoming his city, and the double capital, whence would issue the rule of the flesh and of the spirit. End of part 3, chapter 27. Part 3, chapter 28 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 3, chapter 28. At last the hour of both the apostles had come. But, as if to complete his work, it was given to the fisherman of the Lord to rescue two souls in his very prison. Two soldiers, Processus and Martinianus, his guards in the Mamertine prison, were baptized by him. But the hour of torture was at hand. Nero was not in Rome at the time. Sentence was passed by Helius and Polythetes, two freedmen, to whom Caesar had entrusted the government of Rome in his absence. Peter was first flogged, according to law, and the next day was taken outside of the city walls, toward the Vatican Hill, where he was to suffer death on the cross. The soldiers were surprised at the numbers that gathered before the prison. They could not understand how the death of a common man and an alien could excite such interest. They knew not that this retinue was composed not of the merely curious, but of believers, who wished to accompany the great apostle to the place of his execution. At last, in the afternoon, the gates of the prison were thrown open and Peter appeared in the midst of a detachment of pretorians. The sun was already slanting towards Ostia. The day was clear and calm. Peter was not required to carry his cross. It was supposed that on account of his years he would not be able to support its weight. He walked slowly. The faithful could catch an unobstructed view of him. When his white head showed itself amid the iron helmets of the soldiers, a wail arose in the throng, but ceased almost immediately, because the face of the old man was so serene, and shone with such joy that it seemed to all that this was not a victim going to his execution, but a conqueror celebrating his triumph. And such was really the case. The fisherman, usually humble and bent, now walked erect, towering above the soldiers and full of majesty. Never before had there been such dignity in his bearing. He looked like a monarch attended by the people and soldiers. From all sides came voices: "Behold Peter going to the Lord!" All seemed to forget that he was going to torture and to death. The crowd marched in a solemn concourse, feeling that since the death on Golgotha, nothing so great had taken place, and that as the first sacrifice had redeemed the world, this was to redeem the city. People stopped on the road and gazed with wonder at the old man, but the faithful, placing hands upon one another's shoulders, said: "Behold how a just man dies, one who knew the Lord and proclaimed love to the world." And those who had halted to gaze upon the Apostle, walked away, saying: "Verily this is not a criminal." Along the way the noises and the cries of the streets were hushed. The procession wound along by newly built houses and the white columns of temples, above which hung the deep blue sky, calm and serene. They moved in silence, save when, at times, the arms of the soldiers clashed, or the murmur of prayers arose. Peter caught the low breathed prayers, and his face shone with an increasing delight, for his glance could hardly compass those thousands of believers. He felt that his work was crowned with triumph, and now he knew that the truth which he proclaimed all his life would overwhelm everything like a sea, and that nothing could restrain the waves. Thinking thus, he lifted up his eyes and said: "O Lord, thou didst command me to conquer this city, which rules over the world, and I have subdued it. Thou didst command me to found thy capital in it, and I have done so. Now, O Lord, it is thy citadel, and I am going to thee because my work is done." As he passed by the temples he cried: "Ye will become the temples of Christ." Gazing at the crowds of people that swarmed before his eyes, he said: "Your children will be the servants of Christ." And he went on with the consciousness of victory achieved, aware of his services, aware of his power, calm and great. The soldiers took him across the Pons Triumphalis, or Bridge of Triumph, as if unwittingly testifying to his triumph, and led him on toward the Naumachia and the circus. The faithful from the Trans Tiber joined the procession, and swelled it to such an extent that the centurion who commanded the pretorians, appreciating knew that he was escorting a high priest, surrounded by his congregation, grew alarmed because of the smallness of his force. But no cry of indignation or anger arose from the crowd. All felt the solemnity of the moment, and the faces of the believers were grave and expectant. Some of the faithful, recalling that at the death of the Saviour the earth opened in terror, and the dead rose from their graves, thought that now some portents would appear, so that the death of the Apostle would not be forgotten in the ages to come. Others said to themselves: "Perhaps the Lord will choose the hour of Peter's death to descend upon the earth, as he promised, and judge the world." With this idea they commended themselves to the mercy of the Saviour. All about there was a great calm. The hills appeared as if resting and basking in the sun. At length the procession stopped between the circus and the Vatican Hill. Some of the soldiers began now to dig a hole, others placed the cross and the hammers and nails upon the earth, waiting till all the preparations should be finished. The crowd, hushed and solemn, fell upon their knees. The Apostle, his head glorified by the sun, turned for the last time toward the city. Far away below them the gleaming Tiber could be seen, beyond was the Campus Martius. Higher up was the mausoleum of Augustus, below were the great baths which Nero had just begun to build, still lower was Pompey's theatre, and beyond them, partly visible and partly screened by other buildings, were the Septa Julia, a multitude of porticos, temples, columns, towering edifices. Finally, far away in the distance, were the hills studded with houses whose summits faded away in the blue haze, the abodes of crime but of power, of madness but of order, all these forming the city which had become the throne of the world, its oppressor and yet its law and its peace, omnipotent, invincible, eternal. Peter, surrounded by the soldiers, gazed over this scene as a ruler and king looks upon his inheritance, and thus he addressed it: "Thou art redeemed and mine." And no one there present, not merely among the soldiers digging the pit in which the cross was to be planted, but even among the faithful, could divine that the real ruler of that city stood amongst them, that Caesars would pass away, that waves of barbarians would come and go, that ages would vanish, but that this old man would hold there uninterrupted sway. The sun slanted still more towards Ostia, and had become large and red. The whole western sky was bathed with the glow of the dying day. Then the soldiers approached Peter to strip him of his garments. But he, who had been bowed in prayer, now suddenly stood erect and stretched forth his right hand. The executioners paused as if in awe at his attitude. The faithful scarce dared to breathe, thinking that he desired to speak. Unbroken silence prevailed. But he, standing on the height, with his right hand extended, made the sign of the cross, blessing in the hour of his death, "Urbi et Orbi," the city and the world. On that same beautiful evening another detachment of soldiers led along the Ostian way Paul of Tarsus, towards a place called Aquae Salviae. He also was followed by a band of the faithful whom he had converted. Whenever he recognized a friend, he stopped and talked with him, for the guard treated him with greater consideration because he was a Roman citizen. Beyond the gate known as Tergemina, he met Plautilla, the daughter of the prefect Flavius Sabinus, and noticing that her youthful face was wet with tears, he said: "Plautilla, daughter of eternal salvation, depart in peace. Only lend me your veil to cover my eyes as I go to the Lord." Taking the veil, he went on with a face as full of joy as that of a laborer returning home after a day's toil. His thoughts, like those of Peter, were calm and serene as that evening sky. He gazed in thoughtful contemplation over the plain which extended before him, and upon the Alban hills, bathed in light. He recalled his journey, his pains and labors, the trials he had overcome, the churches he had founded, in all lands and beyond all seas, and he felt that he had earned his rest, that his work was completed. He knew that the seed he had sown would not be scattered by the breath of malice. He was departing from this life with the certainty that the conflict against the world which the spreading of the truth had occasioned would result in victory. A peace beyond understanding filled his soul. The road to the place of execution was long, and the shades of evening were falling. The mountains became purple and their bases were gradually veiled in shadows. Flocks were wending their homeward way. Here and there groups of slaves walked along with their implements upon their shoulders. Children at play before the houses on the road looked with wonder at the soldiers. On that evening the transparent, balmy air seemed filled with peace and harmony, which, as it were, rose from the earth and floated heavenward. And Paul felt this, and his heart was filled with joy at the thought that to this harmony of the earth he had added a note which did not exist before, but without which the whole earth was like sounding brass and tinkling cymbals. And he recalled how he had taught the people charity, how he had admonished them that though they should give all they possessed to the poor, and though they learned all languages, all mysteries, and all sciences, they would be nothing without love, which is kind, patient, which does not return evil, does not crave honor, suffers all things, believes all things, hopes all things, and endures to the end. His whole life had been spent in teaching people this truth, and now he said within himself: "What power can equal it? What power can conquer it? Can Caesar overcome it, though he had twice as many legions, twice as many cities, the seas and the lands and nations?" And like a conqueror he went to his reward. The escort finally left the main road and turned eastward along the narrow path leading to the Aquae Salviae. The red sun was lying low on the heather. The centurion halted the soldiers at the fountain, for the time had come. Paul threw Plautilla's veil over his arm, intending to cover his eyes with it, and for the last time he raised those eyes, filled with indescribable peace, towards the eternal light of the evening, and prayed. Yes, the hour had come, but now he saw before him a long road of light leading to heaven. And to himself he repeated the same words which formerly he had written in the consciousness of duty done and the end at hand.
I have fought the good fight. I have finished my course. I have kept the faith. Henceforth there is laid up for me a crown of righteousness."
End of Part 3, Chapter 28. Part 3, Chapter 29 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 3, Chapter 29. In Rome madness still reigned, so that the erstwhile conqueror of the world began, through lack of a ruler, to crumble to pieces. Even before the last of the apostles had died there came the conspiracy of Piso, and after that such a merciless decapitation of the most prominent heads in Rome, that even those who looked upon Nero as a god began to see in him a god of destruction. The city was in mourning. Terror reigned in its houses and in all hearts. Yet the porticos were decorated with ivy and flowers, because it was not permitted to bewail the dead. When the people awoke in the morning they asked themselves whose turn it would be today. The retinue of ghosts following Caesar increased every day. Piso paid with his head for his conspiracy, and a like fate befell Seneca and Lucan, and Fenius Rufus, and Plautius Lapranus, and Flavius Scevinus, and Afranius Quinetianus, and the dissolute companions of Caesar's followers, Tullius Senecio, and Proculus, and Araricus, and Cugurinus, and Gratus and Silanus, and Proximus and Sabrius Flavius, once entirely devoted to Nero, and Sulpicius Asper. Some perished on account of their villainy, some by fear, some on account of their opulence, some because of their courage. Caesar, dismayed by the number of the conspirators, placed soldiers upon the walls, and held the city as if in a state of siege, sending out every day centurions bearing decrees of death to suspected houses. The condemned humbly bowed to the decrees of Caesar, sending him letters full of flattery and of thanks for his sentences, and willing to him a part of their fortunes, in order to save the rest for their children. It seemed at last that Caesar were overstepping all bounds, in order to discover to what depths the people had degenerated and how long they would suffer the bloody rule. After the conspirators were put to death, their relatives, friends, and even their acquaintances suffered the same fate. Dwellers in the magnificent palaces erected after the conflagration, when they went out on the street, were sure to see a whole succession of funerals. Pompeius, Cornelius, Martialis, Flavius Nepos, and Statius Domitius perished because accused of being wanting in love for Caesar. Novius Priscus, because he was a friend of Seneca. Rufius Crispus was deprived of the right of fire and water, because he had formerly been the husband of Poppaea. The great Thrasea fell a victim to his virtues. Many were put to death on account of their noble origin. Even Poppaea fell a victim to the momentary rage of Caesar. The Senate cringed before the terrible potentate, erected temples in his honor, placed wreaths upon his statues, and established priests for him as if he were a god. Senators, in fear and trembling, ascended the Palatine to magnify the song of the Periodonices, and to go mad with him amid orgies of naked bodies, wine, and flowers. But meantime, from beneath, in the soil wet with the blood and tears of martyrs, grew silently, but ever stronger and stronger, the seed that Peter had sown. End of Part 3, Chapter 29. Part 3, Chapter 30 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 3, Chapter 30. Vinicius to Petronius. We are kept well informed, dear friend, of what is going on in Rome, and what we do not know we learn from your letters. When a stone is cast in the water, the waves go farther and farther in a widening circle, and so a wave of madness has reached us from the Palatine. Carinus, sent by Caesar into Greece, stopped here on his way. On his march he despoiled cities and temples to replete the treasury. From the sweat and tears of the people will be built the golden house in Rome. It is possible that the world heretofore has not beheld such a house, but it has not beheld such injustice either. You know Carinus. Chilo was of his ilk until he redeemed his life with death, but his men have not yet come to towns lying in our immediate neighborhood, for the reason, perhaps, that they have neither temples nor treasures. You ask us whether we are safe. I will say only that we are forgotten, and let that suffice for an answer. At the moment that I am writing these words, I see our peaceful bay and Ursus in a boat upon it, letting a net down into the quiet waters. My wife sits beside me, spinning wool. Our servants sing in the shadow of the almond trees. What peace and quiet, oh my dear friend! What a contrast to our old time alarm and suffering! 'Tis not the Fates, as thou assertest, but Christ, our Lord and our God, who blesses us. We are not strangers to tears and to sorrow, for our religion teaches us to grieve over the affliction of others. But these tears hold within them a comfort unknown to thee, for, when our lives are ended, we shall find again the beloved ones who are perishing and have perished for the truth of God. Peter and Paul are not dead to us. They have been reborn into glory. We see them with the eyes of our souls, and though our bodily eyes may weep, yet our hearts rejoice with their joy. Yea, dear friend, we are happy with a happiness that can know no end, because death, which for thee is the end of everything, is for us only the beginning of a higher happiness. So the days and the months pass in perfect peace. Our servants and slaves believe as we do in Christ, and in Christ's gospel of love, so we all love one another. Often when the sun has set, or when the moon shines on the water, Lygia and I hold converse about the past, which now seems all a dream. When I remember how near was that beloved head to torture and death, I glorify God with my whole soul, for He alone could have rescued her from the arena and returned her into my hands. Petronius, thou hast known what comfort and fortitude that religion can give in the midst of afflictions, what courage in the face of death. Now come and witness the joy it can give in everyday life. The world has not hitherto known a God whom it could love, so men did not love one another. Hence arose all manner of afflictions. For just as light proceeds from the sun, so does happiness proceed from love. The lawgivers and the philosophers have not known this truth, it had no existence in Greece or in Rome, and by Rome I mean the whole world. The dry, cold philosophy of the Stoics, which appeals to so many who would fain be virtuous, does indeed temper the heart as steel is tempered, but it hardens rather than improves it. But why do I write this to thee, who art more learned and more clever than I? Thou hast known Paul of Tarsus, and hast held converse with him more than once. Hence thou knowest better than I how empty and how vain, what a glittering show of meaningless words are the teachings of rhetoricians and philosophers compared to the religion which he preached. Thou canst recall the question he asked thee: If Caesar were a Christian, would ye not all feel safer, more secure in your possessions, freer from alarm, and more certain of the morrow? Thou hast told me that our creed was an enemy of life. I tell thee now, that if from the beginning to the end of this letter I simply repeated these three words, "I am happy," I could not sufficiently emphasize that happiness. Thou mayest make answer that my happiness is Lygia. There is truth in that, oh my friend. But that is because I love her immortal soul, and each loves the other in Christ. Such love can know neither separation, nor disloyalty, nor alteration, nor age, nor death. Even after youth and beauty have passed away, and our bodies are withered, and death touches us, love will remain, for the spirit remains. Ere my eyes were opened to the light I would have burned down my own home for the sake of Lygia, but now I say that I did not know what love was until Christ showed me the way. He is the source of love and of joy. Contrast thy luxuries, filled full as they are with alarm, thy joys, uncertain of the morrow, thy orgies, with the lives led by Christians, and an answer must at once be forthcoming. But for a better comparison, come to our hills, fragrant with thyme; come to our olive groves and ivy covered shores. Such calm awaits thee as thou hast never before experienced, and the sincere love of loyal hearts. With thy noble soul thou wilt find joy here. Thy nimble wit will see the truth, and seeing it will learn to love it. Men like Caesar and Tigellinus may hate it, but none can be indifferent to it. Oh, Petronius, Lygia and I find solace in the thought that thou wilt soon be with us. Be well, be happy. Come and visit us." Petronius received Vinicius's letter in Cumae, whither he had departed, together with other Augustales, in the company of Caesar. His long struggle against Tigellinus was nearing its end. Petronius knew that he must be beaten in the end, and he understood the reasons. As Caesar fell gradually lower to the role of the comedian, mountebank, charioteer, as he sank deeper in a slough of coarse dissipation, the arbiter of elegance became a nuisance to him. Even in the silence of Petronius Nero read disapproval. His very praises Nero interpreted as sarcasm. The illustrious patrician offended his self-love and provoked his envy. His riches and his magnificent works of art had become objects of desire both to the sovereign and to his powerful minister. Petronius had been spared with a view to this journey to Achaea, in which his taste and his knowledge of Greek art might prove useful. But Tigellinus attempted to prove to Caesar that Carinus excelled the arbiter in taste and erudition, and that he would be better able to arrange the games, receptions, and triumphs in Achaea. From that moment the doom of Petronius was sealed. But Caesar had not the courage to send him his sentence in Rome. Both Caesar and Tigellinus called to mind that this indolent aesthete, who turned day into night, and was interested only in art and banquets and luxury, had shown great power of work and energy at the time when he was proconsul in Bithynia, and afterwards when consul in the Capitol. He commanded great respect in Rome, where he possessed not only the love of the people, but also of the pretorians. None of Caesar's advisers could foresee exactly how Petronius would act, so it seemed safer to get him out of the city, and to strike at him in a province. Consequently, Petronius received an invitation to go with other Augustales to Cumae. Though he suspected treachery, he went along, in order, perhaps, not to make a display of open resistance, and to show once more to Caesar and to the Augustales a face joyful and free from care, and so gain a final victory before death over Tigellinus. Meanwhile, the latter accused him of friendship with Senator Scevinus, who was the head and front of Piso's conspiracy. Servants of Petronius remaining in Rome were imprisoned, his home was surrounded by pretorian guards. When he received this news he showed no alarm or concern, but, with a smile, said to such Augustales as he was entertaining in his own beautiful villa in Cumae: "Bronzebeard likes not direct questions, so you will see how confused he will be when I ask him whether it was he who ordered my people to be imprisoned." Then he bade them to a feast before the longer journey. He was preparing for the banquet when the letter from Vinicius arrived. On its receipt Petronius grew somewhat thoughtful, but in a little while his face resumed its wonted calm expression. During the evening he answered as follows: "I rejoice at your happiness and wonder at your good heart, for I had not thought that two lovers could remember a third person at a distance. You not only have not forgotten me, but invite me to Sicily to share with me your bread and your Christ, who, as thou writest, has showered happiness upon you. If this be true, honor him. I think, however, O friend, that Lygia was restored to thee partly by the aid of Ursus, and partly also by the Roman people. If Caesar were another man, I should think that further persecutions would be stopped through consideration of thy kinship to him through the granddaughter of Tiberius. But if thou believest that Christ was the sole cause of Lygia's rescue, I will not dispute with thee. So spare no sacrifices to him. Prometheus also sacrificed himself for mankind, but alas! Prometheus is probably an invention of the poets, while truthful men have told me that they have seen Christ with their own eyes. I have come to think with thee that he is the most worthy of the gods."
I remember the question of Paul of Tarsus, and think that if Bronzebeard lived according to the precepts of Christ, I might find time to visit you in Sicily. Then in the shade of tree and by fountains we could discuss all the gods and all the truths that have been debated among the Greek philosophers of all time. Today I must give thee a brief answer. Two philosophers only do I respect. The name of one is Pyrrho, and Anacreon is the other. The rest I will sell thee cheap, together with the whole school of Greek Stoics, and our own. Truth abides somewhere so high that the gods themselves cannot see it from the heights of Olympus. To thee, dearest friend, thy Olympus seems still higher, and standing upon it, thou callest down to me, "Ascend, and thou wilt see such sights as thou hadst not dreamed of heretofore." Perhaps. But I answer, friend, I have not the legs. And when thou reachest the end of this letter thou wilt acknowledge that I am right. No, happy spouse of the Princess Aurora, thy creed is not for me. Should I love the Bithynians who carry my litter, the Egyptians who prepare my bath? Am I to love Bronzebeard and Tigellinus? By the white knees of the Graces I swear to thee that even if I desired to love them, I could not. There are in Rome at least 100,000 persons who have either crooked shoulders, or big knees, or thin legs, cross eyes, or heads too large for them. Dost thou command me to love them also? Where can I find that love if I do not feel it in my heart? And if thy God wishes that I love them all, why in his omnipotence did he not endow them with, for example, the forms of Niobe's children, which thou hast seen on the Palatine? Whoever loves beauty cannot for that very reason love ugliness. One may disbelieve in our gods, but it is possible to love them as did Phidias, Praxiteles, Myron, Scopius and Lysias. Even should I desire to go whither thou wouldst lead me, I could not. Thou believest like Paul of Tarsus that some time beyond the Styx, in some Elysian fields, thou wilt see thy Christ. Well, let him say then himself whether he would accept me with my gems, my Myrrhine vase, my editions of Sosius, and my golden-haired Eunice. I smile at the thought of this, my friend, for Paul of Tarsus declared to me that, for Christ's sake, it was necessary to renounce rose garlands, banquets, and luxuries. True, he promised me other happiness, but I replied that I was too old for new joys, and that roses will always delight my eyes, and that the odor of violets will always be sweeter to me than the smell of some dirty neighbor from the Suburra. These are reasons why thy happiness cannot be mine, but there is also another reason, which I reserve for the last. It is that death calls me. For thee life is beginning to dawn, but for me the sun is already set, and twilight is descending upon my head. In other words, I must die, oh dear one. It is not worth while to speak at length about this. It had to end thus. Thou who knowest Bronzebeard, wilt readily understand. Tigellinus has conquered, or rather my victories reached their end. I have lived as I pleased, and will die as it pleases me. Do not grieve. No god has promised me immortality, hence I am not taken by surprise. But thou art mistaken, Vinicius, in affirming that only thy God teaches men to die calmly. No, our world knew before you that when the last cup is drained, it is time to depart, to rest, and it knows yet how to do this serenely. Plato says that virtue is music, and that the life of a philosopher is harmony. If this be true, I shall die as I have lived, virtuously. I should like to say farewell to thy divine wife, with the words I once spoke to her in the house of Aulus. I have seen many persons, but thy equal, never. So if the soul is something more than what Pyrrho thinks, mine will fly to thee on the way to the limits of the ocean, and will alight at thy house in the form of a butterfly, or, as the Egyptians believe, of a hawk. Otherwise I cannot come. Meantime let Sicily take the place of the gardens of Hesperides. May the divinities of the field and the forest and the fountains scatter flowers on your path, and may white doves build their nests on every acanthus of the columns of your house.
End of Part 3, Chapter 30. Part 3, Chapter 31 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyan and Milewski. Part 3, Chapter 31. Petronius did not deceive himself. 2 days later young Nerva, always devoted to him, sent his freedman to Cumae with the news of all that had happened at Caesar's court. The death of Petronius had already been decreed. On the following day a centurion was to be sent to him with orders to stop at Cumae and wait there for further instructions. Another messenger was to bring the death sentence a few days later. Petronius received the news brought by the freedman with unruffled demeanor and said: "Thou wilt take to thy master one of my vases that will be handed to thee before departing. Say to him in my name that I thank him with all my heart, for now I shall be able to anticipate the sentence." And suddenly he broke into a laugh like a man who has just thought of a splendid project and enjoys beforehand its fulfillment. And that same evening his slaves ran about bidding all the Augustales, with their ladies, to come to a banquet at the beautiful villa of the Arbiter of Elegance. Petronius spent the afternoon hours writing in his library. Afterwards he took a bath, and then commanded the robe folders to dress him. Splendid and adorned like a god, he went to the dining hall to cast a connoisseur's eye upon the preparations, and then to the gardens, where youths and Grecian maidens from the islands were weaving garlands of roses for the banquet. Not the slightest anxiety was portrayed on his face. The servants only knew that the banquet would be something out of the common, for he had ordered unusual rewards to be given those with whom he was satisfied, and light floggings to those whose work should not please him, or to those who had previously deserved blame or punishment. He directed that the lute players and the singers should be generously rewarded. Finally, seating himself in the garden beneath a beech, through whose foliage the sun made bright spots upon the ground, he called Eunice to his side. Gently touching her temple, he gazed at her with the admiration with which a connoisseur looks upon a statue fresh from the chisel of a master. "Eunice," asked he, "dost thou know that for a long time thou hast not been a slave?" She lifted up to him her calm, heavenly blue eyes, and shook her head in denial. "Master," she said, "I will always be thy slave." "But mayhap thou dost not know," continued Petronius, "that this villa and these slaves, weaving garlands over yonder, and all that is here, the fields and the herds, belong from henceforth to thee." At these words Eunice suddenly fell back a few steps, and in a voice choked by emotion inquired: "Why dost thou say this, master?" She approached him again, and stared at him with eyes full of fear. Her face grew as pale as a sheet. He still smiled, and smiling, said only one word: "Yes." There was a moment of silence, broken only by the rustling of the wind in the leaves of the boxwood trees. Petronius might almost have imagined that he had in front of him a statue cut in white marble. "Eunice," he said, "I desire to die in peace." The girl, gazing at him with a heartbroken smile, whispered: "Master, I obey thee." In the evening the guests arrived in large numbers. They had been at many a banquet of Petronius, and knowing that in comparison, even Caesar's feasts seemed dull and barbarous. Many knew well that the clouds of Caesar's displeasure hung over the Arbiter of Elegance. But this had happened so many times, and so many times had Petronius known how to disperse them with a clever word or a bold act, that no one actually believed any grave danger impended over him. His gay face and customary careless smile confirmed the common impression. The beautiful Eunice, to whom he had expressed his wish to die in peace, and to whom his every word was as the word of an oracle, preserved perfect calmness of expression. There were marvelous gleams in her eyes, as of inner joy. Youths with hair in golden nets stood at the threshold of the banquet hall. On their heads were wreaths of roses. In conformity with ancient custom, they warned the guest to step over the threshold with the right foot foremost. A slight fragrance of violets pervaded the hall. Lights burned in many colored Alexandrian glasses. Beside the couches stood little Grecian girls, whose office it was to anoint with balsams the feet of the guests. The walls were lined by lute players and Athenian singers, awaiting a signal from their leader. The table service was resplendent with luxury, but that luxury did not offend the most critical taste. It seemed to be a natural development. Cheerfulness and freedom from restraint pervaded the hall with the fragrance of the violets. The guests as they entered felt that neither compulsion nor menace was hanging over them, as they used to feel they did in Caesar's palace, where insufficient praise for a song or poem might be paid for by the forfeit of one's life. The sight of the lamps, of the ivy-covered goblets of iced wines embedded in snow, and of the exquisite dishes, cheered the hearts of the banqueters. The conversation became as lively as the buzzing of a swarm of bees over an apple tree in blossom. Now and then it was interrupted by a burst of gay laughter, a murmur of praise, or too loud a kiss, imprinted upon a bare white shoulder. As they drank their wine, the guests spilled from their goblets a few drops to the immortal gods as a petition for protection and for favors to the host. It mattered not that many of them disbelieved in the gods. Custom and convention commanded this. Petronius, reclining beside Eunice, chatted of the current Roman gossip, of the latest divorces, loves, romances, and races; of Spiculus, who had recently earned fame in the arena, and of the newest books which had appeared at the shops of Atractus and Socii. Pouring out some wine, he explained that he poured it out only in honor of the Cyprian goddess, the oldest and greatest among all the gods, the only immortal one, enduring from the beginning, and dominating everyone. His conversation was like a sunbeam, which lights up every new object, or like a summer breeze which rustles the flowers in the garden. At length he nodded as a signal to the leader of the choir. Then the lutes emitted a gentle sound, and fresh young voices responded to them. Then girl dancers from Cos, Eunice's countrywomen, moved nimbly, their rosy bodies shining through translucent robes. At the end an Egyptian soothsayer forecast the future of the guests from the motions of gold fish enclosed in a crystal vessel. When they had had enough of these amusements, Petronius lifted himself slightly from his Syrian cushion, and said carelessly: "Friends, pardon me if I ask a favor from you at this banquet. It is this: let every guest accept from me as a gift the goblet from which he spilt wine in honor of the gods and for my well-being." The goblets of Petronius glittered with gold and precious stones and masterly carvings. Although the distribution of gifts was customary in Rome, joy filled the hearts of the revellers. Some of them thanked him and praised him loudly, others said that Jupiter himself had never honored the gods in Olympus with such precious gifts. There were even some who hesitated about accepting them, since these gifts were of such unprecedented value. Petronius, lifting up a Myrrhine vase resembling a rainbow in brilliancy, said: "This is the goblet from which I spilt wine in honor of the Lady of Cyprus. Henceforth let no lips touch it, and let no other hand pour out wine from it in honor of any other deity." He cast the precious vessel down upon the floor, strewn with lilac colored crocuses, and when it broke into small fragments, he said, in answer to the general amazement: "Dear friends, be merry and marvel not. Old age and debility are sad comrades for the last years of life. So I will give you a good example and good advice. As you see, you need not wait for them, but before they come you can depart of your own free will, as I depart." "What is thy intention?" cried a number of voices at once. "I intend to be merry, to drink wine, to hear music, to gaze at these divine shapes which you see by my side, and then to fall asleep with my head crowned with flowers. I have already taken leave of Caesar. Will you hearken to what I have written to him as a farewell?" He took a letter from under the purple cushion and read as follows:
"O Caesar, I know that thou anxiously awaitest my coming and that thy loyal and friendly heart yearns for me day and night. I know that thou wouldst rain gifts upon me, make me the prefect of thy pretorian guards, and command Tigellinus to become that for which the gods created him, an overseer of mules in those, thy lands, which thou didst inherit by the poisoning of Domitius. Pray pardon me if I now swear to thee by Hades, and by the shades of thy mother, thy wife, thy brother, and Seneca, who are all there, that I cannot go to thee. Life is a great treasure, my beloved, and from this treasure I have known how to select the most precious gems. But in life there are many things which I cannot longer endure. Pray do not think that my feelings were hurt, because thou didst kill thy mother, thy wife, and thy brother, because thou didst burn Rome, and send to Erebus all the honest men in thy empire. No, grandson of Chronos, death is the common doom of humanity, and one could expect nothing else from thee. But to lacerate my ears for long years to come with thy singing, to see thy mountebank legs contorted in the Pyrrhian dance, to listen to thy playing, thy declamation, thy poems, oh, wretched suburban versifier, would be too much for my strength, and has aroused in me a wish to die. Rome stops her ears to avoid hearing thee, the world laughs at thee, and I wish no longer to blush for thee, nor can I do it. The howls of Cerberus, my beloved, though they resemble thy singing, will less offend me, for I have never been his friend, and I do not need to be ashamed of him. Farewell, but sing no more. Kill, but write no poems. Poison, but dance not. Turn incendiary, but do not play on the harp. Such are the wishes and such the last friendly advice sent to thee by the arbiter of elegance." The banqueters were struck dumb with terror. They knew that the loss of the Empire would have been a less cruel blow to Nero. They knew also that the man who wrote that letter must die. At the same time pallid fear seized them for their own sakes, because they had been present at its reading. Petronius burst into a laugh so genuine and so gay, that it seemed as if the whole matter were merely an innocent joke. Then he glanced around him and said: "Be merry and drive away fear. Nobody need boast that he heard this letter read. I myself will boast of it only to Charon, when he ferries me over the river." He nodded to the Greek physician and stretched his arm out to him. The skillful Greek, in the twinkling of an eye, bound it with a golden ribbon, and opened the vein at the bend of the elbow. The blood spouted out upon the cushion and covered Eunice, who supported the head of Petronius. Bending over him, she said: "Master, didst thou think that I would leave thee? If the gods would grant thee immortality and Caesar were to give thee the rule of the whole world, I would yet go with thee." Petronius smiled. Raising himself slightly, he touched his lips to hers and replied: "Come with me." Then he added: "Thou hast truly loved me, my divine one." And she stretched her rosy arm out to the physician, and soon her blood flowed out and mingled with his. He gave a sign to the leader of the choir. Again harps and voices resounded. First they sang Harmodius, then the song of Anacreon, in which the poet complained of having found under the tree the frozen and weeping child of Aphrodite, of having brought him in, warmed him back to life, and dried his wings and then of how the ingrate had in return pierced his heart with an arrow, since which time he had lost all peace of mind. Petronius and Eunice, reclining against each other, beautiful as two gods, listened smiling and growing paler. When the song was ended, Petronius ordered more wine and fresh dishes to be served, and commenced a discussion with the guests seated near him about all those graceful trifles which usually occupied the minds of the banqueters. Finally he summoned the Greek to bind up his veins for a moment, explaining that drowsiness overpowered him, and he wished to yield himself to slumber before death put him in eternal sleep. And thus he fell asleep. When he awoke, the head of the maiden lying beside him had already assumed the color of a white lily on his breast. He placed it on the cushion to get a final look at it. Then his veins were opened again.
At his nod the singers began a new song of Anacreon, and the harps accompanied it so gently as not to drown the words. Petronius grew paler and paler. When the last sounds died away, he turned once more to the banqueters and said:
"Friends, acknowledge that with us perishes."
But he could not finish. With a last movement his arm embraced Eunice. His head fell on the cushion, and he breathed his last. But the banqueters, gazing at these two white bodies resembling two marvelous statues, well knew that with them had perished all that remained to them in their world, its poetry and beauty. End of Part 3, Chapter 31. Epilogue to Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Epilogue. The revolt of the Gallic legions under the leadership of Vindex did not at first threaten to be very serious. Caesar was barely 31 years of age. No one dared to hope that the world would so soon be free from the nightmare that oppressed it. It was remembered that many revolts had already occurred during previous reigns without resulting in any change of rule. Thus, in the time of Tiberius, Drusus had crushed the revolt of the Pannonian legions, and Germanicus that of the legions upon the Rhine. And who, said the people, could possibly succeed Nero, now that all the descendants of the divine Augustus have been put to death? Others, looking at the Colossus, conceived him to be a Hercules, and thought that nothing could break his power. There were even those who, after his departure for Achaea, longed for his return, since Helius and Polythetes, to whom he had relegated the government of Italy, ruled even more cruelly than himself. Nobody was certain either of life or property. The law ceased to be a protection. Human dignity and virtue had disappeared. Family ties had been dissolved. Debased hearts dared not even to admit of hope. From Greece came rumors of the unparalleled triumphs of Caesar, of the thousands of crowns he had won, and of the thousands of rivals he had defeated. The world seemed to be one vast orgy, bloody and farcical. The opinion prevailed that virtue and heroic deeds had come to an end, that the time had arrived for dancing and music, for debauchery, for blood, and that the whole future trend of life would be in this direction. Caesar himself, to whom rebellion opened the way for renewed plundering, cared little for the mutinous legions, or for Vindex, and did not even restrain his joy over the revolt. He would not leave Achaea. Only when notified by Helius that further delay might result in the loss of his dominions, did he set out for Naples. There he again played and sang, disregarding the news of still more serious events. Vainly did Tigellinus warn him that former rebellions of the legions had no leader, whereas now there stood at their head a descendant of the ancient kings of Aquitania, a tried warrior of great renown. Nero's answer was: "Here the Greeks listen to me, they who alone know how to listen, and who alone are worthy of my singing." He said that his first duty was owed to art and fame, but when at last he learned that Vindex had declared him to be a bad artist, he rose and set out for Rome. The wounds which Petronius had inflicted upon his self love opened anew. He was anxious to seek justice from the Senate for such an unparalleled injury. On the road he came across a bronze group, representing a Gallic warrior vanquished by a Roman knight. He took this as a favorable augury. Thenceforth he mentioned the mutinous legions and Vindex only as a jest. His entrance into the city cast into the shade all former events of this sort. He drove the very chariot which Augustus had used in his triumph. One arch of the circus was destroyed to open a passage for the procession. The Senate, the knights, and an immense multitude came out to greet him. The walls trembled with the shouts of "Hail Augustus! Hail Hercules! Hail the divine one, the unconquerable one, the Olympian, the Pythian, the immortal!" Behind him were borne the crowns that he had worn, and tablets inscribed with the names of the cities where he had triumphed, and of the champions he had defeated. Nero himself was intoxicated. With emotion he asked the Augustales, who surrounded him, what was the triumph of Julius Caesar compared to this? The thought that any mortal could dare to raise a hand against such a demigod could not cross his mind. He felt himself to be truly an Olympian and therefore safe. Enthusiasm and the madness of the multitude stirred up answering madness within him. In fact, on that day of triumph, it seemed that not only Caesar and the city, but the whole world had gone mad. The flowers and the piles of crowns hid the abyss that yawned beneath. Yet that very evening the columns and walls of the temples were covered with inscriptions denouncing the crimes of Nero, threatening the near approach of vengeance, and satirizing him as an artist. From lip to lip passed the words, "He sang until he awakened the Gauls." Alarming news circulated throughout the city and swelled to monstrous proportions. The Augustales were seized with terror. People, uncertain what the future might bring forth, dared not express wishes or hopes, dared not even feel or think. Nero, however, lived only in the theatre and in music. Nothing interested him save newly invented instruments and a new water organ, experiments with which were made on the Palatine. Childishly incapable of thought or action he deemed that he could avert all danger by promises of spectacles and exhibitions in the future. The people nearest to him, seeing that in lieu of providing means and an army he was exerting himself only to find apt expression for depicting the panic around him, began to lose their heads. Others, however, thought that he was deafening himself and others with quotations only to hide the alarm and disquietude of his soul. His acts became confused. Every day thousands of fresh plans passed through his head. At times he leaped up to combat the danger, commanding that his lutes and harps be packed upon wagons, and that his young slave women be armed as Amazons while he sent out orders to recall the legions from the East. At times he thought that he would conquer the rebellious legions, not by war, but by song. And he laughed within himself as he conjured up in his imagination the spectacle of the soldiers yielding to song. They would surround him with streaming eyes. He would sing to them a hymn of victory, after which a golden epoch would begin for him and for Rome. At times he called for blood. At others he proclaimed that Egypt alone would satisfy him. He recalled the soothsayers, who had promised him rule over Jerusalem. Then he would move himself to tears at the thought that as a wandering minstrel, he would earn his own livelihood and be honored in far off cities and countries. He would be honored, not as Caesar, the sovereign of the world, but as a poet, whose like had never yet been seen in the world. Thus he struggled, fumed, played, sang, changed his plans, changed his quotations, changed his life, and transformed the whole world about him into a foolish dream, fantastic and horrible, a mad rout of bombastic expressions, wretched verses, groans, tears and blood. And all this while the cloud in the west was growing larger and darker every day. The measure was overfilled, the farce was nearing its end. When news came that Galba and all Spain had joined the rebellion he fell into maddened fury. He crushed goblets, overturned the tables at the banquets, and gave orders which neither Helius nor Tigellinus dared to carry out. To murder all the Gauls residing in Rome, to let loose the beasts from the menageries, to transfer the capital to Alexandria seemed to him sublime and astonishing deeds that could easily be accomplished. But the great days of his power had passed. Even the accomplices of his former crimes began to look upon him as on a madman. The death of Vindex and the consequent discord that arose in the mutinous legions seemed for a moment to turn the scales in his favor. New feasts and new triumphs were ordered, new sentences were issued in Rome, when one night a courier, mounted on a foaming horse, came dashing in from the camp of the pretorians, with the news that within the city itself the soldiers had raised the banner of revolt, and had proclaimed Galba Caesar. Nero was asleep when the courier arrived. On waking he called vainly for the guards who at night watched the doors of his chambers. The palace was deserted save for the slaves who were plundering in the remoter quarters whatever could be carried away in a hurry. But the sight of Nero frightened them away. He wandered through the solitary hall, filling them with cries of terror and despair. At last his freedmen, Phaon, Sporus, and Epaphroditus answered his calls. They urged him to flee, saying there was not a moment to lose, but he continued to delude himself. Suppose he should array himself in his mourning robes and appeal to the Senate, could the Senate resist his tears and his eloquence? Suppose he should use all his oratory, his rhetoric, and his talent of an actor, could any one in the world resist him? Would they not at least give him the governorship of Egypt? Habituated to flatter him, his freedmen dared not even now to contradict him. All they could do was to warn him that ere he could reach the Forum the mob would tear him to pieces. They threatened that if he did not mount his horse at once they also would desert him. Phaon offered him a hiding place in his own villa beyond the Nomentan gate. At last they all leaped upon their horses and, covering their heads with mantles, galloped off toward the walls. The night was waning. The streets were already in motion and gave expression to the serious character of the situation. Soldiers, sometimes singly, and sometimes in attachments, were scattered throughout the city. When they had reached the camp, Nero's horse shied suddenly at sight of a corpse, the mantle slipped from his head, a soldier who happened to be passing recognized the Emperor. Confused by the suddenness of the apparition, he could only give a military salute. On passing the pretorian camp they overheard thunderous cheers for Galba. At last Caesar understood that the hour of death was at hand. He was smitten by alarm and by the reproaches of his conscience. He cried out that he saw a black cloud before him from which protruded faces, in which he recognized his mother, his wife, and his brother. His teeth chattered from fright, but even yet his comedian soul found a certain pleasure in the very terror of the moment. That the one time omnipotent ruler of the universe had now lost everything seemed to him to be the highest watermark of tragedy. True to himself he continued to play the leading role in it. The fever of quotation seized upon him, a passionate hope that those around him would remember them for posterity. There were moments when he cried out for death, and would have summoned Spiculus, the most dexterous of all the gladiators. There were other moments when he declaimed, "Mother, wife, brother, call me to death." Vain and childish hopes still flashed up in him ever and anon. He knew that death was approaching. Nevertheless, he could not bring himself to believe it. They found the Nomentan gate open. They galloped through, and passed by Ostranium, where Peter had taught and baptized. At dawn they arrived at Phaon's villa. There the freedmen no longer concealed from him that the time for death had arrived. Then he commanded them to dig him a grave. He lay down on the ground, so that they might take his exact measurement. But at sight of the earth cast up by the spades a mortal terror seized him. His fat face paled. Clammy drops of sweat, like morning dew, stood out upon his forehead. He strove for delay. With a faltering, yet still theatrical voice, he cried that the hour had not yet come. Then he began to quote again. Finally he asked them to burn him. "What an artist is now perishing!" he repeated, as if in wonder. Meanwhile a messenger arrived from Phaon, announcing that the Senate had already pronounced sentence that the parricide should be punished according to ancient custom. "What is that custom?" inquired Nero, with ashy lips. "They will place thy neck in a fork, flog thee to death, and throw thy corpse into the Tiber," replied Epaphroditus quietly. Nero bared his breast. "It is true then," he said, looking upward at the sky, and once more he repeated, "What an artist is perishing!" The clatter of horses' hoofs was now heard. It was the centurion, coming with his soldiers for the head of Bronzebeard. "Make haste!" cried the freedman. Nero placed the knife to his neck, but he only pricked himself with a timid hand. It was evident that he never would have courage to drive the blade in. Then unexpectedly Epaphroditus pushed his hand. The knife entered to the hilt. Nero's eyes protruded from his head, horrible, immense, terrified. "I bring thee life!" exclaimed the centurion as he entered. "Too late!" answered Nero in a hoarse voice. A moment later he added, "This is loyalty!" Death had now seized his head. The blood from his huge neck spurted in a thick stream upon the flowers of the garden. His feet kicked the ground, and he died. On the morrow, the faithful Actea wrapped his body in costly stuffs and burned it on a funeral pyre, drenched with perfumes. So passed Nero, as passes the whirlwind, storm, fire, war, or plague. But even to this day the Basilica of Peter rules over the city and the world from the heights of the Vatican. Near the ancient Capena gate rises today a little chapel with an almost obliterated inscription. Quo Vadis, Domine? End of Epilogue. End of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by S. A. Benyon and S. Malevsky. Read by David Leeson.